Transmission start. Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? Join us as we wander off the path and explore lost history, consciousness, the paranormal, unexplained mysteries, alternative thought, and much more. We are present on the web at wheredidtheroadgo.com. Now here is your host, Soraya.
Welcome to this special video. That's not really video. I mean, there's an image, but I'm only putting this on YouTube because it's ridiculously long. This whole thing will clock in at around 18 hours, I believe, maybe a little more. This is every UFO history show I have done with Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland from the very first one back at the beginning of 2015. I did have them on a show before that in 2014. That was not UFO history. It was just us talking about the UFO enigma, and then we started doing the UFO history thing, thinking we could do it all in one show, and then maybe 2 shows, and then maybe 3 shows, and we ended up with, I think, 10 parts, 11 parts, something like that, before we covered everything up to that current day, and since then we've been doing a show. The first show after the anniversary show is usually Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas in UFO history. And that's the plan for this coming week. And people have been asking forever for me to put this together in one large mega show. I'm assuming they're gluttons for punishment because it's 18 hours long. So if you want to check this out in one go, I've cleaned up the files, took out, the beginning and ends, the introductions, the outros, the music, all that. So it's just the conversations about UFO history, all edited down, cleaned up, volume normalized. There's a couple in here that really just sound terrible, and I don't know why. Those are, in particular, are sounding worse than others. But, this is everything up into the beginning of 2021 with Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas, UFO history on Where Did the Road Go, starting now. And we're going to be exploring, at least to start, kind of the history of the UFO phenomena. And I know, Aaron, you're very much into history.
Yeah, sort of professionally, so I can't escape it.
And Mike, you just have a well-rounded view of the UFO phenomenon in general, I take.
And I can kind of hold my own and talk of UFO history. So yes, hopefully I'll be able to keep up with you. So.
Well, I think some of it's also going to be interpretation. So let's. And the thing is, when it comes to UFO history, a lot of people will say, it's the Roswell incident or whatchamacallit, sightings. The name is blanking on me at the moment.
Kenneth Arnold.
Thank you, over Mount Rainier. But, I mean, that's just the modern flying saucer type of thing. I mean, we can go back through the ages of UFOs. I mean, Jacques Vallée has written tons on the different things that may have been UFOs, as well as just strange lights in the sky and strange encounters. And if you go back far enough, of course, you get to the ancient alien idea. And what is you guys' take on that?
Well, you're talking to somebody who teaches history for a living, and
here I'll jump in and I'll give him he can collect his thoughts here. So, as a little boy, I went to see Chariots of the Gods. The Eric von Daniken book turned into the movie, which I think was part of like the Sun Classics Pictures series, and it actually holds up surprisingly well. I just watched the whole thing recently again. It's on YouTube, which was kind of the dawn of the modern Ancient Aliens thing. Eric von Daniken kind of was. Selling these, or putting out these best-selling books, which I think some stories were easy to not necessarily debunk, but I know that he played a little bit. He often wrote his speculation as if it was fact. And I know a few people who've met him, and he's still around, and he's still kind of a dynamic character. He must be getting old, but
he did the Paradigm thing a few years ago.
Oh, did you meet him? Or
I didn't meet him, no, but I know he was there, and then those guys all got to talk to him and said he was a really nice guy.
Yeah, that's what I've heard also, and that he's really engaging, and he's really genuinely kind of jazzed up about this topic. And that had all the how to say it? The pyramids and the Aztec pyramids and things like that. Speculating that those were actually created by visitors, ancient astronauts, basically. And
hello.
Oh, you there?
Yeah, everything blanked out for a second.
Nice.
Okay, I feel like I was tapped into it at the perfect age. I must have been about 12 years old when that movie came out. So it, lit a little fire under me, and I've always kind of kept that open, that avenue of speculation open. And I will say, I find the present television show absolutely unwatchable. It is.
Yes.
It is exactly the kind of made-for-TV documentary, episodic television that I simply cannot last more than if I can swing a good 20 seconds, that's I have to shut it off. It is painful for me to try to subject myself to watching that show, and I think that show has given the ancient astronaut thing a bad name. Well, it has for me personally, but at the same time, it has given it like a giant pop culture boost.
Oh, absolutely.
So it has. I mean, and that's something my students bring up a lot in, especially the ancient world class, where what I run into is I'm trying to inculcate this whole critical thinking lifestyle in students, and part of that I use the Ancient Aliens TV show especially as a examples from that as sort of just because we don't have all the evidence about something doesn't mean that anything that you can fit into that gap in our knowledge is necessarily true just because there's a gap in the knowledge. And I think what Ancient Aliens, the TV show, does, it just everything is aliens. Everything. Yeah. I mean, I suppose they keep getting renewed season after season, so they have to keep bringing this stuff in. But
they got to find something to attach to it.
Yeah. And I think I liked. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I liked the Vodanican, the book, and especially the film. I really liked when In Search Of, back in the 70s and 80s, would play around with this stuff. I think that had some charm to it. I think Zecharia Sitchin's stuff about the Anunnaki, and humans being slaves created to mine gold because for some reason the aliens needed gold. I think that's kind of where some of it started to go off the rails a little bit. Mm-hmm. And one of my biggest issues with the Ancient Aliens thing is there's a word that Asimov coined. It's a very xenolatric feeling here. It's sort of the opposite of xenophobic, where you're afraid of everything that's not yourself. A xenolatric attitude is we're really down on ourselves as humanity. So anything cool our ancestors might have done, there's no way humans, especially old humans back before there were cars and stuff, could have done something like Stonehenge. So what alien could really have done this? So there's some hints of sort of human self-loathing somewhere in here, but it's fun to think about. They're fun ideas to play with,
and it's not impossible.
Right.
It's just that the element of proof isn't really there.
Exactly.
And I find interesting, one of the things that people will hold up are the gray alien-like drawings that you see in some of the cave paintings. Mm-hmm. And you also find those when in ayahuasca trips.
Yes.
And so it's very possible that those drawings are drawings of hallucinogenic journeys by shamans who are encountering these gray alien-like beings in an altered state of consciousness and have nothing to do with ancient aliens.
Right.
And there's also every chance that the actual encounter with the alien, the modern day UFO abduction, is nothing more than a upgraded version of the shamanic indoctrination.
Yes.
So that we're just happening to see these things on board a craft where the shamans of old or the experiencers of old would have seen it in a castle or a forest or whatever their mythology may have been.
Right. We're seeing it in a modern technological context because that's what we expect to see a lot of times. Just like, the shaman would have expected to experience such things in the context of a forest or a cave or something. I'm not as up on the DMT spirit molecule, Terence McKenna, Rick Strassman stuff as I sometimes think I should be. And one of these days I'm going to, block off a week and just read a whole bunch of stuff and find all those Terence McKenna lectures and shows that are out there online and just sort of, dive into that. But just reading some of the essays in Archaic Revival is about as far as I've gotten. But it's honestly, I think some of that stuff is way possibly more fruitful direction to go than looking up in the sky and wondering when the aliens are going to come back to us. Because things like chemicals and hallucinogens, we can get more direct evidence for how those things work, and with all these stories like the alien-like creatures that people have seen during these experiences, I think that's a fruitful avenue for discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as you say, we put it in this technological thing now, and when you get to the Bible and you get to these other, historical documents that have encounters with, fairies or angels or demons, and that's may be the same phenomena as Jacques Vallée long ago pointed out as the UFO phenomena is now, but with a different face to it.
Yes.
And actually, Strassman's latest book, which I'm going to have him on for in the spring, he speculates that some of the visions in the Old Testament may have been related to DMT journeys.
Huh. Interesting.
Sure. And I don't. That's that's an amazing and I almost want to say fun avenue of speculation. Going down those roads because as you mentioned that. In the Ancient Aliens thing, when everything is aliens, everything they point to is aliens. And if you've gone to a UFO conference and hung out with, either researchers or, the people who've had the direct experience of contact, I would say, the conclusion is everything is aliens. I mean, every conspiracy is tied into aliens, from JFK to who knows what, to Star Wars, to everything, to modern Hollywood. Everything is somehow being, the puppet masters are aliens, sort of, behind everything. So, that sort of the blending of the DMT thing is an interesting way to look at the, the Old Testament. And I would say, I'm very, very cautious here that, anyone who's doing that kind of research, like Rick Strassman, the fact that he would come up with and I don't know his research, I've only read the initial spirit molecule, but that he would come up with parallels between Old Testament visionary experiences and DMT, doesn't surprise me, because he's on that train right. In a way where everything is DMT.
Yeah, and it's it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense in the sense that the DMT thing and looking at religious experiences of all kinds from a variety of cultures through that prism. What I like about it is, regardless of whether or not that's actually what happened, and I'm not sure we can ever really conclusively know, it's a nice sort of step away from the more sort of concrete, rationalistic, materialistic. So, so-and-so, Jeremiah had a vision and he spoke about it. Well, nothing actually happened. He was just making commentary on the politics of the time, which, might be an aspect of it as well, but it's not as fun as thinking that a prophet like Jeremiah had contact with some aspect of the divine or some sort of mystical experience, whether or not that was related to biochemistry. I think that's a lot more interesting to think about than, he was just talking about the king and how nobody liked the king or whatever. It's fun, and things should be fun. There's enough boring stuff.
That's a very good point. And you got the whole Mormon religion, too, which takes on a lot of those aspects of a UFO encounter without the actual UFO. Yeah,
it's sort of a copper submarine sort of thing that they some of them come across in, and the Latter-day Saints stuff, well, a lot of it right there in your neighborhood, there in New York State,
Yep.
Its origins, and it's really interesting because it combines some of the sort of pseudo supernatural alien type things, like you said, with a lot of the 19th century speculation about early European voyages to the Americas, Prince Madoc, for example, and the idea that the Burroughs Cave in southern Illinois, that there were these Hebrew artifacts that were in the cave that were later pretty conclusively proven to be frauds, because a lot of people were trying to make some money off it too. But there's nothing. Forget apple pie and baseball and hot dogs. There's really nothing more American and more 19th century than Mormonism. It is just the entire 19th century United States wrapped up into this one sort of peculiar little ball of belief. It's another fun thing.
And Joseph Smith in New York as a young man or boy, I'm not actually sure of how old he was, had a vision of a glowing being, an angel, at the foot of his bed, and that is, that sounds suspiciously like every, whatever, let's say, half of the UFO abduction contact experiences begin exactly like that.
Right.
Yep.
So, and that glowing, angel at the foot of the bed also happens to the Virgin Mary too. So.
Yes. Yeah, and on the one hand, you could say that sounds like every UFO alien encounter. On the other hand, you could say all these UFO encounters sound like every supernatural encounter with a deity. So it goes both ways, and they're probably in phenomena that are in some way pretty deeply connected to each other.
And I think the part, when you really look at this, the part that hurts your brain is that you can almost chalk it all up to some kind of altered state until you get the little tidbits of physical evidence here and there.
Yeah.
But there's tidbits of physical evidence in the, there's the Vatican did very legitimate research on stigmata and basically said, yes, people actually do bleed from their palms, and their feet, and it's a phenomena that is completely unknown and misunderstood. So you have physical evidence of someone with a hole in their palm, bleeding, or sometimes their wrist, depending on and that manifests somehow.
Yeah.
So there is physical evidence for supernatural religious experiences also.
Right. And the funny thing about that is that, supposedly when they crucified people, they crucified them through the wrist, but the stigmata often manifests through the hand.
Yeah. Because I think a good way to sort of think about that is yes, historically and through archaeology, we know that the wrist, it was usually through the wrist because it's more, stable for the physics of hanging somebody from a cross. But the people who are experiencing the stigmata, what's in their brain and what's in their mind that might be interacting with whatever's causing this to manifest, it's full of images of the nails or the spikes going through the hand. So again, it's sort of acknowledged to be or thought to be the wounds of Christ, but what it is the physical manifestation of what they believed the wounds of Christ to have been based on the images that they'd seen, which is, sort of another way of bringing that, what's in the mind is very important to these processes.
Yeah. All right. So when we move up, we get to the Middle Ages, and you got a lot of lights in the sky, a lot of shields floating over battlefields and things like that they didn't necessarily think of course, as alien spaceships as much as signs in the sky from, God.
Yeah. Yeah, or Satan.
Yeah.
Depending on what the sign sort of might have meant. There's a lot of this, and sort of connecting to some of the stuff that's come before here. Also in the Middle Ages, in Europe at least, what you also have is a whole lot of mysticism. A completely new wave of Christian mysticism in Europe and Sufism, sort of Islamic mysticism in the Middle East. So you also have this wave of people involved in religions that do not necessarily have a shamanic sort of background. People experiencing what they interpret to be a direct connection with the divine, combined with the signs in the heavens that we see. So it's a very period where the weird was definitely active.
True. And Mike, do you have any comments?
I know almost nothing about that chapter of things except for some Renaissance paintings that are interesting.
Yeah.
And then there's Jacques Vallée's book that came out, Wonders in the Sky, I think it's called.
Wonders in the Sky. Yep.
With Chris Albeck was a co-author.
Yeah.
And I have that on my shelf, and I tried to read it. It was, I don't want to say it was boring, but I mean, it was this huge, thick book, and they get their point across so conclusively.
Yeah.
You just have to kind of leaf through it and open it anywhere, and that's kind of how I ended up reading bits and pieces of it. And it was just like, well, there's like one more story, and it's like one story after another story after another story of exactly that. These apparitions in the sky, or these things that sound suspiciously like UFOs, so their phraseology would make it sound a little bit more like a
miracle,
a sign from God. Yeah. So. So I can't really speak to that, except that the literature, or let's say the historical record, is full of it. So,
yeah, and honestly, prior to the Enlightenment in the 1700s, early to mid 1700s, and onward, what we forget, since we're all sort of children of the Enlightenment and the post-Enlightenment age, is that there was a time when the sort of rational Aristotelian things are either this or that, they are real or they are false, everything can be proven logically. There was a time when that wasn't what was going through people's minds. The world of the supernatural, whatever they perceived that to be through whatever cultural filters they had, that was reality. The supernatural was natural, and we sort of lose that as we transition from the medieval and through the Renaissance and into the Enlightenment. If you could see me, you could see I'm doing my classroom big sweeping hand gestures to demonstrate the passage of time right now. But it's really we lose that, and we get to this point that I think that, as we'll see, as we go on, infects what we might call ufology today, which is this overwhelming desire for evidence, for not just for evidence, for proof, for conclusive proof that whatever people are experiencing can be narrowed down to one particular explanation. And it's important to remember that there was a time in human history when that simply wasn't something people were looking for.
True. One of the things I do find interesting when we delve into the past is the Indian legends of the Sky People.
Yeah.
Because that one's, if there's any proof of ancient aliens, I would say that would be where to look.
The Native American Indians? Or
yes,
the Indians?
The Native American Indians. Because you have so many tales that are so specific about these Sky People who came down from the sky, and it's not something where we're reading something from 2,000 years ago that could be translated 100 different times. This is something they've passed on in narratives the whole time that doesn't seem to have changed a whole lot.
Yeah.
And this is this is something that I'm not very good at speaking to, and I know that there's a woman named Artie Six Killer Clark,
yes,
who wrote a second book just came out on exactly that, and she's lots of very, very powerful stories. Some of them handed down through oral tradition, and some of them happening, right now in present times.
Yeah, there's the stories of the Sky People, and there's always there's not always, but there's also a great deal of sort of origin stories, creation myths, sort of things with the people, the nations, the tribes talking about emerging from underground as well.
Right.
And so that's the Hollow Earth people have always sort of latched onto that and said, look how far back this goes. So it is interesting because those stories have those oral traditions are very strong, and I think not many cultures where the oral side of it has persisted as long as it has in Native American culture. So it is, it's definitely an angle that's worth exploring.
And you mentioned, emerging from underground, and we find all these underground cities in places like Turkey near Göbekli Tepe, like Cappadocia and stuff, that are massive structures, literally cities underground.
Yeah.
So who knows what else is out there we haven't found yet?
That's what I tell my students. It's like, I'm not saying that, we're going to find that the next edition of the textbook is going to have a completely different first half of it because we discover, 5 things that change everything we think. But every year there are archaeological discoveries that adjust the timeline and give us little clues about the deep past that we don't find or that we hadn't previously found before. So I don't think I think it's really, really a long shot that there's going to be any sort of conclusive proof of extraterrestrial influence on the ancient past. I think and most professional historians and archaeologists acknowledge there are things we don't know, and we might be surprised by what we find at some points in the future.
I would think we would need to find a rocket or spaceship buried in an unopened tomb somewhere deep in the earth before we could say, okay, someone who was technologically advanced came here.
It's going to need, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, right? So it's going to need to be something besides, this hieroglyphic looks kind of like a space helmet, so it's a tall order.
And there are a few of them. There's the Mayan Pascal, was it? That had the king that looks like he's in a rocket.
Yeah.
So this is something that always bugged me about the Von Daniken thing has bugged me recently, let's say, is that in the movie Chariots of the Gods, they do this little cross editing where they show the Mayan images, and they kind of have little helmets on, and then they it's kind of flames coming out the back of their craft, if it looks like, and they're got a control panel that they're putting, it looks like they're got buttons and things that they're levers that they're using, and the modern UFO lore, talks about people in craft without buttons, without levers, right. Like these incredibly Spartan interiors where there's seems to be direct thought to control the craft. So there's no buttons to push, and there's no, if flying saucers simply don't leave a big explosive trail of exhaust the way the space shuttle does. So, and they don't, tend not to wear helmets. That was very interesting that the Von Daniken was framing things exactly, our astronauts in the 1960s, flew in rocket ships that, propelled giant, smoking, belching flames out the back end.
Right.
And they wore helmets and they pushed knobs and levers, and that's what, that image, that Aztec or Mayan image, and I think we were referring to the same thing, looks suspiciously like a 1960s interpretation of an astronaut.
Right. It looks like what spacecraft looked like at the time he's writing the book and making the film.
And modern UFO research, none of that shows up. Sometimes a button shows up or something like that, or like a little dust shows up, but it's certainly not flames coming out the backs of things. So if someone reports something like, "Oh my God, I saw this! It was an alien craft. It was huge flames shooting across the sky," I'm like, that doesn't match the core of the reports. That sounds more like a meteor or like some sort of man-made thing.
Right.
And I think, and the reason we were talking about Jacques Vallée's book there, the latest one, and the reason he did that is because he said these accounts in a way are more valuable than current accounts, because back then we didn't have aircraft. We didn't have satellites. We didn't have drones. Now it's so hard to weed through what's an experimental aircraft, what's a drone, what's this, what's that. We didn't have stuff flying around the atmosphere then, so if people are seeing something, that's weird.
Right. Yes. And it's as far as we can, or as close as we can get to almost being untainted by modern UFO lore as well. People weren't looking for flying saucers. They weren't looking for craft from other planets. They were just reporting what they saw or putting their own spin on it that reflected their context.
Yeah.
And I'll chime in that I am so bored with modern, how many times, yes, it's important that there's these things get reported, but how many times do you have to, someone has a legitimate, clear daylight sighting of a craft and it sounds, you put it down on paper and it sounds a whole lot like the clear sighting of a craft that would have taken place in the 1950s. And, it just, to me, I'm bored with that. It's important, obviously, and other people aren't bored with it. So, I'll let them do that research. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I have a very, very close friend here that her and I sat down and started to watch a documentary by James Fox titled "I Know What I Saw."
Right.
Oh yeah.
And that is about as good a documentary as has ever been made, trying to prove the existence of craft in the sky, let's say. And this friend of mine, she's has had her own direct contact experiences, and I feel pretty strongly I've had the same thing. And we got about 5 minutes into it, and I was like, I had actually seen it a while ago, and it was like, both of us were just like, wait a minute, is this all there is? It just was the easiest decision in the world to turn it off. I just think that there's so much more exciting stuff going on in the realm of UFO research than little things in the sky.
Yeah, well, if we fill up just 5 more filing cabinets with reports, we'll get to the truth, right? So,
and then stack those 5. That's the problem is that there's that's the exact same reports that have been. Maybe some better questions get asked. I suspect that the better questions got asked, 50 years ago. But I don't know. I'm kind of bitter against MUFON just because that's all they do is just spin their wheels in the mud.
Oh, hey, they make Hangar 1 now too. So
I watched one episode of that, and that is right there in the. I can't believe I made it through the whole thing, and my toes are curling in my shoes.
Yeah.
Just mentioning it. So
I watched one of them, and then I read something online about basically what really happened on that case and the differences between what were on TV and what the actual case that MUFON investigated were it was a big enough gap that you sort of really wonder what the point of it all is, and then you realize what the point of it all is, and you die a little inside. It's like, oh, geez. I did read. I either read somewhere or a student told me that sort of related to that there's a new person in charge of the Discovery Channel networks that include the History Channel and all of those, and he is very much on we need to get back to doing actual science and history on these channels, and it's gotten out of control
rather than fake documentaries.
Yeah, well, 5 different shows about 5 different groups of weirdos all living in Alaska, and ice road truckers,
Well, they also had their fake mermaid documentary and another one with a mega shark or something like that, which was not even. It was all made up.
Right. And I think they were even sort of cross promoting it with Sharknado on Sci-Fi as well. So at one point,
it belongs on Sci-Fi.
Yes. Although you're not going to get a better movie than Sharknado, right? But it was fun. But yeah, so I think they're, I don't know, it's gone too far. For as goofy as some of those episodes of In Search of and Unsolved Mysteries were back in the 70s and 80s,
they hold up. They hold up beautifully. They hold up as well-made documentaries.
Yeah,
they do. And
I just felt like I was treated like a grown-up watching those.
Yeah.
And now watching the modern ones, I feel like I'm treated like a 9-year-old.
Yeah. They have to keep reiterating everything, and pushing. And
they do that
point
because
through.
there's commercial breaks, and they just have to. If you're surfing the channels with your clicker, you have to know what's going on when the commercial ends, because they figure you've just popped in the middle. So that's why they reiterate everything. And
Yeah.
It's a nice, healthy contempt for the person who's actually been watching their show all along, isn't it? Yeah. Screw you. You're here anyway. You gotta catch the surfer there.
So, if we move on a little from the Middle Ages, we come to the 1800s, and there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens in the 1800s. Whether you look at the really strong reports from the fairy faith in different Celtic countries, and if you look at like the airship phenomena that was happening. Again, we didn't have anything really in the skies, and the fairy thing, although it on first glance looks completely different, Jacques Vallée, had that revelation at some point and said, "Oh my God, this is the same thing. It's just with a different face."
Yeah. The mystery airships, I think, are really interesting. I mean, it was sort of at the tail end of the 1800s. I think, like in the 1890s, there was a big wave, and then another one right at the sort of beginning of the 20th century, like 1908, 9, 10.
Yeah.
But it was really interesting because we did have hot air balloons at that time. So there were things in the air, and so it makes sense that there might have been people working on other things in the air that they might not have wanted to publicize yet. So there's the whole very prosaic terrestrial explanation, but then some of them were doing things that we don't have much evidence that anything was doing at that point, or that there was any sort of ability for that. So it's one of those things where, as far as UFO type things, there hasn't been nearly enough written on it compared to other things that have been covered to death. And
with the airships, you also got things like very, very bright lights shining down on people, like searchlights, and we didn't have the ability to throw enormously bright lights up into the sky unless someone was really ahead of his time and we never found out about it. Plus, they'd zip off across the sky at great speeds, which our dirigibles couldn't do at the time.
Right.
And they would have conversations with the people on board that were weird conversations. They weren't conversations like you would normally have with a person who happened to fly a dirigible into your yard.
Right. But then on the other hand, some of them were like, weirdly, very terrestrial. I was just, there's one, I can't remember. It was somewhere down south. I want to say Arkansas or Tennessee, but somebody who's like a politician met one of these guys, and it was like right before the Spanish-American War. And the pilot of this mystery airship, said that, I'm going to Cuba and I'm going to kill some Spaniards or something like that.
Right, yeah.
So it's this very sort of the time political sort of message, and which sort of bolsters the idea that at least some of them might have been, sort of the Area 51 Lockheed Skunk Works equivalent of, hot air balloons. So there's a lot of weird stuff.
Any thoughts, Mike?
That's the one thing that I'm always cautious of is that is an era of, a million newspapers all over, as opposed to whatever 7 or obviously I'm making that up now. There's the mega corporations that control all the newspapers now.
I think it's 5.
Yeah, something like that.
But every little town was cranking out a newspaper, and it was also probably a time of sensationalism and I've read so much stuff on the UFO lore, and a lot of it is channeled, and people will channel the aliens. I went through a bout of reading channeled books that lasted a few years, and read tons and tons and tons on it. But one of the things I read was, someone basically like in this channeling mode, like asked the aliens, and the alien voice came through, and it's at one point they were, the aliens were saying like, oh, and this is what happened here in this case, and this is what really happened here, and and then the people basically asked the channeled voice, like, what about the airship stuff from the late 1800s? And the alien said, oh, God, we don't even know what's going on with that stuff. So I have to factor that in. So.
That's awesome.
and I hear both sides of that newspaper issue where some people will say, well, people in the late 1800s weren't as prone to making stuff up as today. They weren't much publicity seekers. And then you get to say where the newspapers themselves were just in some cases, ridiculous and just posted anything they could that would get their numbers out there.
This was the golden age of carnies and
Yeah.
itinerant fake medicine salespeople, and this was an age of making stuff up at a pretty rapid clip. That's sort of the opposite of our ancestors couldn't do anything right. Our ancestors were pure and wholesome. They weren't, lying scum like we are now. But no, we've always been lying scum and making stuff up for publicity and for fun. It's fun as we get later into the evening with the UFO history. Some of the hoaxing of the 1950s and 60s is just hilarious. It's awesome, and it muddies the waters, and that's fun because we're never gonna have enough reports of lights in the sky to figure anything out. But what we do have are great stories about people and how they react to these things, and how it influences the culture and the subculture of believers and investigators. So, I mean, as irritating as it is, if you're interested in finding out, whatever quote the truth is about these things, I think weird things like, local newspaper editors making up one of these airship stories because that'll get, wider attention. That's, again, it's fun, and fun is important.
True. We got to take a quick break. We will be right back with Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas.
Where Did the Road Go can be heard first and usually live on WVBR, Saturday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern. Go to wheredidtheroadgo.com to ask questions of our live guests through the chat room. Where Did the Road Go is then re-aired on Dark Matter Radio and Deprogrammed Radio. You can download all shows for free on the website, and you can subscribe to us on Stitcher, iTunes, YouTube, or Vimeo. Additional content can be found on our video channels. You will also find our upcoming schedule, book reviews, blogs, free book downloads, links, and more. We are also on Facebook and Twitter, and if you want to help support the show, there are links to donate to us. Everything you need can be found at wheredidtheroadgo.com.
And if you're listening live on WVBR, you can go to the chat room and offer up comments or questions for our two guests, Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland. And we did something like this about a year ago, and it was just as interesting, I think, as this one is.
Yes, I think so. I thought it was fun. Yeah.
You're all about the.
I did too. Yeah.
For a teacher, you're all about the fun.
I'm all about fun. I'm so tired this year that I just need more fun.
So this moves us up to like World War II, and I think the big thing in World War II, where we had the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Which was,
as well as the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yes, and the Battle of Los Angeles, which was a weird one.
Which certainly was a weird one, yes. Yeah.
Well, for anyone who doesn't know, the Battle of Los Angeles was, what was it? Do you remember the year?
I think it was shortly after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, it was 42.
I think it was. So not too long after Pearl Harbor, long enough that somewhere over Los Angeles, a odd, suspicious craft was sighted. This was the era of searchlights. So the searchlights, there's an iconic picture of what looks like a disc-shaped craft, kind of foggy a little bit, but it's hard to know. But sort of a disc-shaped image centered in among a bunch of searchlights.
And what's interesting about that is the searchlights don't continue past the image, so they're hitting something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely hitting something. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually pulled up a picture of one of the newspaper photos here, and what for the people out in the listening audience, what it looks like is about 7 or 8 searchlights converging on one point. That's up in the sky. So it's clearly not just sort of going off into space searching for something. It looks, at least the picture that was in the LA Times certainly looked like it found something, but we don't know what that was.
Right, but we shot a lot of ammo at it.
Yes.
And I think that was some of the first fatalities in the war took place, I guess, on, whether there were very few fatalities took place on mainland soil here. And that was, the shells that ended up landing on civilians. Which had nothing to do with the Japanese invading the United States. So,
but and there was never a good explanation. I know some people have said that they were blimps, which makes for an interesting explanation. I don't think that's out of the question.
And I don't either. And I actually haven't reviewed that. And I know there are folks who have done good research on that. And I can't think of anyone's name right now. So that and the Foo Fighters, which I can't remember. There's a guy who did UFOs in World War II book, and I can't remember his name, and he sounded fascinating, and I never read that. It
wasn't Mac Mahoney, was it?
No, I think he did UFOs during wartime, which he certainly covered the Foo Fighters thing. But I know there's a guy who did a specific Foo Fighters book where he looked at the documentation, the open record of what was written. By folks in the field, or folks in the theater of combat, and the paper record that exists in file cabinets even today.
And of course, the Germans thought it was secret projects from the U.S., and the U.S. thought it was secret projects from Germany. But they were these objects that were flying right past our planes, zipping back and forth way faster than we could.
Yeah, it's very strange. And like you said, what's interesting is that there were, both sides thought, were experiencing these things and thought the other side was behind it. It's very, very interesting. The government, I think the CIA looked at it, that Robertson panel that looked into a lot of things, and a lot of talk from experts that was similar to St. Elmo's fire, sort of an electromagnetic sort of thing. But and
I would add that any pilot who has seen that would know exactly what that was.
Yeah,
and I've seen it in different. I worked a lot in high elevation, mountaineering type stuff. I worked teaching mountaineering for a while, and there was very rare occasions when you would get the perfect weather conditions where metal objects could have a sheen or a glow about them, and or make a little buzzing noise, and it was very clearly like some sort of static effect. I mean, you could just sense it,
Yeah.
So and that what the people are describing. I wouldn't, whatever. You're not going to sense. You're not going to mistake a static apparition. That's you're the. I mean, you're not going to mistake that for
exactly
the secret weapon of the Nazis, basically.
Right.
So.
And there are sometimes, I mean, if I'm remembering right, it wasn't just harassing pilots. On ships, people standing guard on ships would or standing watch, not standing guard on ships would see this and they'd watch it for like half an hour, 45 minutes, while it sort of hovered off in the distance. So it was a pretty varied phenomenon.
And the weird thing is we don't get reports of it anymore. We only got them during World War II.
Yeah,
well, we certainly get reports of orbs flying around.
Yeah, but not like the Foo Fighters. And you got to wonder why.
Well, there's the phenomena itself is evolving, is why.
I would probably agree with that. Either that or they were time travelers looking at us during World War II.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if you accept the oh gosh, I'm sort of shocked and saddened by how quickly I was like, well, yes, if you accept the time travel theory, but if you do accept the theory that some of these things might be, transtemporal in nature, then I mean, it's an awfully important time period in human history to check out. So,
sure.
So that makes sense. Of course, then that draws the question of, well, where are these strange time traveling blobs during World War I or now, or during anything else? Because
exactly,
it's kind of hard to be sort of self-consciously walking around thinking we're living at the most important point in human history, but it's all important at some point. So that's another idea that these are maybe not time travelers, but maybe time traveling probes, sort of like just like the Mars rover, but for time, that were sent back to record things or something.
I also appreciate the fact that in the original Battlestar Galactica, they kind of gave a nod to the Foo Fighters.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know,
I do not remember that, and I actually remember watching that show. I was just about the right age to watch that.
Well, I mean, obviously they picked up on Von Daniken's work with the whole Ancient Aliens type of thing, but on some of the episodes, they would be surrounded by these Foo Fighter-like things and taken into another realm. And I always appreciated the fact that they threw that in there, and they never really connected it to where the inspiration came from, but it was still interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, we come out of World War II, and we go into the Kenneth Arnold sightings in Roswell.
Yeah.
And Kenneth Arnold sightings, there's not really a lot of dispute that he saw something. It was something odd. And, I mean, I don't know that there's any good explanation for what he saw, unless you want to say it's an alien craft or whatever. But, I mean, I think he genuinely saw an unusual phenomena.
Yeah, and Kenneth Arnold was a pretty savvy, guy as far as playing the media. He gets hooked up with Ray Palmer from Amazing Stories, and they just sort of go with this thing. And a few weeks before Palmer or Arnold, and a few weeks before what would become the Roswell event, you have Maury Island.
Yeah,
a few days
Washington
before.
State.
Just a few days before.
Yeah, and where there's a craft that dumps some, slag-like metal into the harbor, and there's government agents and men in black, and Fred Chrisman, who's appeared in every conspiracy theory from Maury Island up to the 1970s or so.
Yeah.
Sort of lurking around. I mean, it's an amazingly. It might not be a complex story, but the reports of it I've read seem very complex. I don't know if you guys have read Ken Thomas's stuff about Maury Island.
I read that book, the JFK's and UFO. Yeah.
Yep. And I read the earlier edition, the one that was just called like the Maury Island case or something, the Maury Island incident, and that was republished and expanded as JFK and UFOs. And I remember thinking, this is a very familiar book, and then I realized it was the same book. But that book and all of Ken Thomas's stuff is just like anything that has to do with political conspiracies. I find myself really wishing I'd started doing some sort of flow chart, when I started reading it, so I could keep all of these connections between all these different people, straight. But it's and the Maury Island thing it's one of those things where when it happened, it was just some sort of weird thing. But I'm sure a month later, people who had experienced it or had heard about it were thinking, you've got Maury Island, and then you've got Kenneth Arnold, and then you've got the Air Force's story about the saucer and the retraction of the story about the saucer. And for those who were paying attention to those sorts of things in the summer of 47, it certainly must have looked like this was a sort of, this was all of a piece. This was one thing. And of course, that might be me looking back at it as, quote, what we all know what happened in the summer of 1947, but those three events in sort of rapid succession were pretty significant.
True.
And I will chime in that so I did some research on Kenneth Arnold, and Kenneth Arnold's daughter named Kimberly Arnold. She still lives in Idaho. And she was working on a book about her father, which sounded fascinating, going through his old papers and stuff like that. And I heard her talk on a radio thing, and I actually got her phone number and called her up, and we chatted for a few hours one night. And she seemed like a wonderful woman, and I was very impressed. And the reason I contacted her was Kenneth Arnold had a pet owl. Oh. And that was, so I got to hear the story where it was his daughter, Kimberly Arnold, found, I think they actually saw it falling out of a tree, or they found it on the side of the road, a little baby owl, and they brought it home, and Kenneth Arnold built an owl cage. And this was actually very touching and telling about, I mean, by all accounts, Kenneth Arnold was a upstanding, honest man. And his daughter Kimberly said that he built a cage, and there was like a little pause. I heard her, she said this to me directly. There was kind of a pause, and she said, "And you know what? That was the most beautiful birdcage anyone could have really ever built. She sort of praised her father, saying he built this really beautiful birdcage for this owl. Eventually, that owl got taken to the Boise Zoo. It was a great horned owl. Now, this is going to make no sense to anyone unless they know my backstory, where I've been sort of obsessively making connections between owls and UFO reports and stuff. So that got me interested. And so I dug into Kenneth Arnold, and I want to be very cautious how I say this, because this is just me riffing in a way. Kenneth Arnold had multiple UFO sightings, lots of UFO sightings, not just that one. He was, he actually saw one UFO from above in his private plane looking down. And he said it appeared as if it was a jellyfish, and he could see through it. It was translucent, like living organism, that he could look down and see the trees on the ground through this jellyfish apparition UFO thing. And so he also had orbs in his home, like glowing orbs in his home. He was fascinated with synchronicities. There's a few other things in this list. He was basically threatened by, basically secret government agents. Basically, shut your mouth, or we'll, disappear you out in the desert of, outside of Boise there. These are the stories that get told by UFO abductees. Multiple UFO sightings. If you're a researcher of the contact experience and someone says, "Oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of UFOs," boy, my ears perk up. I want to talk to this person. And Kenneth Arnold had a pretty strong record of what he shared publicly. There's an amazing thing online that you can research. I'm just going to look this up here because there's this interviews that. Well, I'll look it up in a second. There's some interviews he did in the 60s, and my God, he sounds like a UFO abductee in his tone and his sort of depth of the the paranormal aspects that had invaded his life. So I have no idea whether he was or he wasn't, but what I can say is that the things he reported sound very much like the things that modern day abductees report.
Yeah.
So that to me, just like including the interacting with Fred Krisman.
Oh man, Krisman, creepy, just creepy. One thing you say about Arnold sounding, like you said, sounding like an abductee or experiencing sort of acknowledging the paranormality of these things, it's just a really good example of how there is a spectrum of experience. It's not just these discrete categories of I saw something in the sky or I was an abductee. There's a whole range of effects that these paranormal instances have on individuals, and I think Arnold is a good example of someone who you can't easily put in a box as just somebody who had a sighting as opposed to an abductee or a contactee. He experienced something profound, but I think struggled to really convey what that might have been or how he interpreted it.
We're talking here with Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland, and so let's look at Roswell real quick. Roswell's probably the most talked about thing in the history of UFOs. My personal feeling, when I first came across it, I think like a lot of people, I felt like, wow, here's the smoking gun. And the more I looked into it over the years, the less convinced I was there was really anything to it whatsoever.
I agree. I think there is probably something there. I think something happened. I think something happened that the government wanted to throw people off the scent of, and I think UFOs were their disinformation tool of choice. I'm not sure I'm on board with the sort of extremely detailed account of that Nick Redfern comes up with in Body Snatchers in the Desert. Right. But if you just look at the circus that surrounded Roswell, especially since the late 80s and oh my gosh, 1997 with the 50th anniversary and this week with if you've been following any of the thing about the Roswell slides that are supposedly gonna be revealed that they're going to reveal information about the slides, but apparently because they couldn't get, and just from what I've heard, whispers around the interwebs here, that they really don't seem to have gotten anybody in the States media-wise interested in this. So they're lighting out for Mexico City and Jaime Maussan, who's been involved with some of the most outlandish, frauds in UFO history, and some of them have hitched their wagon to this guy. If I were the Air Force and I'm looking back on whatever I wanted to keep quiet that was going on in Roswell, I'm just sort of sitting back, lighting a cigar, and doing my evil bad guy laugh at how well we've muddied the waters of anything and knowing anything that might have happened. It's hilarious, and I greatly look forward to Cinco de Mayo when they do reveal whatever it is they think they're going to reveal. I don't think that anybody is necessarily acting with any sort of malice with these slides. I think, like a lot of Roswell things, people have such enthusiasm and pre-existing belief about what it must be that they will latch on to anything that seems to bear that out. And like everything that I've been talking about here tonight, it's just fun to watch. It's just going to be the biggest sort of disaster you've ever seen, and it's one of those great disasters where nobody gets hurt or killed, and you just see people embarrassed, and losing their money, which is the best kind.
I always thought that John Keel's theory of it being a Japanese Fugo balloon had a lot of steam behind it, because it explained a lot of what was going on, and or what was seen. Plus, it was something that the government was trying to keep quiet. Right, and there's a great, if you don't have it, and if any of the listeners out there, if you want a good overview of the vast array of ideas around Roswell, it's still up on Amazon. It's Fate Magazine. The editors of Fate Magazine put together a collection called The Best of Roswell a few years ago, and it reprints articles. It's a bunch of John Keel stuff and some Stanton Friedman and Kevin Randall stuff, and Nick Redfern talks about his body snatchers, war criminals thing in there. It's a really good overview of the different theories that have gone back and forth and how those have developed over the last 20 years or so. It'll save you a lot of reading a lot of really bad books about Roswell if you just pick up this one. I also suspect that when the government says we don't have any files on Roswell, they probably really don't. I don't know that they're really hiding anything. They've probably just been lost to time. No one really paid attention to Roswell until the 1980s. I mean, that's exactly a long gap of time.
Exactly, and there were references to it in the 50s, but they were mostly like, sort of dismissive references to. And some people say, that the Air Force made up a story about a saucer crashing, but it wasn't, and then they move on, and it's gotten muddied up with the Aztec. The Aztec crash, that's another supposed crash that took place out there, and there's some debate about whether that was a distinct incident or a different point of view on the Roswell crash. It's what we call the Roswell crash. But you're right, nobody really paid much attention to this thing until the book by Bill Moore and Charles Berlitz that Friedman did a lot of the footwork on. So that came out in the late 70s, early 80s. Yeah. And then it was just that book for a really long time, for about 10 years. There was also the MJ-12 document or whatever it was. Yeah.
Was pretty much proven to be fake, to be a hoax.
I'm going to chime in. I don't know if that was proven to be a hoax.
Really? Okay.
There's lots of people who will say it's proven to be a hoax, and there's lots of people who will defend it. It did arrive under very suspicious circumstances. I'm just going back to there's what would be the MJ-12 documents. It's not just one document. There's all kinds of it. And it's Richard Dolan. If I'm getting this correctly, he talked about the fact that he just printed them all up at one point. Just let's get a big pile and put them in a 3-ring binder and print each and every one of these up. And he said it's a big, thick stack of documents. And he says if it was faked, it's a very sophisticated bit of fakery.
I'm
you know?
sure.
So, what reason would there be to do a very sophisticated? So either if it's true, it's got all kinds of implications, and if it's faked, it's a sophisticated disinformation forgery. And what purpose would that serve? So either way, there's it like basically opens the same Pandora's box.
Yeah.
I think the sort of why would they do such an elaborate fake? If you look at it in the context of what was going on with the AFOSI and Paul Benowitz and all of that, I mean, the military intelligence industrial complex in the early to mid 80s was pretty much 100% behind complex hoaxes to mess with people's heads.
Yeah.
And,
as well as mess with the Russian
right. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's so, I mean, I don't have, we've done some pretty elaborately sneaky hoax sort of stuff. There's the most recent stuff I've read about, the veracity of MJ12 is there was, I forget what document, because one of the first references to Majestic or MJ12 was in some of the Aquarius documents that were sent to or given to Paul Benowitz as part of that disinformation campaign. So there is a link there. There is a link there with that. But there's also some indication or some theorizing that there might have been something called MJ12 that actually had nothing to do with flying saucers, but that designation might have been used for something else. So again, it's not so much is it real, is it fake, but how much of it is real and for what reason was it assembled in this way and disseminated in the way that it was.
And all of that is fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah.
And opens up all kinds of, lots more questions.
Now, what are your thoughts on Roswell, Mike?
Oh my God. I mean, I'm so freaking tired of Roswell. I mean, that's the one, I mean, there's nothing I can say that will add anything to the open debate. So, except that Edgar Mitchell, the one, guy that walked on the moon, that's the most outspoken about the spiritual aspects of both his direct experience, well, it's the spiritual aspects of being in space, as well as, he's the one that talks about, oh yes, we all, everyone in NASA knows that there's, aliens. So he's the guy that's saying that he is from Roswell, New Mexico. That's where he was born and raised.
So this brings us into the 50s and 60s, and this is one area that I know Aaron has written a book on.
Yeah,
a part of it anyway, the contactee experience.
Yep.
So let's delve into that briefly. Now, the contactees are different from the abductees that we're seeing today.
Yeah, the contactees it's a broad category. The sort of stereotypical contactee is somebody like George Adamski, who had physical face-to-face meetings with beings from other planets, usually in our solar system, that were human, that were very much like us, but who had transcended all of the horrible bad things that our species was currently going through in the 50s and into the 60s with the Cold War and the threat of nuclear annihilation and racism and all of those horrible things. And had come out the other side and were here to not make everything better for us, but for the purpose of showing us that there was a better way. It's another example of this xenolatric, almost a flagellation, beating ourselves up because we're horrible. we need the gentle, peaceful, long-haired hippie space brothers to tell us how to get out of the cosmic kindergarten. And move on to the next phase, and a lot of it was there was a lot of in the midst of all the contactee talk about aliens, a lot of socio-political commentary on Cold War America and the Cold War West in general, and all of that was existing alongside the very sort of stiff upper lip and staid and boring efforts of groups like NICAP and APRO with Donald Kehoe and then Jim and Coral Lorenzen, who ran APRO, to basically collect filing cabinets full of sightings. until there would be, I don't know, some sort of critical mass where the Air Force would suddenly throw up its hands and go, "You got us. We've been hiding it all. Here's what's going on," which we're still waiting for. But it was an incredibly diverse time. There's this glorious period from the late 40s into the early 50s where the idea that these things are alien spacecraft has not yet completely taken hold, and there's a huge amount of speculation about what these things could be, and part of me thinks that everything we're doing now in UFO talk, like these conversations we're having here, and that other shows like this have, we're trying to get back to that point where we haven't made up our minds that it's either aliens or it's absolutely nothing but swamp gas or the planet Venus. It was an interesting time. It was pretty wild.
Well, and I'll just add that you're sort of saying that the contactees were the ones saying it's our loving space brothers. Boy, you got to go to a UFO conference, because that's the
it's
core
still
of,
here.
It is very much here, and it is very much its own deeply rooted belief system. And I'll also say it's its own, I trust the people who tell these stories of these, their direct experience is being in connection with something that mimics the divine in a way. Yeah. So I have to say that I hear these stories. Sometimes the nuances that are added to the stories kind of make my toes curl in my shoes a little bit. But the people are reporting what I consider to be very real firsthand experiences. So I don't have any reason to doubt them, except
some
for
of them.
Oh, keep going. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, some of them aren't, and some of them. I mean, George Adamski's photographs are clearly hubcaps. So there's also.
Oh yeah. I'm not defending George Adamski, but I'm saying that
there were others that were that something had something had happened to them, and they might have been framing it in a way that they could that made sense to them, and others were using it as a means to disseminate, like I said, these sort of more down to earth socio-cultural messages of peace and love at a time when that was a message humanity probably needed to hear. But there's also you're right, there is some stuff there that is really sort of, people are trying to convey what they experienced, and they're sort of grasping at these space images and using that, which is sort of current at the time, to try to get these larger spiritual ideas across.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Adamski's first draft of his book actually didn't involve space aliens, but wasn't it some kind of religious context?
It's not really a first draft. Back in the 20s and 30s, he ran something called the Royal Order of Tibet, out in California, and he had a book called. Eventually, it would be called Cosmic Philosophy. But earlier on, there were smaller writings. There were some pamphlets. One was in the 30s. One was called The Kingdom of Heaven on Earth. Another was called Satan, Man of the Hour, which is what is humanity up to? What are they doing? Where are we going? Well, we're following Satan in the sense of violence and materialism, rather than a physical Satan.
Right.
And in the space aliens come in the late 40s. He writes a science fiction novel called something I can't remember. It's slipping my mind. It's after midnight, so I can't remember exactly what it's called. But it's about a group of astronauts who fly around Earth astronauts who fly around the solar system and meet people on the moon, and meet people on Mars and Venus, and all the usual places that Adamski would meet people from. So there's this, but the philosophical ideas of love and brotherhood and this sort of vaguely pseudo-Eastern spirituality, that's consistent from the pre-flying saucer days all the way up until Adamski's death in the early 1960s. So he had a message. I mean, he wasn't, his alien stories were pretty fraudulent. I think it's not, outrageous to say, but
right.
He was sincere in his message. I think he was sincere in what he wanted to convey to people.
All right. Okay. So I'm looking at the time, and we got maybe 10 minutes left, and we're only up to, the 1950s.
Pioneers of space. That's I just remember Pioneers of space. Yeah.
Would you guys like to come back sometime in the very near future and continue this rather than trying to squeeze in the next half a decade here in 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll figure out when exactly, but I just wanted to make sure that was okay rather than trying to rush through all this stuff because I like the pace we've been taking. And I think it's good for people listening, too, who maybe don't know all of this stuff.
Right.
I also say if people want to really get a scope of the UFO phenomena, you have to read Jacques Vallée's work.
Yep.
He's one of the best out there. I mean, Strieber's another one that definitely has a different take on it. Personally, I really like John Keel, but I think some of Keel's ideas are a little out there sometimes, or he was a little bit off on some of it, but he definitely made some very interesting discoveries. Any thoughts, you guys?
I think that Keel is fun.
Definitely.
Fun again. I like his stuff. Some of it is deeply dense and difficult to get. Not necessarily Vallée level thinky and dense and deep, but if a book like The Eighth Tower,
yes,
is difficult to get through if you're not ready to move beyond, stories of lights in the sky.
And it is one of the ones that really comes up with some unique stuff, some unique observations about the UFO phenomena.
It really is. It really is an important book, and it's great that Anomalist Press has been republishing that one and a number of other classic UFO books, including a lot of Vallée's work. I like Keel. I love the Mothman Prophecies. I think that's a great book. I don't think it's the best book about the Mothman Prophecies. I have to be a little bit old school and say Gray Barker's The Silver Bridge is
okay.
I like it better. Because Barker was from the area where this was taking place. Keel's an outsider. Keel's a New Yorker going down to West Virginia. For Barker, these are his people. And it's a different point of view of what are basically, the same events. And I certainly read both of them. But if I had to, never read one of them again, I would ditch Keel and stick with Barker.
Well, who would you recommend people do read? Besides the ones I just mentioned.
I think there are a number of books that are good to read. There's the Vallée and the Keel, absolutely. All of Gray Barker's stuff, even the stuff that was clearly just sort of, part of his sort of Carney Huckster promotional publicity mindset is deeply important. They knew too much about flying saucers. His first book from, I think, 1954 I read it at least once a year. It's great. If you want to see the earliest ufological origins of the Men in Black, not counting them showing up at Maury Island, but where UFO people started talking about the Men in Black, that's where to start. Other ones that are absolutely crucial, Greg Bishop's Project Beta, his investigation of, his examination of the Air Force Special Intelligence people, planting stories in the mind of a guy named Paul Benowitz in New Mexico in the 1980s. Right there is the origin of a lot of the sort of dark conspiracy theory themed UFO mythology from that time, from the government having a secret deal with aliens to trade abductees for technology to underground bases. All of it gets its start right there. Not strictly UFO related, but John Ronson's The Men Who Stare at Goats is really crucial for understanding, I think, the way that at least certain aspects of the U.S. military have had a sort of conflicted but very strange relationship with the paranormal over the years. Just off the top of my head, those are ones that I would absolutely send people to.
And Mike, what about you?
Well, it's interesting. You that whole list you just rattled off, Aaron. None of them were abduction books.
No, I don't like abductions.
Oh, that's okay. That's all I focus on. I'm just like, if it's not an abduction story, I just like, lights in the sky, yawn, like someone talking about their direct contact experience. I'm fascinated by it and drawn into it.
And this is why I think you two make a good
That's
team
what I was going to say.
this.
I don't have to talk about abductions because Mike's here.
Right,
so.
exactly.
Hooray.
You got it all covered, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, which they talk a little bit about abduction, but there's a trilogy of Jacques Vallée did, and I think they were released in the 90s. One's called Revelation, Dimensions, and
Dimensions is one of my favorites, and Confrontations, I think, is the other one.
And Confrontations, yeah, that's the three. Those three should all be read, and basically as one big long book. And I think Dimensions is an updated version of Passport to Magonia.
No,
I think that's the one.
It has some of the same material in it, but it's a completely different book. And I was actually going to say, over Passport to Magonia, Dimensions takes that idea and really expands it out a lot more.
Okay, good. Okay, so if you're going to read one Jacques Vallée book, I would say Dimensions.
Yes.
Yes, and then Communion by Whitley Strieber kind of needs to be read regardless, just because it raises many more questions than it answers, and all those questions are important. And it's hard for me to really, I have got so many first-person UFO abduction books on my shelf, and it's hard for me to recommend one over another, and I'm drawing a blank now on on one that I would recommend. There is a book by Bud Hopkins called Sight Unseen.
That was
his last.
Yeah.
Is it the Hudson Valley?
No.
Sight Unseen was kind of, it was his last book before his memoir. That he published. And he published it with his wife, Carol Rainey, who has since sort of come out of the woodwork and kind of been hypercritical of his methods.
It's been wild, yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, that book is written in alternating chapters where, one chapter talks about, very strange properties that a UFO has. And the follow-up chapter is about how, modern men of science are digging into exactly that, whether that be invisibility or time travel or whatever. So I just skipped all the other ones. I just focused on the actual the events and not the speculation on what science is doing right now.
It was a departure for him, for sure.
And it was he gets a kind of a bad rap for being, never straying from the the core of the UFO contact experience, it has a certain, it plays itself out in a certain way, and which I don't think is true. I think that's almost like, people have wrapped that mystique around him, and then maybe when he was doing, like radio interviews and things like that, he stayed on that. But that book was, I agree, like a very powerful departure where it's this case study after case study after case study of the weirdest stuff. And I think that one is a well-written book if you just skip every other chapter and focus on his stuff as opposed to the stuff his wife wrote, which didn't really have anything to do with UFOs and the contact experience. It was more just about what is the cutting edge of modern science. That book is great. Boy, there are some gems in that book and some extremely bizarre stories. And that's what I'm finding when I talk to people, first person about this stuff, is that you will hear the weirdest stuff that no one at MUFON will touch. MUFON doesn't want to be have their hands muddied with this freaky weird stuff. No. They want to talk about lights in the sky, and little dots of little pinpoints of something that zips off, or maybe some burn marks in a farmer's field, and that's it. That's obviously a gross, simplification, but that's kind of the core of it. So yeah, I would recommend those. But I'm just trying to think of a good first-person narrative, and I just feel like I just read them, and I just.
Well, I think Strieber is probably one of the best first-person narratives for that type of stuff.
And then you would have to read his books back to back. You would have to. There's like that Communion spawned
Transformation.
I think Transformation.
You would want to read at least Transformation.
Yeah.
I think those two go together very well, and he definitely fleshes out the ideas that he starts with in Communion.
At the very end of Transformation, he the book ends with 25 questions, challenges to science, and here are the 25 questions. I can't think of them off the top of my head,
right.
but they are still completely unaddressed. No one's talking about them. No one's talking about them at the UFO conferences. Nobody at MUFON is talking about them, and that book is now getting close to. Transformation was written right after Communion.
Yeah.
So it's got to be getting close to 25 years old, that book. And those questions are unaddressed, and they're very profound, deeply spiritual, and like coming from a place of say what you will about him, and whether you want to call him a hoaxer or whatever, or which certainly a lot of people do. They don't have any, but those 25 questions are not. It might not be 25, might be some other random number. But,
Right.
And I did a blog post about that a while ago. And Roddy McDowell read the audiobook of Transformation. So it's Roddy McDowell's beautiful voice reading those questions. And I have that linked so you can listen to it as an audio. It's about 7 or 8 minutes long where Roddy McDowell reads those questions.
Nice.
So.
All right,
that's cool. I need to check that out.
So I think last time we left off around the 1960s, actually. And we were talking about contactees and stuff, which was Aaron's forte.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not mine, so yeah.
Right. And so in the 1960s, not only did you have the contactees, but you had a lot of just random UFO sightings. And the whole flying saucer book craze took off.
Well, there was certainly a flying saucer book craze in the 50s.
In the 50s.
Probably not the late 40s. I don't know actually when the very first flying saucer book or UFO book was published, but it had to have been right there at the late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah. I know Adamski's book came out fairly early in the 50s. I can't remember offhand when Donald Kehoe's first book came out. I think Flying Saucers Are Real was the first one, and 1950. I had it here on a web page that I was looking at. So he wrote his article, Flying Saucers Are Real, showed up in True in January 1950, and then Flying Saucers Are Real, sort of the expanded version of that, was also 1950. So yeah, not a lot in the late 1940s. It picks up the pace in the 1950s, and then by the 1960s, it's starting to get into, if not the mainstream, it's breaking out of that enclave of magazines like True and Fate and things like that. You're getting more coverage in things like Look magazine, Saturday Evening Post, Time and Life, and things like that in the 1960s.
And the host of science fiction movies.
Yes.
And those science fiction movies existed in the 50s also, so that would be a little unfair to say they just popped out of nowhere in the 60s, but they certainly continued on in the 60s.
And then they kind of just died out after that. Like the 50s and 60s, all this stuff was huge, and at the end of the 60s, it seemed to just kind of grizzle out a little bit.
Did it? I don't think that's true. Really? I mean, there was all kinds of things that,
But not to the same extent, it seemed. At least to me, it doesn't seem that way. It seemed like there was a craze going on in the 50s and 60s that leveled off a little in the 70s.
Yeah, I think there was a decline in the 70s, but I do think it was still going in the 60s. And in the 60s, you also get more television treatments of these things because television's coming of age as a medium as well. So in the early 60s, you get some great Twilight Zone episodes that deal with the saucers. Monsters Are Due on Maple Street is just one of the best half hours of television ever, in my opinion. It's all these manipulative, sort of evil manipulative space brothers who are prepping us for oh gosh, no, it's not a spoiler. It aired 50 years ago.
Exactly.
It's if you don't know that To Serve Man is a cookbook, you just leave now. But yeah, we had that. We had The Invaders later on in the later 1960s. And in the 70s, I think it was 60s or 70s, Project UFO. It went under a couple different names, but the Jack Webb series.
That was based on Project Blue Book.
Project Blue Book, yeah. I was saying, actually, I misspoke before. Project UFO was a late 1970s show, not late 1960s. So it's well after Blue Book closed down. It's well after the Condon Report, which I'm sure we'll talk about here in a while.
Right.
So it did come on the heels of like one of you said, Close Encounters, and that's that era of film science fiction.
Okay. And also at the end of the 60s, you got kind of the alternative thinking of people like John Keel and Jacques Vallée popping up.
Yes.
Yes, and in the dawn of the 60s, you certainly had the Betty and Barney Hill case, though that didn't make it to the press until late 60s.
Was it late 60s?
I think it was the late 60s.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was printed in Look magazine in the very late 60s.
Okay.
So that was the dawning of the alien abduction lore in popular culture, even though it certainly did show up in things like The Outer Limits. And I will also put forward that the culmination of Kubrick's 2001 is certainly Dr. David Bowman is abducted and taken to a strange, timeless place. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. The thing about the abductions in the 1960s, and I hesitate to use that word because that wasn't a word that came until much later. So the excessively physical and not quite consensual contact experiences, we might want to call them, and just more and more coverage of weird flying saucer contacts. It wasn't just the friendly space brothers or just lights in the sky. You start seeing more and more stories during the 1960s of people encountering pilots on these craft that are just weird. Coral Lorenzen and Jim Lorenzen, who ran APRO, which was one of the big UFO organizations in the 50s and 60s and into the 70s, wrote a book in I think 1966, 1967 called Flying Saucer Occupants, and it was just a collection of stories of people who had met people or creatures in flying saucers, and it has a handy little chart in the back describing all the different kinds of flying saucer occupants that people encountered, and it was incredibly varied. It was the tall, sort of Nordic-looking blondes, and it was weird little dwarfish creatures, and some of them were robots, and some of them looked human but weren't quite. So it was remarkably varied. But on the one hand, you have that, and on the other hand, you still have Donald Kehoe and his NICAP organization being very, very, very conservative and concentrating on, collecting endless amounts of sighting reports and downplaying anything that even remotely looked like a contactee experience, because they were sort of very worried about being tainted by what they thought of as sort of carny charlatans.
As is MUFON today is very hesitant to. It's obviously changed a little bit, but they are very. I think the core of the organization is they collect sightings reports, and they don't like to stray from that. And then I actually had one guy at MUFON tell me, which was good. It was an honest answer. He said, I used to do abduction stuff, but it just took so much time.
Yeah.
Basically he was saying it's easier just to, go and collect sighting reports. It doesn't get so sloppy and all over the map. So that the APRO issues are still, happening right now in the one mainstream UFO reporting agency that's still around.
Right.
Yeah. The thing about MUFON is, and I know we're getting ahead a little bit,
that's all right.
But
they started in the 60s. So
yes, they did.
So there we got the 60s title.
Right. Okay, we're still on track. Their TV show, what is it, Hangar One on the History Channel, is actually, I think, quite a shift for MUFON. Going towards things that are a little more speculative, a little less sort of dry which is the 1 year I was a MUFON member, the magazine was just deathly dull. I mean, it's just, oh man, it's a bunch of people trotting out what passes for an 8th grade science experiment. And, here's my numbers and here's my data. It's like, that's not data. That's a story about a light. And sort of downplaying all the really interesting stuff that goes on. But Hangar 1, it does get into some of the highly speculative things that tie into the broader extraterrestrial conspiracy culture and the government role in these things, even the name, just invoking the idea that there is a hangar where all the records are.
Well, actually, I think that is actually true. There is like a room at a hangar, and I think that even some of I think the exterior that they show is actually the hangar, though the interior is not.
Right.
And then I will also say it is a type of made-for-TV documentary filmmaking that I just find completely unwatchable. What did we talk about? We talked about Ancient Aliens last time, so I feel like I'm repeating myself almost word for word. Yeah, there's this modern cable TV, what passes for documentary is something else entirely.
Yep.
It is and then I think that MUFON lends their name to Hangar 1 the same way that like Alfred Hitchcock lent his name to Alfred Hitchcock Mystery Magazine.
Yeah.
So.
And on the one hand, I'm thinking, well, that kind of move can damage your reputation, and then on the other hand, I think. They don't have any reputation. It's MUFON. Who cares? Oh no, MUFON is less credible than it used to be. Who cares?
Well, I think there are folks at MUFON who do care and then treat themselves as if they are, a reputable organization. And I think that there are things within the organization that attempt to be reputable.
Yes.
But it just seems like, how to say it?
It's not enough.
They're just so cautious about stuff, and there's just so much stuff going on below the waterline that they're just so timid about jumping into. Now, that said, I could probably sit here, and I won't do it because it involves people's identities and stuff like that. I know a lot of people who work for MUFON who are, who will sort of whisper that they've had the direct contact experience, and they have, they would be abductees, and as one woman put it, her name is Elaine Douglas, who was fired from MUFON, and she was doing abduction research. I won't go into that now. She's since passed on, but she basically said 50% of the people at MUFON have had these beings, have basically woken to these beings in their bedroom.
Wow.
Huh.
So,
wow, 50%.
That's just, I think that was a little bit off the cuff, and I think she was trying to be a little bit, inflammatory with that comment, the way she used it. She sent it to me in an email, though I do trust that she's speaking from some, some authority on it. So I don't know, 50%, like there's somebody made a joke to me one time, and they kind of looked at me very seriously, and they said, that 74% of all statistics are made up on the spot.
I think I've used that line once.
Oh, good. Okay. So,
yeah. That's a good one.
So she, who knows? But I mean, I think it would be surprising and startling the number of people who are working for MUFON who have, in essence, had these beings in their bedroom at night.
And I can certainly see why given MUFON's attitude towards some of these things, that they would be uncomfortable with people playing that up. So
she was axed for other reasons that we.
Oh, okay.
Or once we get up to the 2000s or the 2010s or whatever, we can get into that. So.
Okay.
Let's see if we can make it there tonight.
Okay.
We're still in the 1950s and
Barney Hill,
60s.
and that was the core of the 60s, and then the Shermer, he was the fellow that was the cop that was taken on board somewhere in the Midwest, wasn't he? Like in Oklahoma or something like that?
Yes, I
Earl
believe
Shermer or something like that. Yes, and I think that the culmination of that, the only thing that I can't really remember all the details of it, but he was, there was a series of sightings and contact experiences which don't seem to play out presently, where it was sort of driving down the road, there's a landed flying saucer, you stop the car, some, nice, amiable aliens kind of say, hey, come on board. And you walk on board and they kind of show you around, and then they say, okay, now it's time to go. And then you walk off. There's a series of those. The guy who ate the pancakes, what's his name?
Yeah. I don't remember his name at all.
I'll remember it in a little bit here. But
there was also the guy in South America that had sex with the alien.
Yeah,
and was all traumatized by it.
That was Villas Boas, and that was technically in the 50s.
But the story hit the U.S. in the 60s. I think it did come from the APRO newsletters. They were the first ones to get the translation of the story and work with somebody down in South America. So it's in their Flying Saucer Occupants book, sort of one of the earliest write-ups of that in English in the 1960s, but it was a 1950s event. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it was the Shermer case. The punchline, which I just love, is he asked, well, what are you doing here, and what am I supposed to do, and why are you here, and they answered, the aliens told him, they said, we want you to believe in us, but not too much.
Not too much. Yeah.
So I still think that's kind of, maybe they're upping the ante a little bit lately, and so that was I just thought that was a great line. And it was when he said "you," it sounded like they were speaking more to humanity rather than to Harold himself.
Right. Yeah, I love that line. We want you to believe in us, but not too much. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, no one would make that up.
Well, yeah, especially at that time.
Yeah.
I think hoaxes have gotten a lot smarter in current day because there's so much information out there.
Yeah. People are.
So in the 60s, there was a television show called The Invaders, which is worth watching. They're in high definition. They're good quality episodes, and they're all on YouTube. Every single one of them you can search out on YouTube, so you can watch them in order. And there's one episode, I'm not going to try to Google and remember what it was, but Fritz Weaver, the character actor who was in a bunch of Twilight Zones and such, he is in this episode, and he plays like he's at the embassy of some obviously sort of fake Eastern European country. They kind of give it a name, Kyrgyzstan or something like that. Mm-hmm. And so he's like kind of this Cold War thing, and they've got some secrets about the UFO stuff. What's the character's name? David Vincent. David Vincent sneaks in and to steal something out of the safe and sort of gets put in their dungeon, and then then the aliens come in. So there's this scene in where they come up to this car pulls up to the gate of the embassy, and it's pretty high quality actually as far as television filmmaking for that era, and it's the Men in Black. They're dressed like the Men in Black. They don't have quite black suits on, but they have that kind of bland
sinister
face, and they are the aliens. So the aliens are coming in, and they're trying to get in, and they come up to the booth. And it's just the way it's photographed. The guy from the booth kind of walks out and looks at them and talks to them. You can't really hear what he's saying. And then he comes back in, picks up the telephone at the booth that's at the gate to the embassy, and says, "The men from Point Pleasant are here." This was before the Point Pleasant events, which were the Mothman events, mm-hmm. which are certainly a stalwart of the 1960s, weirdness.
Yeah.
So I cannot figure out how they managed to slip that line in there. I think that all the events took place in 66 and 67, and I'm pretty sure that episode was from 66. So how that got my only way to think of it is that the scriptwriters probably had like a clipping service for UFO sightings or something like that.
Probably.
And they had, which was for anyone under 40, the clipping services, like they were services that would go through the files and literally take a scissor and cut out things, put them in a big envelope, and so you could get topics sent to your home or office, or if you're doing research on something. So that's my only guess, is that somehow they slipped that in because of something from a clipping service.
And I remember, I think it was in Jim Moseley's autobiography, The Confessions of a Grave Robbing Ufologist. I forget. Shockingly Close to the Truth. That's the name of it. He talks about Roy Thinnis, the star of The Invaders, being a pretty big UFO buff and appearing at one of the national UFO conferences around that time. There's a really good article. If you just Google Invaders Fred Chrisman, there's a blog post at Silver Screen Saucers by Ken Thomas, the conspiracy writer behind Steam Shovel Press and a whole bunch of really good books, about how Fred Chrisman, who was involved in the Maury Island incident back in the 40s, when the first Men in Black things actually predates Kenneth Arnold's sighting, and who was also, some believe, connected to the JFK assassination. Apparently, Chrisman told some people in a letter that the plot of The Invaders was based on his life and secret missions he'd undertaken, or something like that. So there's all these weird connections around The Invaders. Of course, with what has become sort of the standard, paranoid conspiracy trope of they look just like us, but they're not like us, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it's very emblematic of the era.
And let's talk about Mothman, because that was a big event that some people don't even realize was connected to UFOs.
Right.
But that was kind of the key point in it, is that there were all these UFO sightings. You have the Men in Black, and you have the Mothman. And
you have the collapse of the Silver Bridge,
right?
As almost as if the Mothman or the UFOs were sort of like the tragedy itself somehow manifested or predicted, manifested in advance of this horrible tragedy.
Right. Was it something that they did, or was it something that they were attempting to warn people of? Was it just something that happens when some manifestation, like you said, of the energy of whatever's going to happen happens? It's it's sort of a constellation of weirdness.
Yeah,
exactly. That was happening around there, and there's a military industrial complex connection to it with the Union Carbide plant that was near Point Pleasant. There's a couple good books about people who were there. It was John Keel's Mothman Prophecies,
obviously,
of course, but also Gray Barker's book, The Silver Bridge, has been republished in a form that is actually available to purchase for less than several $100s, like the remaining copies of the original run. And one thing I like about Gray Barker's treatment of the incident over Keel's is that Barker was, about as much of a local guy as you could get. It was not too far down the road from him. He was in Clarksburg, and Point Pleasant was not that far away. So his approach to talking to witnesses and talking to people who'd seen these strange things is a bit better, because he knows the people, he understands the culture, the society of West Virginia in the 60s. And John Keel was, a guy from New York who came down.
Well, he was actually from upstate New York, so he grew up on a farm. So he was, he wasn't. It wasn't like he was, the thin man or anything like that.
Right. But he was still more of an outsider than Barker.
True.
Would have been.
But he's the one that.
And I have not read Barker's books. And I think you can get. You can get the Silver Bridge on Kindle.
You can, yeah. Okay. Andy Colvin.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
He's been republishing a whole bunch of Gray Barker stuff in the last couple of years that I need to stock up on, because a lot of really obscure things that Gray Barker wrote that went out of print very quickly are available again.
Andy's also been republishing a lot of Keel's articles and talks and stuff as well.
Yes, so which is excellent.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And the Mothman element of that whole thing just adds to the overall weirdness. And I think it's probably one of the first really weird thing that happened that people know about as far as the UFO phenomenon gets. The first time where people just stop and go, how is this even connected to UFOs?
Right. It opened things up. It opened up the UFO field in a very John Keel way to being something more than nuts and bolts physical objects flying through the sky. There's something truly paranormal about it. With the Mothman, the appearances evoke, both cryptozoological things and also, just weird psychic events where people, sort of a consensus reality where you are thinking about something so hard that there's a physical manifestation of your thoughts right there. So it was very, very strange. And then the bridge collapse, I'm not sure how well it would be remembered if it wasn't for the bridge collapse. If there wasn't some sort of event to really cement that whole constellation of weirdness in people's minds. And of course, Keel's book popularizing it, and later writers talking about it as well.
Any thoughts, Mike?
I agree. Yeah. In fact, I'm writing this book on owls, and one of the things that did come up is that people were dismissing the Mothman as a giant owl,
Right.
which also happened in the Flatwood Monsters case, as well as the what was the case from Kentucky, the Hopkinsville.
Hopkinsville,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, where that was dismissed as an owl too. So
All right.
dismissed with, it didn't really quite make sense that people were just so quick to say, oh, that's an owl. People were mistakenly seeing a big owl.
And of course, with the Mothman prophecies, you also have a lot of Men in Black type of stuff going on too. Kind of an overdrive, really.
Yeah.
What's his? Yeah, and that's where Andy Colvin is probably the better person to address all these things.
Yeah, he's deeply knowledgeable. He lived in the area for a while.
I've had Andy on, and I'll say his information is hard to parse through.
Yes, it is. It's very dense. I've read some of his Mothman's photographer books, and they're the kind of books that they're full of a whole lot of stuff, and I feel like I need to keep a flow chart going as I read it to try to connect all of these things that are going on. But another thing, as far as owls, what Mike was saying, the Flatwoods monster in West Virginia was also described as being similar or reminiscent of an owl, red eyes, wings hanging down, things like that. So,
owls do not have red eyes at night. They tend to have greenish eyes, similar to a cat. If you were to shine a light on them.
Yeah, and I think the owl. People have described it. What people have done is skeptics have looked at what people have said about the Flatwoods monster and said, well, it probably sounded like an owl, as opposed to the people who actually saw it, who didn't say, oh, it looked like an owl.
Right.
So the owl thing is one of those things that's present in a lot of these phenomenon, but in some cases, like Flatwoods, I think, has also been used to dismiss them, which is odd, because if you've looked at the drawings of the Flatwoods monster, it doesn't really look like an owl.
I think from a debunker's standard, though, they can look at and say, well, you saw something big that startled you at night, must have been an owl.
Yeah, I mean, and Occam's razor kind of backs that up, but except in the cases when the simplest explanation isn't true,
right?
And the truth is actually made
very
up of
complex,
something, made up of something that we can't even fully explain. We don't have words for it. So, yeah.
If a winged monster you didn't get a good look at startled you, probably a good chance it was an owl.
Yeah. Yeah, or a giant bat.
Well, true, depending on where you are.
Yeah, those will freak you out.
Now, at the end of the 60s, too, you have Jacques Vallée having his revelation that these current UFO experiences are very similar to the fairy faith. And eventually he tied it into all kinds of other religious miracles and stuff like that, but that wasn't until the 80s. But he had that one moment where he said, look, this might be the same phenomena with a different face.
Yes.
And that we're still in that right now. We're dealing with this phenomena that has all kinds of theatrical elements that seems to be matching what we want to see in this scientific paradigm that we live in now.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole concept of pareidoia, we look for patterns in things. That's just how our brains work a lot of times. And just like somebody might see an otherworldly creature, and somebody might see something completely prosaic and normal, and some people see something so strange they don't have any framework in which to put it. And I think what Vallée did, which was really, really valuable, is put these things into the context of, like you said, into the context of folklore. And he wasn't the first to connect the two. There was, I can't remember his name, but in I think 1950, there was an article in the Journal of the Hoosier Folklore Society called Flying Saucers and Folklore. And it didn't necessarily say these flying saucer stories are like what happened in old folk tales. What this author was arguing was that flying saucer belief, even at that early point, was developing a mythological system of its own that was reminiscent of how fairy tales come to be. So he called it basically a fairy tale system for the 20th century, which I I just found this article in a journal when I was looking for something else a couple months ago, and I couldn't believe that early on you had scholars of folklore and folk culture looking at the flying saucer phenomenon, and particularly some of the early media coverage of it that emphasizes sort of fairy tale nature.
Well, Carl Jung himself published the book,
Yeah.
Flying Saucer, A Myth of Things in the Sky, basically saying that, we are, he postulated that we were generating that myth of things in the skies, of mandalas, a reflection of the self in the sky. And I think that was from didn't he die in the early 60s, like 61? That book was from the mid-50s, somewhere.
The book came out, I want to say 53 or 55.
Something like that, yeah. And that, very early on in the flying saucer craze, he chimed in with this, very far-reaching idea that is, I don't think it's 100% accurate the way it's borne out now, 60 years later, but it's certainly I think Jacques Vallée has built upon that in a way that that more closely matches the data, let's say.
And the other thing around that same time period, and I forget exactly when this would have been, but you had Wilhelm Reich, and I've done like 3 shows, I think, with Peter Robbins on Wilhelm Reich and his connection to UFOs, where he would use his orgone accumulators and UFOs would show up.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Reich. But his stuff was very interesting, and of course from at least one point of view, the suppression of his work.
Yeah.
And does the suppression tie into the UFO aspects of it too? So
well, he was also the orgone being sort of orgasm energy,
right,
and that was
in the puritanical 50s. He was blackballed for being kind of a pervert. Almost.
Yeah,
and put in jail. Quite honestly, yeah. So.
Oh yeah, he died in jail.
Yeah.
But that's another kind of weird factor into it that most people have no idea even exists.
Right.
And if people want to know more, they should just go back and listen to the shows with Peter Robbins, because Peter Robbins knows a lot about Wilhelm Reich, and we talk about the whole UFO connection there, and it doesn't help things make any more sense, I'll tell you that.
And also the fact that the sort of dirty little secret about the UFO contact experience is there's all kinds of extremely weird sex involved in this stuff.
Right.
And gets reported all the time by people who have the contact experience, whether willingly or unwillingly, are subjected to weird if the reports are to be I guess I should be careful what I say, but I know a lot of people who've had very, very challenging, I'll leave it at that, experiences that at the hands of these aliens, so somehow this sex aspect plays into the which is the same thing in the fairy lore.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Succubuses and incubuses and things like that.
Yeah, and all throughout mythology, sure. Yeah.
And going back to the Antonio Villas-Boas case, there's the sexual aspect of that as well, where the strange, pale, redheaded, looked fairly human but not really woman, sort of gave him the business, and he was sort of it wasn't entirely consensual on his part, but he didn't have the power to resist.
Right.
And then he was sort of ambivalent about it. In at least in the stories that have come through the translators from South America here up to the States. But yeah, the sexual stuff, which ties into the psychological aspects. We were talking about Jung, but the psychological aspects of all this as well. Regardless of what the experience was, there's a way that people respond to these experiences. So when you throw sexual encounters in there as well, that adds another layer of psychology and sort of cultural conditioning on top of everything else that's been experienced. So it's the more you look at it, the less simple it becomes.
Yeah.
The more you study all of this, the more complex it becomes, and that process begins in earnest in the 1960s, as you have a wider variety of types of experiences come to be reported, and you also through Blue Book have the Air Force acknowledging that, yes, it is looking into these cases, which adds the layer of government scrutiny on top of everything else. It's all just getting very complex during this decade.
And Mike, you called it alien, and I think that is probably the best term for what it is. I mean, assuming it has some external component, it doesn't have to be extraterrestrial to be alien to us. And I think that above all, no matter where it's coming from, it is completely alien to us. And it might be.
Yes, if you look up in the dictionary, one of the definitions of alien is, and I'm paraphrasing from memory, but I like this definition, and I feel it fits nicely. It's in Webster's, and I think it says something to the effect of so different as to be unknowable.
Right.
Yeah.
And even if it's a projection from some part of ourselves, that part of ourselves is so alien to us we don't recognize it. So whether it's extraterrestrial, whether it's interdimensional, whether it's coming from a vibration right here alongside us that we can't see most of the time, whether it's coming from us somehow or time travelers or whatever explanation you want to use, it is, if nothing else, alien.
Yes.
And let's get into Project Blue Book and all that. So that started, when did the initial one? It wasn't called Project Blue Book at first.
There was earlier Project Sign, I think, was one of the earliest. And then Grudge, and then Blue Book. Blue Book comes about, and
then also in that same era was the Condon Report out of the University of Colorado.
Right at the very tail end of and which led to the end of Project Blue Book.
Right,
fairly directly. Yeah.
And the thing I always find interesting about it is people will use it to say, well, there's no UFOs, the government's investigated. But what they actually said is that UFOs do not represent a threat to national security.
Right.
They did not say there's no such thing as UFOs.
Right. I mean, yep. And it started in the early 1950s and went through January of I found some notes I made. Went through January of 1970. And you're exactly right. Their goals were, are they a threat to national security? And to undertake some kind of scientific analysis, which culminated in the Condon Committee. And also, NICAP, the UFO organization, was growing exponentially during the 1960s. Over 10,000 members. Saying, I think that the phrase Kehoe used is there's instead of an iron curtain, there's a paper curtain of official secrecy between the public and for not Condon, for Kehoe. The cover up was an Air Force thing, with the CIA possibly being involved. But Kehoe really went after the Air Force more than anything else, because the Air Force were the ones who were supposed to be investigating this. And when the Air Force never came out and conclusively said, this is these are things that are not of this earth, and their explanations were not entirely, but almost entirely. I mean, the cliche is what you saw was the planet Venus,
right?
Or classically here in Michigan, we had the Hillsdale sightings where J. Allen Hynek, their scientific advisor, gave his famous, swamp gas or marsh gas explanation. What you saw was illuminated swamp gas, which was, ridiculous given what people had said. But Blue Book for almost 20 years was the Air Force was investigating thousands and thousands of claims, and looking for scientific things, which led to the Condon Committee actually undertaking a scientific investigation.
But they
supposedly,
supposedly, because I mean, it seems like they didn't really want that; they just wanted to bury it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where people were calling for an investigation, and then when they got an investigation that didn't come up with the results they thought it should, clearly they were trying to do things down from the very beginning. And there's some things that Professor Condon himself said that really indicated that the fix might have been in from the very beginning. Yeah. But they didn't dismiss everything out of hand. There was a certain percentage of cases that they said, we cannot figure out what this could have been. Right. But that doesn't mean it's an alien spacecraft.
Correct.
I agree. That's
because there's a spectrum, right? It's a spectrum of, okay, we know absolutely that this is, a lenticular cloud on the one hand, and all the way on the other hand, you have the most radical exponents of the extraterrestrial hypothesis saying, how can they not be spaceships with pilots? And then somewhere in the middle, you have a sort of like, we have no idea what this is, but it's an unidentified flying object, and there was dissension within the committee. People like James McDonald was more on the side of maybe these sightings. There's more to them than we think, but the ultimate report that was issued in late 1969, it was almost 1,500 pages, and then the paperback came out, was under 1,000. It was shorter. It was under 1,000. The print was very small. I think I've got an old copy of the paperback version of the Blue Book report, and it is very tiny print. There's also like recommendations and conclusions, and basically, the conclusion was there's nothing here. I mean, there's not only was there no evidence that these things were otherworldly, the committee also claimed there's really no point in studying any of it at all. Yeah. Because such an overwhelming percentage, they said, could be explained. There's no story here. There's nothing to we tried. There's nothing to scientifically investigate, and that takes a huge amount of wind out of the sails of flying saucers and UFOs as something that the general public could latch onto.
Well, then my defense would be that, then what is happening at the same time is, by some whatever estimates, that 10% of the population in America anyway has seen something very unusual in the night sky or in the sky, and then by some estimates, I'd be very cautious to give a number, but the number of people who've had the direct contact experiences is higher than anyone would dare imagine, is my sense. And so these two disparate things are happening at once. You're getting official declaration from on high, and then a small percentage of the population, can call bullshit on that because they have either seen something or experienced something directly that contradicts, the public or the statement.
Yeah, it's one of these things where even after the report was issued, there were critics of it, and critics not just from the UFO world. I just looked this up because I remembered it, but I couldn't remember where I remembered it. The American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, which is not a flying saucer outfit at all, said, yeah, we haven't found. The committee didn't find anything of scientific value in the cases they studied. And other scientists said, this is such a small sample. How much can it actually prove? But the Aeronautics and Astronautics organization disagreed with the Condon Committee and said, just because you haven't found anything yet doesn't mean we shouldn't keep studying it. Right. And the Condon Committee really clamped down on any further study at all. We haven't learned anything up till now, thus we will never learn anything ever. And this is one of the things that leads to the Air Force, shutting down Blue Book and basically responding to every question about flying saucers up to the present with pretty much the same form letter that says, the Air Force has undertaken many investigations and we have found no risk to national security and, et cetera, et cetera. But even at the time, there were people who basically said, look, there's something here. This needs to be looked at more. But as far as the public was concerned, a committee funded and commissioned by the government said there was nothing to it, so there's nothing to it. Yeah. And so membership in NICAP dropped, magazine subscriptions dropped. Mosley talks about it in his autobiography that his saucer newsletter began to decline in numbers throughout the 1970s as these sort of saucer doldrums kind of set in.
And then the 70s brought in, which was one of the most important UFO waves, was the 74, 75, 73, 74, 75, right in there.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing is, if you read Jacques Vallée's journals, his Forbidden Science Part 1, he dealt with Project Blue Book. He dealt with Hynek directly because he was a close friend, and his vantage point on it is much different than most of what you hear other people talking about. And it's definitely worth reading, if nothing else, for that. And
then Dr. Leo Sprinkle, who's been doing research for well over 50 years. He started doing research in the early 1960s, and he's still around doing the research now. And he was asked to join the Condon Committee and did join and was a member early on. And he basically said there came a point when he recognized that this was a biased committee and it had an agenda,
right.
And he just left. So, and he says that without any, he's very clear that that's his sense, having been, inside.
And this is also a time period where people were more trusting of the government than they are, say, now.
Yes. Yeah, we still had, at that point, like 4 years left of trusting the government.
Exactly.
That all came crashing to us.
Yeah, once we finish up with Nixon and Watergate and Vietnam and the Church Committee uncovering all the COINTELPRO stuff the FBI and CIA were doing.
Yeah.
There's some, for a project, some research I'm doing now, I found some great statistics from the Pew Center, which just graphs this massive. It's like it falls off a cliff in 1974, 1975. It creeps back up a little bit in the early 80s, and then it just starts to go down again. So it's really sort of, I was going to say fun, but it's just depressing to look at, really. But
so one of the things that we come into in the late 60s and early 70s that gets connected to UFOs and isn't necessarily a part of it is the whole cattle mutilation.
Oh, yeah.
And, I've had Chris O'Brien on 2 shows, actually, we took to talk about the whole history of the cattle mutilations. And it seems to me, and it seems to him, that it's not necessarily UFO-related, but somewhere in there are UFO connections that don't make any sense. Just like everything else with the UFO field, there are these weird little things that stick out and go, what's that doing in there?
Right.
Exactly. I mean, there's Bigfoot connections to the UFO thing. There's things that shouldn't be there if we're dealing with the very simplistic explanation of metal spaceships coming from another planet. And I'm not actually one to talk much about the cattle mutilation thing. I haven't immersed myself that much in any of the books or literature. And it sounds like, according to I know Chris O'Brien and I trust his research. And I feel that there's, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's certainly fire there, but I think that there's a lot of messy smoke too.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the things that jumps out at me, and this can maybe eventually segue us into the 80s, is one of the pieces of sort of paranoid literature that came out in the 1980s was something called the Krill Report, which was sort of a summary of our dealings with extraterrestrials, and it was most likely put together by John Lear and John Grace, I believe, to sort of muddy the waters and see where leaks were and things like that. But one of the things it talks about is that they had a psychic or a remote viewer of some kind investigating the cattle mutilations, and the list of things that came to this psychic's mind when they were at the site of a mutilation, it wasn't necessarily alien stuff. There was a lot of things like Lilly Pharmaceuticals was one of the things that jumps out. So there's some clearly there was some experimentation going on of some kind. It's too neat. The cuts are too neat and too proper for sort of clumsy farm side ranchy rituals or something like that.
Right.
Ranchy rituals. I'm not sure what that means, but it's not the local coven just surgically removing parts of cows. It's something that was done for more odd and suspicious and scientific reasons. There's also theories that sort of keeping it away from the UFO, that would keep it away from the UFO stuff. There was somebody, I want to say her name was Iona Hepner, back in the 90s. She was on Michael Corbin's old Paranet radio show, I believe. And she connected, I think it was her, that connected the cattle mutilations to research into genetically targeted biological weapons and chemical weapons. So imagine a biological or chemical weapon that would only kill people of certain ethnicities.
Right.
So, there's a lot of, in addition to the flying saucer hints that circle around the cattle mutilations, there's a lot of hints of really creepy scientific, military, industrial complex stuff going on as well.
And that's exactly where Chris O'Brien goes with it, that there's something there. But there's also these high strangeness cases that don't make any sense. Like there's a pattern to it, and then every once in a while there's this case that pops up and you go, what the hell is that? That doesn't make any sense to the rest of this, and actually seems to be impossible.
Yes. And and you could argue that the weirdness is caused by the cattle mutilations rather than the other way around.
Yeah.
Is this another psychic manifestation sort of thing?
Kind of a trickster phenomena that's clinging on to something that's already mysterious.
Yeah. Or something sinister, something evil, maybe. We have forces that rise up in response to that. So there's a lot of strange things it could be, but it certainly has the cattle mutilations have become, at least in the popular mind, very, very deeply connected to UFOs, even though that's only a small part of the whole picture.
As well as crop circles. There's very fleeting evidence that UFOs are connected to the crop circle phenomena, though they certainly have occasionally been reported, and if the UFO in those most of the crop circle reports tend to be little glowing orbs, not a big metal spaceship.
And you figure most crop circles at this point are fake, but not necessarily all of them.
I would not say most.
Would you?
But anyway, no, I would not say most crop circles.
I know even Colin Andrews has even said that a lot of them at this point are fake, and has talked to some of the circle makers. This is why I'm going by him and Andrew Collins, to switch the names around. Had done research. Might have even been his first book, where he actually got to know a lot of the circle makers and can recognize their signatures in the crops, and said the majority of them are actually man-made.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, so I haven't read their data. I was at a crop circle conference last summer in England, and there was folks recognized that some of them are hoaxed, and
sure. And I don't know what the percentage is. Again, we get back to percentages.
Yeah, that's tricky once you get into that. So there's no way to really answer that. But there's so much there, and just like the anomalous stuff you were talking about with the cattle mutilations, crop circles have these very weird events that surround them.
And I think calling them hoaxes or fake, somebody's creating them. They're creating them for a reason, and there's I can't remember who was talking about. It might have been Greg Bishop once was sort of talking about crop circles as a kind of as an art form.
Sure.
So human created possibly, but not designed to be a specific hoax to get people to think something that isn't true. So it's again one of those things where you have this human factor involved that sort of warps the phenomenon and makes it much more confusing.
And you are listening to Where'd the Road Go on WVBR FM Ithaca. We're talking to Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas. We're going to go another 20 minutes or so here. And Colin Andrews, with the crop circles, in his latest book, I mean, I think this is the first book where he acknowledges that many of them are probably man-made, but he also talks about the circle makers themselves having very weird experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Getting dreams that they should make a certain formation, or weird things happening to them in the fields while they're making the formations. And there's also the fact that these circles were showing up before anyone was faking them. It seemed the two guys who tried to claim credit for making all the circles, which was kind of ridiculous, when they were asked, well, where'd you come up with the idea? They said all the saucer nests that happened back in Australia.
Yeah. They had something they were thinking of that was very similar. And I heard an interview with Andrews or read part of the book, but yeah, that that's something I'd forgotten about, the idea that, yes, people are creating these, but why are they creating these? And are they doing it consciously? Or are people being used by some force we don't understand to create these for purposes we don't yet comprehend? It's all a lot stranger than flying saucers making a circle in a field.
Yeah.
Much more interesting than that.
And Colin Andrews, yes, I had to get that correct, tells a story in his book Edge of Reality that the hoaxers, the very real people, were out there in the field, and if at that latitude in summertime, right? So England is pretty far north, and so the nights are short, so they're working hard, and all of a sudden they look off to the east, and there's like a glow of light coming up, and they all look at their watches, and they kind of go, "Oh crap, the sun's coming up. We're not going to finish this." And then they work a little while longer, and they look up, and there's no glow there, and I think they look at their watches, and it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. So somehow time got sort of backed up so they could finish the crop circle. And then they worked for a few more hours, finished it, and then the sun came up and they were able to sneak out of the field.
Yeah, I remember that story. And again, that's, just one of many in that book that he talks about that are just weird things that people have, like two people making different parts of a crop circle without knowing that the other was making it.
Yeah.
And it coming out symmetrical, and they're like, how did that happen? We didn't know those people were out there making another part.
Yeah, he has a story about some guy being motivated to go out and make a crop circle. He got up in the middle of the night and drove to the field, and then there was a weird fog in the field, and he realized there were people talking like nearby in these trees. And he was like, "Oh crap!" And he was very quiet, and he went about his business, and then snuck out, doing the whole thing himself. And the people in the trees that he was listening to were a bunch of kind of new age crappies that were out there performing like a ritual where they were trying to manifest a crop circle with a specific theme, and they had actually drawn it, and they were trying to manifest it. And this fellow, and I think Colin Andrews actually names the guy's name. I can't remember it off the top of my head now. He actually created the crop circle that they had drawn.
Yeah. And it's also possible, because we don't know what's behind the UFO phenomena, it is possible that the legitimate crop circles are being made by the same intelligence that is causing or is behind the UFO phenomena, but not necessarily made by UFOs.
Sure.
Yes.
It's just that we don't know what that is unless, certainly some people think they know what it is. They think it's extraterrestrials, but the more you look at it, I think the harder it is to say simply that it's extraterrestrial. Again, you come back to that saying that it's alien, whatever it is. And it may be trying different ways to communicate with us. As your friend, Aaron, Paul Kimball says, he thinks it's one consciousness trying to express itself sort of artistically to us in some way and communicate with different faces, kind of like playing roles.
Right, trying to figure out what sticks, what actually gets the message across, or realizing that the same message can be conveyed to different people in different ways. So cycling through these different manifestations and reaching people at different times. It's an interesting. I think it's a more interesting way to think about it than wondering which planet these people came from, because clearly they came from somewhere. So hypothesizing about, well, they must have faster than light travel, and they must be this, and they must be that. So many people, including the big names in the field, are so married to this extraterrestrial idea that it's you're missing so many more, in my opinion, interesting explanations or possible explanations for what these things might be. It might be part of our planet,
right,
too, that we just don't understand yet. It could be something that's just a tenth of a second ahead or behind us in time, or some other plot from a Star Trek episode. It's all so much more interesting than lights in the sky. And I think during the 1970s, we start to see some of that come out a bit more. We have the much weirder things begin to happen during the 1970s. You have the emergence of the the group led by Bo and Peep that would eventually in the 90s end in the Heaven's Gate suicides. Jacques Vallée talks about them extensively in his book Messengers of Deception.
Yeah.
That group got its start in the 1970s. You also have an explosion of the very sort of New Age style channeling of messages from friendly extraterrestrials. It's contactees without all the embarrassing jumpsuits, right? It's and it's things you can't prove or disprove.
Yeah.
I am speaking with the voice. I'm Tuella, the lady who called herself Tuella. Here's my book. What's your book about? I channeled Ashtar and the other enlightened beings who are guarding our planet from the evil beings. Well, what are you going to say to that? It's probably not something that she actually experienced, but there's no way for anybody to prove it. So things like Ashtar Command, which actually began as part of the contactee movement with George Van Tassel, and they split, and he was talking to Ashtar, but now Ashtar only talked to these other people, and they trademarked different aspects of Ashtar. And during the 1970s and into the early 80s, you have just this groundswell of these channeled messages from the aliens, and it's the sweetness and light. We should all love each other is still there, but you're getting darker stuff. You're getting the not just the more abduction experiences. You're getting Betty and Barney Hill's story going on primetime television as a made-for-TV movie with James Earl Jones.
True.
So the sort of sinister side of it is coming out. You have Close Encounters of the Third Kind coming out, which is a very different approach to alien visitation than something like The Day the Earth Stood Still. So the 70s were a remarkably fertile time. It's a neat bridge between the old style stuff and just the hardcore dark paranoia that's going to emerge in the 80s.
And also that there was as I said earlier, there was a flap, a sightings flap that was astoundingly profound.
Yes.
in the mid 70s that no one really talks about much now. People in locations having multiple sightings every night, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. And that's something else interesting about the phenomena, that it does move in flaps, and it's more prevalent in certain areas of the Earth. And to me, that argues against an extraterrestrial type of an explanation, and saying that it has something more to do with our planet and maybe even its place in the cosmos, because why should UFOs suddenly hit us in 73, 74, 75 to an unusually high number of sightings, which also connects to a high number of cattle mutilations in the same time period, and then it just kind of stops?
Yeah, these things all seem to come in waves, don't they? They all seem to ebb and flow, and you have these waves of sightings, or you have the waves of the cattle mutilations, and then we have the issue, sort of research-wise, of trying to differentiate between, was there an increase in these things, or was there an increase in the reporting and promulgation of information about these things? How many people are having sightings and experiences who never think to tell anybody?
True.
So were the waves, how big were the waves? And
Right.
to what degree did they really subside? So part of the issue is not just there's a wave here, there's a wave here, and there's all sorts of weird things happening. It's also about the infrastructure of getting information to the public about these things that we have to take into account. So sort of looking at it from a sort of research and statistics perspective, it's incredibly difficult to get an absolute handle on numbers and trends.
There's also, and when you look at like what are called window areas, certain areas that have more activity than others, like Rendlesham, for instance, has an enormous amount of UFO activity throughout history. Why that one spot? Are spaceships coming down and saying, we just want to land there? Or is it something, Paul Devereaux, as I've mentioned before, in, I forget which book it was, but he shows that UFO sightings tend to line up with fault lines.
Yeah, and there's lots of discussion about things like ley lines and telluric current,
right?
And those sorts of sort of old school early 20th century ideas about I can't remember the guy's name, but he wrote the Old Straight Track about
Alfred Watkins
about ley lines in Britain. So that's been married to the UFO and paranormal thing as well. And so it's one of those things, going back to Vallée, that goes back much, much further than 1947. If there are places, if there are physical places on the planet that are more likely to have these things happen, those things have happened, for as long as there's been somebody to record them. And what we're seeing now with UFOs is maybe just a manifestation that makes sense in a technological world like we live in.
Right. And also when you get to some of these places, they're also known for paranormal events as well as UFOs. So It seems like there has to be some connection there. Otherwise, that really doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
I'm thinking of like Sedona, Arizona, having been a sacred Indian site long before it turned into a mecca for sort of New Age vortex sitters, and as well as the Hudson Valley. Even there's a time travel or like a missing time story that was written in the 18th century, which is the Ichabod, not Ichabod Crane. Rip Van Winkle. Thank you.
Sure. So like it's hard for me to correlate an extraterrestrial presence with these window areas, with these flaps. I mean, the flaps maybe, because you could say maybe they're coming and going, but the window areas are what make it really strange to me. That make it that I think that's one of the first things that really started to push me away from the extraterrestrial idea.
Yeah, the fact that there are these certain locations.
Right.
Yeah.
And who knows, we might be dealing with some exotic technology that can only enter, they might be coming on metal spaceships from another planet, and they use the ley lines the same way we would use a landing strip at an airport, so they need those window areas.
And that's a great point as well.
So maybe something we don't know, that's, and my thought is that so I talked to one woman, and she made a very good point that when these visitations happened in her home, she would see basically the wall get all fuzzy. These gray aliens would enter her home, and then the wall would get fuzzy afterwards. And they would enter and leave through this sort of doorway that they had created. She was also dealing with what she referred to as the blondes or the Nordics, and she said they would land their craft a few hundred yards away from the house, and then they would walk to the house and then come in through the front door. And she said that whenever the grays would make these doorways, the home was plagued with poltergeist activity and paranormal activity that was just kind of messy and frantic. And her sense is that the Greys and the Nordics both knew about the side effect of creating the portal, creating the doorway. Just is a side effect that you get this poltergeist activity, and phones ring and electronics screw up, and you get clonking and doors open and close and such, and that the Greys didn't care if they interrupted the lives of the people who they were abducting, basically. Though the nice Nordics did care, and they were polite enough to go a few hundred yards away, so that with the opening the portal wouldn't create the poltergeist activity in the home.
But you know what?
So there may be a completely this is total speculation on her part, but I love the idea. So there may be, you can't throw, we're juggling with these ideas that are completely alien, and just the definition we gave earlier. So we may be dealing with things that are so fantastically unknowable that we're at a loss to even guess what side effects they may have or not have. So
our brains aren't built for what is in front of us, and so it's like the cognitive equivalent of not being able to hear a dog whistle. It's just not. It's there and it exists, and there are some people who have the ability or the misfortune, depending on how you look at it, to be able to experience these things. And I think that's something that's always been with us. There's always been people who are more sensitive to these things. I've talked to people who feel the presence of in their case, loved ones who've passed on, and they feel that presence, and other people, just don't at the exact same time and place. So I think there's a personal sensitivity to it as well. And I think, there are some people who see way more flying saucers than other people. I've never seen anything, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So it's very personal, and that's one of the reasons that, sort of like you said, leads me away from an extraterrestrial approach to it. I'm much more in the camp of this is or they are part of our planet and part of our natural environment that we simply don't have the mental software to comprehend in most cases.
And I'm content to say that it is a mystery.
Yeah.
Yes. That is a very, very good word for it. It is a mystery, and I don't think we even have half the pieces.
No. It's a jigsaw puzzle with no picture on it.
and a lot of pieces missing,
and no edge pieces. So we're just and there's no box.
We're piecing together the pieces in the middle roughly, and trying to fit some in over here, and that one fits. That's good.
Right, and in true trickster fashion, half the pieces have already been burned, and some of the other pieces are from a different puzzle, but we don't know that yet.
Right.
So it's very tricky, and I think that's what makes it fun, and that's what makes it kind of frustrating. I mean, if you look on Facebook, I lurk on the UFO updates page that's there, and in about once a week, I just say to myself, why do I even look at this anymore? It's 15 bad YouTube videos. It's something about disclosure, and somebody else with poor grammar is saying something that I can't make out because the grammar's so poor. And then it's like the sightings come in waves, but so do the stories and the narratives and the theories. There's really nothing new under the sun. Sometimes it seems, except conversations like this where you sort of push the boundaries of what things might be. But if I see one more person online say, so does anybody have any ideas about how aliens would get here? What kind of engine would their spaceship have to have? We've been talking about this since the 40s.
Right.
And the answer is, who cares?
You're right. Exactly. Exactly. This is not the question you should be asking. The question you should be asking is, why do some people see it and some not? And what does it say about what does our reaction say about us?
Yes.
And the questions you should be asking are any thoughtful person, when confronted with this, they would have to dabble with golly, geez, how does the spaceship work? They're gonna move past that very quickly. Mm-hmm. And anyone who's thoughtful will ask the same questions that any philosopher would struggle with, sitting in a lotus position on a mountaintop. That would be, who are we? Why are we here? What does it all mean?
Right.
Those are the questions that I find arise out of the UFO mystery.
Yes, absolutely. And it's weird that it seems to both bring us in and push us away at the same time. Like you were saying earlier at the beginning there when the guy went on the saucer. We want to believe,
but not too much.
Not too much.
And it's like, well, how does that make sense? What are we missing?
I think that my sense is that things are being orchestrated purposely to confound, and it's like we're seeing a theatrical Zen koan in the sky, or in our bedrooms at night, and how people react. There are some people who react, and I'll just say straight up. I mean, that's one of the things I've been shocked at is how many people who will say, I'm doing energy work, and I've also had the UFO contact experience. Basically, I'm a Reiki healer, and I've had UFO contact experience. And some people will out and out say, they were on board a craft, and the aliens showed them their hands and did some sort of magic zapping using psychic means, and then they came back to off the craft and re-entered day-to-day life and started doing energy healing with profound results.
Right.
So this that's very easy to dismiss as sort of pie in the sky sensationalism, but the patterns are unmistakable if you ask the right questions. And I don't think that MUFON is asking those questions.
No, MUFON's asking questions such as, what shape was the flying saucer you saw?
Well, no, someone sent me a bunch of up-to-date MUFON forums recently, and it's not like they're secret or anything. And they in among the questions were, what has changed since your sighting? And it's basically one of the questions is, do you have psychic experiences since your sighting? And there's a few questions, not as many as I would like, but they're in there. So someone, anyone who does this research would have to recognize these patterns. Yeah, they would hear them over and over again.
It's a good sign that they're sort of at least trying to. It sounds like connect the broader paranormal, parapsychological world to these sightings, because I know that years and years ago that certainly wasn't the way things were done.
Yeah. Well, we made it through about 2 decades here.
What are we up to? What, the 80s? Did we get to the 80s?
I think we're at the edge of the 80s, yeah, so we're going to have to schedule part 3.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
And I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff just in the 80s alone to cover.
Yes.
And that's kind of where we left off. I always thought the 80s was one of the weirder areas. I mean, like the 60s and the 80s are I don't know. So much different stuff came out in the 80s.
In 1981, Bud Hopkins published Missing Time, and that sort of kicked off an entire new chapter of UFO research and UFO lore. That book was the predecessor to the 1987 book Communion by Whitley Strieber, and then I think that same year Bud Hopkins published Intruders. So those two books side by side kind of define a giant flip-flop in the way the research had been done up until that point.
And I picked both of those up, I think, on the same day.
Ooh, okay. In like when they were still fresh off the press?
Yes, yeah.
I did not, and so that's interesting.
Along with Jacques Vallée's Dimensions. And that
I didn't realize that was could be traced back. That for some reason I put that more in the early 90s.
No, that's 80s.
Oh, okay, great.
And those 3 books really just warped my brain when it came to the UFO phenomena.
Yes.
They all have very different ways of looking at it. They're all open in different ways. I would say Bud's probably the least open to different alternative ideas, but it still presented a lot of different things that weren't out there before.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the 80s is you have this weird sort of dichotomy between things like Vallée's Dimensions that were groundbreaking and very mind expanding as far as the UFO thing goes, but what the popular media and the popular press and sort of the popular impression of things was very much an increase in the abduction scenario, especially once Communion gets released, and along with that, in the 80s, you've got the increasingly dark and paranoid and outrageous conspiracy theory culture, along with Roswell, and then that of course hooked into the abduction scene. So the 80s really set up a lot of the popular paranoia of the 1990s that would emerge. So the 80s is putting a lot of pieces in place that really explode onto the sort of pop culture side of it after 1990.
And I do believe you cover some of that conspiracy type craziness in your latest book, right?
Yeah. The new book that's coming out in June sort of traces the development of that popular paranoia in the 1990s and sort of matches it up with what science fiction television was doing, not just the X-Files, but the various spin-offs and imitators, and some other things such as what was going on in some of the Star Trek series that might not generally get lumped in with sort of conspiracy and paranormal television, but very much was.
Didn't you have a couple of chapters in the Chaos Conundrum too?
Yeah. Chaos Conundrum dealt with there's a lot of one chapter was pretty much entirely about Bill Cooper, who we'll be talking about, and also not so much about abductions. I don't do abductions.
No, that's Mike.
Yeah, Mike does it. That's one of the many reasons I'm glad Mike is here.
Mike is the one who abducts people.
Yes, Mike's the abductor, and So I talked about Bill Cooper, and in general the way that these stories tend to get recirculated, regurgitated, presented as brand new, shocking information every couple of years or so.
And it's also, the 80s is also where the cattle mutilations got more tied into UFOs, thanks to Linda Moulton Howe.
Yes.
And if my understanding is that the cattle mutilation thing really didn't hit the mainstream press until the late 70s, did it?
Yeah, I don't think so. Well, Snippy was the first thing to be in the press.
And that was in the 60s, but that was not, it didn't...
And I remember seeing it on TV and different little shows here and there throughout the 70s and 80s, but it was Linda's documentary. What was that? A Strange Harvest, I think it was called.
Which I have never seen.
I have it and still haven't seen it.
Okay.
I have it on a YouTube playlist and I've never seen it. Yeah.
I didn't even think. Yeah, of course, YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I downloaded it from YouTube to watch at some point and just haven't gotten around to looking at it. I'm sure it's fascinating, even if I don't agree with her conclusions. The data is interesting.
What's amazing is that she has spun this documentary, which it's Emmy-winning, but it was like a regional Emmy. So, I think I've got 3 regional Emmys or something. But, I'm just kidding. Regional Emmys they're a great achievement. But she never says regional Emmy-winning. It's always Emmy-winning.
Well, sure.
But it's which I don't blame her for. But nobody ever calls her out on it. George
You
Norrie.
just did.
But I did. Cage match with me and Linda Moulton Howe. But it's amazing how she has spun that into an entire almost 30-year career, sort of being the unofficial scientific advisor to ufology.
And then also she did, I think it was back in the early 80s. Who was she met with?
Doty.
Yeah, Richard Doty, that's right. And they did the sort of thing where, he closed the blinds and put her in a special chair and said, you're not allowed to take any notes. And she looked at some document. And now going back to the early 80s, that document, there was a movie called Hangar 18.
Yep.
With, what's his name from Kolchak, the Night Stalker? Darren McGavin. And there's a scene in the movie which kind of plays out a little bit like sort of an X-Files episode, and plays off on the Roswell events, which had probably just barely eked its way into the mainstream press by 1980. Yeah. And then there's a scene in that movie where Darren McGavin is holding this file in his hand, and he sort of says, and here's what's in the file, and it says that aliens have been here since time began, and that even Jesus was an alien. And he slams the thing down on the table there in the underground bunker where they're all doing the research on this stuff. And it was so funny because my sense was that's the document that Linda Moulton Howe had seen. It was the same one Darren McGavin was holding in Hangar 18. And there's some conspiratorial. You can spin that any number of ways. And there's a book due to come out in. I don't know if you can hear my cat walking around whenever I talk like this. She gets a little nervous, sitting alone in the room talking. But there's a book that's about to come out by author Robbie Graham called Silver Screen Saucers. And in that book, he puts forth that the movie Hangar 18, the production and the history of that, the development of that movie, all can be traced back to the CIA. Oh, so it does not. If you watch that movie, it does not play like a normal movie. It plays like some, what is the point of this? You're kind of watching it, and it's kind of, it's so bad on some level, and then and there's so. Was it a piece of elaborate disinformation, staged to confab, sort of muddy the waters? So if anyone came forward and said, this, like Linda Moulton Howe, if Linda Moulton Howe came forward, someone could just say, you were just reading the document that Darren McGavin had in that movie, so.
Or you saw the movie and are spinning this tale. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, is that? I assume that's the same Silver Screen Saucers guy with the Silver Screen Saucers blog.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. That's a great site. Lots of really good stuff on there.
We're jumping way ahead into the decades here, but so he does talk about old movies. Yeah. So, or I guess and I'm old enough now that I don't really consider the '80s old movies. So.
No.
And the thing with Linda is she will bring that document up in half the times I hear her talk. It just, you know, and I was saw this document. I mean, she's so set that has defined her entire belief in all of it. I mean, and who knows? Maybe
then the story itself sounds like, and actually I've met Linda Moulton Howe. She's a very intense person in real life, and she's very, you can, you know, she's a, I liked her enormously. She's got a ton of charisma, and
she seems incredibly nice. Serious. She seems really, really nice.
She's actually she would not suffer fools gracefully. She would, if that's the right way to phrase that. I could see her being, I could see her being, or whatever. I mean, everyone's got an opinion on every UFO researcher, but I do pay attention when she talks, though I do feel like, whatever, like everyone, I have to be cautious, so.
One of the things that always gets me about the story of the document and Linda Moulton Howe, I mean, aside from everything she's done in the subsequent 30 years, is anytime Richard Doty's involved with anything, I just sort of cringe and assume everybody's being lied to in some way for some purpose that even he probably doesn't even understand, although he will pretend he understands. He sort of, from the early 80s on to the early 21st century, he's just this sort of shadow that pops in and out of things. And even when he's not ostensibly working for the government in some way or the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, you just kind of get the impression that he's up to something, even if it's just screwing around with people's heads, which seems to be something that he at least made part of his job during the early 80s and with massive consequences.
Well, it was in the early 80s, if I'm not mistaken, that Linda Moulton Howe was presented that document. And as I said before, she was, escorted into a certain room, and then she was told to sit in a certain chair. And then, he turned the blinds down and then, did something sort of stealthy, so in it. And basically all she was looking at was a piece of paper. So my sense is, like any form of disinformation is, and this is a quote right from the X-Files, the best place to hide the truth is sandwiched between two lies.
Yep.
And so if that was a piece of disinformation, it should be treated as such and carefully dissected to pick out the kernels of truth within that document. Whether Jesus was a star being alien, as it said in both Hangar 18 as well as Richard Doty's document there, that Linda Moulton Howe saw. I can't answer that, but that one is one that would be tough to prove. I would be more interested in the other aspects difficult. Of that document.
Yeah, it's very very clear that that's the way disinformation works, and Doty was deeply involved in a lot of disinformation. The thing is, it's difficult to determine which is the bread of lies and which is the delicious filling of truth, because that's the trick, isn't it? And how do we come to that knowledge in an objective way without opening ourselves up to further disinformation? Because the people who would be in a position to know are often also the people who would be in the position where they have the most to gain by lying, or concealing the truth in a very clever way. So it's a quagmire of lies. It's the intelligence community. So it's going to be difficult, if not impossible, to get the truth. And it doesn't matter how much of an insider you may have been when you decide to become a UFO whistleblower. You simply might be a tool or a pawn of whatever game is being played. So it's fascinating to watch, and it's fascinating to sort of connect how the stories all match up together. But in the end, trying to determine the truth or falsity of any of this is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Well, it's outright impossible.
Yeah.
And then just if you follow this path, we're talking about UFO stuff. If you really, any thinking person sort of engaged in this, debate or the conversation or digging into it. My sense is any thinking person will immediately, within a few minutes, start wrestling with the really big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? What does it all mean? The way I phrase it is, you start talking about little lights in the sky, and 5 minutes later you're talking about God.
Yep.
And if you're not doing that, I think you're
doing it wrong.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong. Exactly. Yeah, you're missing the boat. You're missing the bigger picture. I had a friend of mine who would we would get in these heated conversations, and he meditated, and he had a guru, and he would go to meditation retreats and stuff like that, and he would we would talk about philosophical stuff, and he would kind of snap at me, and it's like, I can't believe you don't meditate. And I would snap right back. It's like, I can't believe you don't read UFO books.
Well, the other document, of course, that got brought out in the 80s is the MI6 document.
MJ12?
No, MJ12. MJ12, yeah.
I knew I had it wrong, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with what I just said. I'm like, no, that's not right.
It took me a while to think of Darren McGavin's name, too. That's embarrassing. And so that was I can't remember that. Was that Jamie Chandray got that in his mailbox?
Jamie Chandray and then Bill Moore got hooked up with it, and Stanton Friedman down the road, and it was that's the big one. That's the granddaddy of all probably hoaxed documents, unless it's not.
Now it's Richard Dolan said he went through and printed out all the documents, all the supposed MJ12 documents, and and I know the original set was just like, I don't know, it was a very few number of pages, and they were photographed on 35 millimeter film, and that's what was dropped through Jamie Chandray's mailbox, the little door, the flip flop mailbox in a front door. Just plop a envelope with a 35 millimeter roll of film, which he later developed and found these documents on it. There has since been lots more, and Rich Dolan printed those all up, and he basically says, it's a big stack. It's an inch thick. You put it in a 3-ring binder, it's like an inch thick of printed documents. And he says, it very well could be a hoax, but if it's a hoax, it is a seriously elaborate hoax that someone spent a lot of money and a lot of time concocting.
And my usual response to that is yes, the intelligence community spends a lot of time and a lot of money creating really elaborate hoaxes to fool people. This is what they do. And
well, now, so the implication is if they are creating an elaborate hoax, then what are they? The magician is wiggling his right hand, so the audience looks at that while he's doing something with his left hand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So what's going on with the left hand here?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, I think that the question is not necessarily just to what degree are which aspects of the quote MJ12 papers, because it is a huge array that appeared at different times. To what degree are they real or not? It's also a question of why have they become public? Who put the film in Jamie Chandray's mailbox, and why? And what's the purpose of the entire charade? So there's all these other questions going along with it that might be, to me, are a little more interesting than okay, this document, we can look at the way the typewriter is and determine that this might have been typed in 1952 or whatever. There's that bigger story, and the fact that the MJ12, that terminology first showed up in some of the transmissions that were sent to Paul Benowitz, who was the subject of the disinformation campaign by Doty in the Air Force out in New Mexico, and started up a lot of these conspiracy theories. So there's that connects it to that wider disinformation campaign. So there's a lot of weirdness going on with it. I'm not saying that it's all a hoax or it's all real, but it's an MJ12 sandwich. There's probably something in there that is probably true in some way. It's just really fun and tricky.
Until that came out, nobody was talking about Roswell at this point.
No. I think that Roswell came out in 1979.
Yeah,
I'm doing this from off the top of my head, and it was Jesse Marcel Sr.
Yeah,
was, because I think there's even there's a In Search Of jumping back one decade, which was late 70s and ended in the 80s. So
yeah,
we do
83 or something like that.
Really, it made it all the way to 83. Okay.
Yeah, it was on for like 6 seasons. It's just the later seasons were like, does your plant know things? And, really boring stuff like that.
Well, but in the later seasons, they do have an amazing interview with Jesse Marcel Jr., where they're out on location, and it's a they tackle the mysteries of Roswell in probably right around 1981 or so. And I think the book itself, which was, I should know all this stuff, and I have actually written about it.
78, 79, something like that?
I think it was 79, late in 79 too. And because I did a little, just sort of Google research on it within the last year or so. And that was when Jesse Marcel Sr. came forward. And he died shortly after that.
But still, it didn't become a household name right away.
No, but it certainly made the tabloids. I mean, it made the, and I'll just include In Search Of as a tabloid, even though I think that some of the research is surprisingly pretty good.
Yeah. I wouldn't consider that a tabloid because they weren't running things on Bat Boy.
Yeah.
Bat Boy.
I don't think Bat Boy is a generationally, I think that's didn't. Yeah, I don't know when that shows up, but
I don't think they would have.
I always liked Bill Cooper's assertion that the National Enquirer was a CIA front that purposefully hired away all the best, most incisive investigative reporters in the entire country in order to discredit all the work they were doing by putting in the National Enquirer.
And that includes Leo Sprinkle, who got
Yep.
He basically, in his response when why did you work for the National Enquirer? He says like nobody else would publish this stuff.
Yeah.
And then what's his name? Terry Hansen wrote a book called The Missing Times, which is all about the National Enquirer being a CIA front, and he makes a pretty forceful case for that.
Huh. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, and certainly in keeping with other things that they'd done in the past.
Yeah. As far as like creating fake newspapers in all over the world, really, in radio stations and stuff like that. Sure.
All right. Let's move a little into the abduction type of thing.
Thank God. Yeah, now I can talk a little bit. Yeah, let's
just go.
And
so here's my first question: Why is Aaron not doesn't cover the abduction thing? What's the problem?
It's so huge, and it's so huge, and a lot of what it comes down to, for me, are very, very sort of important, tricky psychological things mixed up with it that I do not feel qualified thinking about in some ways.
What, like if these people are delusional, or if there's some sort of massive hysteria that's,
or what very real things could be out there that could be sort of explain some of this or explain parts of it for some people that aren't being looked at by those who have made up their minds that these are extraterrestrial experiences. I don't have the kind of background to really look into it as much as I would need to speak authoritatively, and also it's very subjective. It's much more subjective than lights in the sky or is this document a real government document. It's much more. It's more in the field of mysticism, which is very cool. But I don't know. It's just I don't know. It doesn't work with my brain the way some of this other stuff does.
Very interesting. Yeah, this is so it works with my brain just fine. And I will also say, and I've spoken at length about this, and it usually takes me I'm a little shy about saying this in some, but I have come to the conclusion without any memories at all. I don't have any memories of being on board a craft. I don't have any memories of being on a table with the creepy aliens and stuff like that. What I have is there are so many puzzle pieces that are snapping together so cleanly, and I can step back from the puzzle on the table and very clearly see what the picture is, even though some of the puzzle pieces are missing. And from 6 years of freaking obsessive deep examination, I have to conclude that I have had the UFO contact experience, and I'm very shy to say that. Abduction is the catchphrase we have,
right?
Yeah.
And Aaron, I think I remember I was kind of pushy at one point, and I was like, you have to watch this. That my like a presentation I gave, and you have to read the document that I wrote, and
it was really, I did find it very interesting. I find individual accounts interesting. I think trying to take the entire phenomenon holistically and making some sense of it is where it all sort of falls apart for me.
And this is where the challenge is, obviously. Yeah. So it's like, everyone is looking, whatever. It's like, it's the, this 5 blind men looking at the elephant, but instead it's the 2% of the population looking at the, the infinite elephant. I don't know where even to begin, So yes, I agree completely that it is can be very messy and can be super frustrating trying to make sense of the grand picture. But, that doesn't mean it shouldn't be examined.
Oh, no, absolutely. Just by people who are better at it.
Someone other than Aaron Gulyas.
Yeah, that's right.
Now,
so you go to a UFO conference. There's two distinct crowds, right? There's these kind of men, and they got mustaches, and they're real kind of fit, and they look like they've been in the military, and they're the ones that all sit in the corner, and they talk about studying burn marks in the ground, or like how they took a punch of a paper and a document and had that paper analyzed and realized the paper was from 1947. So the document, blah, blah, blah. So there's these very, very, very sort of masculine men kind of researchers. And then, you kind of walk to the other corner of the UFO research, and then there's these women, and they got the flowy dresses, and they got turquoise jewelry on, and they're they hug each other, and they are talking about the most bizarre stuff imaginable, and I think both of these, and they'll all, so that's kind of the very caricatured divide, and it's between men and women is a very caricatured way to look at it too, but I think that holds true in a lot of ways. So you have 2 divergent camps. One that is very uncomfortable with things like consciousness and mysticism and other alternate realms, and then another camp that is pretty darn uninterested in burn marks in the yard, and right. How old the piece of paper is, and a lot of those folks, it's how to say, it's like you're not really interested in the document after you've seen a gray alien in your bedroom, so.
Fair enough. Now, do you think there's an evolution between the contactee experience and the abduction experience? Now, if the contactee experience is to be treated, so I haven't done that much research on the contactee experience. But you're talking about the folks that will say that they were, that Aaron wrote a book about. Yeah. Well, I read. Yeah. So wait a minute. That's not the Chaos Conundrum. That's the only one I've read.
Yeah, this is Extraterrestrials in the American Zeitgeist.
Okay, which I have not read. Right, so I apologize.
No problem. I haven't read it either. So it seems like now, if I'll say, like, if I'm sitting in the corner with all the the women in the flowy dresses and the turquoise earrings, we would say that contactee experience was somehow staged, and that people were given an introduction into what would later turn into, the scary abduction thing, and that it was purposely orchestrated so it had this benevolent message associated with it, because that benevolent message falls apart with Bud Hopkins and Dave Jacobs' books.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily mean those books are the be all and end all to the phenomenon, but Dave Jacobs, I'll say Bud Hopkins and Dave Jacobs. Dave Jacobs, I'm not sure when his first book was published, but he came out a little later in the 80s.
Yeah.
But those 2 folks sort of define, or excuse me, let's say Bud Hopkins defines the public perception of the abduction phenomena for the early part of the 80s, and then the 2 camps diverged with Communion, which was not a love and light kind of book. That was a very challenging, very frightening book. Yes, but what do you think, Aaron, about the abductees versus the contactees?
I think I think the big difference is, just from my limited knowledge of the abductees and my way too extensive to be healthy knowledge of the contactees, I think one of the big differences that with the contactees there was a message. There was a purpose. There was something that you are to spread this doctrine, this philosophy, these ideas to humans far and wide. It was the contactees' alien friends. One were usually friendly
and beautiful,
and human, and for the most part human or humanoid in appearance. And the experiences were that they were. There are exceptions. There are some exceptions with automatic writing and a whole lot of channeling, especially once you get to the 70s. But these were physical, conscious experiences that, I woke up and I went for a walk, and then my Venusian friend, and I went and had coffee, rather than, this happened to me. I can recall some of it, but it's all very shadowy and, imprecise. It's much more precise. It's much more clear, and there's very clearly a message that the aliens want humanity to know, and it's generally a pretty positive message, or at least a message that things will get more positive if we, stop being horrible to each other. So I think that's one of the big differences. There are messages in abductee stories, but they tend to be a bit darker,
apocalyptic.
Yes, yes.
Luke, you have any thoughts or any questions?
Yeah, you two are very comprehensive.
All right. So Missing Time comes out, and that kind of started. And as you said, this leads over to Communion. And when Communion came out is when people really started coming out of the woodwork with these experiences. And that was, I do think you were right on 87 on that.
Yeah.
And
Communion was a phenomenal bestseller.
Yes.
I mean, it was it was no ifs, ands, or buts. He has every right to call that thing a bestseller when he calls, he said he wrote a best-selling, New York Times best-selling book. I don't think he's ever come close to selling that many books. And what I have come across in which anyone who is like sort of dipped their toe into this kind of research will find is that you'll talk to people and they'll have a story and they'll say, and like all of a sudden I was in the grocery store, I was, like a teenager at the time or however old, and I saw the book Communion and it freaked me out. And I had to buy it, and I went home and read it in one day, and it changed my life. So that I've heard that story in one form or another over and over and over and over and over. So, that book was sort of a much more galvanizing, I guess, than, let's say, Missing Time and Intruders. Those two books where, and then in the follow-up to that,
Transformation.
Well, there's the series of books that came out afterwards, that Whitley wrote. But in the follow-up to that, Whitley and his wife Anne Strieber were receiving what they estimate to be 250,000 handwritten letters.
Yeah.
And Anne Strieber says she went through each and every one of them. She kind of does not shy away from the fact that she kind of speed read them and just kind of picked out things after a certain point because she was hearing the same story over and over and over again. So, what was almost in its entirety unknown in the American population or the world population, within a few years becomes not quite commonplace, but I think that if you by 1990, let's say, if you went to any shopping mall in America and just, grabbed a handful of people and said, hey, what's UFO abduction? They would be able to, say, well, UFO abduction is when people get taken out of their bed at night, or they get taken on a lonely road, and these little gray aliens with great big eyes taken on board a flying saucer, and they do medical exams. The narrative had taken hold by the end of the 80s.
Yeah.
And that narrative, was the seed for the X-Files and things like that. But that narrative did not exist. Even though the Fuller book, The Interrupted Journey about Betty and Barney Hill, was somewhat popular, and there was the made-for-TV movie in the mid-'70s, it just was, the book Communion changed everything in that department.
And it also upset so many UFO researchers because Whitley didn't come out and say aliens took me. He said,
right.
I don't know what's going on. This is what happened to me.
And people like Aaron Gulyas would have gotten upset, because they would have been in the realm of the mystical.
No, I would have been happy. I don't not like it. I just don't.
It doesn't click with him.
Right, and it's not something I get super excited about. Now, one thing I do get super excited about is the fact that David Jacobs comes on the scene in a very weird way. He wrote his PhD dissertation at Indiana University back in the 70s on the UFO. He called it the UFO controversy in America, and it gets published as a book after some revisions. And he wrote just about the standard scholarly / popular history of the UFO phenomenon in the United States. And then in 1992, he comes out with his first book, which was called, I'm trying to remember it, Secret Life.
Okay,
Secret Life was the first one, and then The Threat came out in 1998. Secret Life was very much. John Mack wrote the foreword. It was very much firsthand accounts of UFO abductions was the subtitle. And then The Threat, the subtitle is The Secret Alien Agenda, What the Aliens Really Want and How They Plan to Get It. So there are actually 3 subtitles for The Threat, which is just sloppy. But The Threat was just great because it really bought into every paranoid vision that was circulating on the internet and on the X-Files about how, what are they here for? They are here to create these hybrids that will replace the human race. And, and then it's that vision that sort of gets the traction in the popular culture, right? Right. What doesn't get traction is people are having these consistent experiences, across cultures and socioeconomic strata. And all of these things there's a lot of similarities here, and we're not entirely sure what it means. Who cares? That's boring. What's cool is, oh my gosh, they're extracting eggs and sperm, and they're creating alien-human hybrids. Oh my gosh, just like documents like the Krill Papers said back in 1987 and the John Lear document and Bill Cooper. What a shock that now we have hypnosis people saying this. It very much sort of sucked up the dark paranoid zeitgeist and merged it with what had been, up to that point, I think a much more interesting sort of UFO subgenre, the abductions. I guess what I'm saying is David Jacobs ruined abductions for me because he glued it to this. He glued it to this paranoid conspiracy stuff that was all read by 1998. That was played, man. Bill Clinton said, I was sauce. So politics was started.
And I think we're losing Aaron.
Screwing up abductions for people.
We didn't catch most of that, Aaron, for some reason.
The sound quality just dropped out a little bit. I think that the guy Luke is, on Richard Doty's payroll, and he's monkeying with the dials, I think. So.
There we go. Now you're back.
That does happen. Basically, sort of the shorthand of what I said was by gluing the very interesting, very sort of anomalous abduction phenomenon that Whitley Strieber wrote about and that others wrote about, by gluing that to the almost played out by 1998 dark government conspiracy, cover-up, alien-human hybrid stuff, David Jacobs kind of gutted, for me, what was cool about abductions and what was interesting.
Now, I've read both those books. It's been a while, but David Jacobs does not follow the government conspiracy thing. He certainly portrays the aliens as here for nefarious purposes that involve creating a hybrid race.
Right. He doesn't buy into the alien thing, but he buys into
the government thing. Yeah.
The government thing. The evil alien thing, though, is
he's all over that
parcel of the government thing. So it does tie it in together. That the government might know about this. Jacobs doesn't agree with that. But for somebody who's reading Jacobs' book and then reads a bunch of stuff online, the connection is going to be there. Whereas if they read something like
communion, they're going to come away with a vision of abductions that doesn't necessarily play into every negative paranoid trope that was circulating on Usenet at the time.
Yeah, and then now I will also say that and this Paul Kimball, pay attention. The hypnosis aspect of it was front and center with John Mack's books,
right,
Bud Hopkins' books, and Dave Jacobs' books, and a handful of others. Now, from my direct experience, talking to folks who feel they've had these things intersect with their lives, the vast majority of them have never had hypnosis, and they can tell you enough that they very clearly get their point across, and have enough experiences without the aid of hypnosis that I feel like if hypnosis was not part of the arsenal of the not even so much the UFO investigator, but the books that floated to the surface as far as being the ones that sort of go-to books on the subject. Yeah. I think that a researcher, where I feel like I do all my research just by conversation, talking to folks, almost none of it is gleaned through hypnosis. Like I don't quote hypnotic. Well, have I? I guess I must have quoted some hypnosis stuff. I've attempted hypnosis a few times on myself, and not that I can't be hypnotized, but just nothing new has emerged. And
I should say, if people want to know about your experiences, we did talk about that a year or two ago. If they search
a little over a year ago, yeah.
If they search for your name on wheredidtheroadgo.com, they'll find that interview as well as a few others.
And that was a good interview. I thought that was
And I if people, I think I remember, sir, you had an interview podcast with Paul Kimball about the part of the some of what Mike is referencing with the controversy over hypnosis. Indeed. And the Emma Woods fiasco, we can call it.
With David Jacobs.
Yeah. So there's I think hypnosis has muddied the waters a lot, because there's at least a perception that all of this goes back to hypnosis, which in some cases is kind of questionable. So I think Mike's right. I think that it isn't all hypnosis, is it? It's very much it's varied. Yeah.
The thing with the Emma Woods thing, I wasn't aware of it honestly until Paul talked about it on the show. And I looked it up and was, pretty struck at David Jacobs' behavior, and because she put all that stuff up there where he wanted her to send things like underwear to him and all this other stuff, and it was like, wow, what is going on with this guy? And then I heard him talk on Skeptico, and when I was listening to him, I realized part of the thing is he honestly believes he knows exactly what is going on. And he has this entire belief system that he's 100% sure of. And when I realized that and started to listen to what that belief system was, the stuff he did with Emma was like, I understood it a little bit better. And it didn't seem as creepy. It was still wrong, but I understood where he was coming from with it based on his belief system.
Right. It makes sense within the context of his very strange worldview.
Yes,
that he has developed over the years, and
so he thought he was actually protecting her by inducing, hypnotically inducing, things like schizophrenia into her. He thought he was hiding her from the alien menace that was after her, and it's like, okay, that's really messed up and unethical. But when he seems to believe in his worldview so strongly that I think he thought he was doing the right thing.
Yeah, which is terrifying.
Yes.
So here's the question then. Do we then take everything Dave Jacobs has written, researched, and throw it in the trash can, or do we carefully? I mean, because he has a wealth of. I've been to Dave Jacobs' home, and he's took me to his office, and there's like one wall, floor to ceiling, lined with little cassette tapes of hypnotic regressions. I mean, in the many hundreds. Do you take all those and throw them out and just not ever just not use those? I mean, I don't have a good answer to that.
I think you have to look at it understanding his viewpoint going into it.
And that's true of anyone. I mean, you have to do that with Whitley Strieber and Leo Sprinkle and anyone, So, I mean, I'm sure the sciences are full of that, like people in divergent camps that get into heated debates about the core of their research and when that research turns into belief is and I mean, I know I'm guilty of it,
Sure, everyone is. But the difference is Jacobs will go out there and say, I know what's going on. Whitley Strieber will not. You won't. Aaron won't. He is set that he is absolutely positive he has solved the whole UFO thing.
And then at the same time, I will say he is purposely and probably unconsciously, I'll say unconsciously, just ignoring the ladies with the flowy dresses and the turquoise earrings off in the corner of the UFO convention, Right. So I mean, those people have clues that can take you deeper into the mystery. Their accounts have to be weighed and balanced in depending on how you listen to them and such like that. But at the same time, those experiences have to be added to the larger pool of the messy data that's out there, and to me, that's where some of the more exciting stuff that's getting. I'm much more engaged, talking to those folks than I am oftentimes talking to the folks that are stuck in the nuts and bolts realm.
Yeah, and I think that you're saying about Jacob's sort of worldview dominating everything. I don't think we need to throw out everything he's done, but I think we need to realize that, like you said, he is what we get from Jacobs is what he presents to us. We don't get the raw data. We don't get every minute of hypnotic regression. So what we're getting is what these people have experienced, not just through hypnosis, but through his filters of what the things they're saying mean. So we don't have to throw everything out, but there's perhaps some more caveats we have to attach to some of his stuff than we might for some others who are a little more still questioning what they're finding.
And I think where Whitley upset so many people is because he wouldn't define a worldview. Not only did he not say they were aliens, he threw out ideas of are they from our future? Are they the dead? Are they something we simply don't understand? And he refused to just give it any kind of frame to it, despite the fact of what it looked like to him at the time.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
He had so much depth in communion, especially by the end when he just, kind of muses over the possibilities and the connections here and there. Myself, I always wonder if there is a direct connection between the lights in the sky and the abduction encounters.
And I would say that there certainly is a connection. Yeah, it certainly is a connection to people seeing UFOs, and then that's the opening of but a vast number of abduction stories is basically there I was, sitting in the backyard, and I looked up and there was a light in the sky, and it just got closer and closer and closer and closer, and the next thing I know, I'm sitting on the back porch and it's daylight, or something like that.
I guess my question is this though: what if? Okay, so we can accept that I think we can all agree that the abduction experience involves altered states at some points, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
of some sort. Yeah.
So what if there's something that affects us that is also either creating these lights, and at the same time inducing an altered state in us, where that light becomes something else to us because we're entering an altered state?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when I talk to people who've had the direct experience, they will say that there I was on board the ship, and it wasn't normal. There was a different realm. The things were more vivid, colors were enhanced, a sound was different. They are describing like an alternate state of reality or a non-normal state of consciousness,
which is similar to DMT experiences and near-death experiences,
and deep meditation and mushrooms.
Yes.
And yeah, exactly. And I would also say like the shamanic initiation would somehow take place, through rhythmic dancing or through hours and hours of drumming that would induce some sort of altered state of consciousness. Yes. So are these all the same realm? And then, obviously the UFO contact experiences seems to be, highly, it has a very real narrative around it, where some of the other things, the DMT thing seems kind of like, a kaleidoscope of psychedelic imagery, where the UFO contact experience seems a little more linear in its storyline.
It could also be that in one experience, whatever these beings are coming to us versus us going to them with a ayahuasca experience or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sort of the same sort of thing, but almost thrust upon somebody.
Yes,
rather than sought out. Yeah.
And maybe they're just but at the same time, you can't just say they're in the right place at the right time, because a lot of these things go back through families.
Yes, that's actually something that Dave Jacobs will say, that like basically they don't fly around in their flying saucer and look out the window and say, hey, there's one, let's get him. They seem to have an agenda, a program. And he is also, this is interesting. This is another quote that he has, which I think is very wise, where he says, what we're looking at isn't an experiment. These aren't experiments they're doing, right? So that's a very simplistic way to look at it. They're experimenting on these, poor people that get laid out on these tables. He says, no, what's taking place is a program. There's some sort of scientific program that is taking place that has a beginning, middle, and end. And his conclusion is that the end result, the culmination of the program, is the creation of this hybrid race. I can't say whether that's correct or not, but he does say that there's enough consistencies in these reports that it is not in the realm of experimentation, it is something else.
And Hopkins came to the same conclusions with Intruders, that this was a program of creating hybrids.
And that was one of the very first books that really tapped into the alien child hybrid, the tiny baby syndrome, as I think it was initially called.
And when I first read that, he made such a convincing argument. I was like, wow, this is astounding. It took me years to accumulate other information about it to start doubting that was exactly what was going on.
And then at the same time, you talk to women who are involved in this, and it is, women who tell of the contact experience in their life, it is near 100%. Like I don't have a giant pool of data. I don't have a spreadsheet to give you a percentage, but I'll say it is near 100% of the women who will tell of some aspect of that, whether that's of missing pregnancy or whether that's actually memories of meeting a hybrid child. It is certainly, and this is, then I'll tell you, the folks that I'm talking to are folks that have never been through hypnotic regression and never spent time with a UFO researcher. And they have the firsthand life experiences that are described in both Hopkins and most books about the UFO contact experience will somehow tap into that, women's, the missing baby experience, or the actually meeting their hybrid children.
And it was Jacques Vallée too that pointed out the connections there between the whole fairy stealing children and so on and so forth, and the UFO. Although it's a little bit different, there's enough similarities there to wonder what's really going on and what the connection is.
And then so you have to take a giant step back, as where I said, is it all theater? These, which I don't think it is, but it's interesting to speculate this. Mac Toney's talked about this. If these alien beings are capable of creating such seamless screen memories, why can't the entirety of the phenomena be some sort of orchestrated screen memory?
Right.
Or
maybe the human psyche creates the screen memory because it doesn't know what it's dealing with.
Yes, so this is where I get back to when you slow down lightning. You take slow motion of lightning. It doesn't zap down from the sky. It's coming down from the sky at the same time it's coming up from the earth, and they meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I tend to lean towards the that idea that our minds are definitely part of creating this experience. It's not the whole thing, but we're perceiving something that we can't understand, and so we put it into terms that we can cope with in some way. And there are aspects to that probably, it makes sense to me, mimic things within the popular culture that we've seen. Not that everybody who has an abduction experience is modeling it on what they've seen on television or in the movies or heard about on radio programs, but I think that's absolutely a part of it.
All right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll be back to finish off this part 3 of 700 Conversation with Aaron and Mike.
Where Did the Road Go can be heard first and usually live on WVBR Saturday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern. Go to wheredidtheroadgo.com to ask questions of our live guests through the chat room. Where Did the Road Go is then re-aired on Dark Matter Radio and Deprogrammed Radio. You can download all shows for free on the website, and you can subscribe to us on Stitcher, iTunes, YouTube, or Vimeo. Additional content can be found on our video channels. You will also find our upcoming schedule, book reviews, blogs, free book downloads, links, and more. We are also on Facebook and Twitter, and if you want to help support the show, there are links to donate to us. Everything you need can be found at wheredidtheroadgo.com.
All right, and we're back with Aaron and Mike and my co-host Luke. And Luke, you had a couple of questions, especially relating to abductions, correct?
Well, yeah, and also in the future, because I was thinking about this, and I recently read an article in Forbes magazine that estimates in 5 years, 80% of the world population will have a cell phone. So we're coming to an age where the amount of accessibility we are given with globalism would mean that people who have paranormal experiences are better able to record it. So, I mean, at the same time, accessibility increasing how many people have a voice makes it harder to tell where the valuable information is. But there's also an increase in what's called dark tourism, which is ghost tours, haunted places. I mean, this is becoming part of popular culture. So is there an increase in people coming out talking about these experiences? And if so, are more people comfortable talking about it? Is it happening more often to more people? Or is it neither? Just people want a weird way to get 15 minutes of fame?
That's a really good question. One of the things that I've been noticing lately, just in some of the groups I'm a part of online and things like that, is one of the things that's happening is, yes, people will be continuing to have experiences, and more people have access to these global information networks. What's missing, though, is the idea of a central, or even something that pretends to be a central clearinghouse for people to report things to. I think that part of it's becoming less centralized. Back in the day, you had NICAP, you had APRO. Currently, still you have MUFON, although they're currently wasting their time with Hangar 1 on the so-called History Channel. But you've got the National UFO Reporting Hotline. You've got basically a ghost hunting group in every county and township in the United States, I think. Yep. And the question is, where are people going to report things? And I think what we're going to see more and more are people going to these, whatever group they find on Facebook or they find a Tumblr or they find some website where they say, hey, I had this experience. And people be like, well, that's cool, or that's nonsense. You didn't have that experience. You're nuts. And then I'm not sure where it would go from there. In the old days, you could report something to this big official sounding group and sort of fool yourself into thinking that if nothing else, you were a name in a filing cabinet somewhere. But now, I'm not sure. We have all this access, and we have all these facilities globally. Whatever percentage that you said it was, that I forget, that people are going to have cell phones by a certain year. Where are they going to talk about these things? And I think it's going to be much more diffuse, much more spread out. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think that much like Greg Bishop has said, what needs to happen is big UFO or paranormal organizations need to go away for about 20 years and let small groups of experiencers and thinkers sort of work on these things at a lower level.
Okay. Mike, any thoughts?
Oh, that's happening organically, from the ground up, in the sense that, people are, I made it's small now, but I made a list of first-person blogs or first-person websites. And I mean, I haven't added to it in about a year, and I think I had about 40 of them or something like that. I'm doing that off the top of my head, probably a little less than that. Just that I found without any trouble at all. People, it used to be a decade ago, you would, if you wanted to write a book, you'd have to get a publisher and go to a bookstore and get or go to get a publishing house to deal with it. And, you would say 10 years ago, I had this experience and I'm writing about it now. And now you can get online and, I've got plenty of examples of people who said, I think I was abducted last night, and they write this on their blog. So there's kind of been a leapfrog away from those giant organizations. And I will also say those giant organizations, like the folks I talk to and the type of experiences I, am documenting and trying to research and trying to make sense of, couldn't go to MUFON with one of those experiences.
No,
MUFON wouldn't even know how to put it in they don't have a little checkbox on their reporting to deal with the kind of weird stuff that I'm sort of
it's not on the form. It's not on the form. So
there's actually a few, I have looked at the forms, the recent forms, the updated forms do have a few things. One of them is on the updated forms. It says, this is MUFON. There's a little checkbox, if you're a UFO witness. And it's one of the things is this, you ask the question, you check yes or no. Has the witness had an increase in psychic abilities since and there's a couple things like that, which I thought was, so they had to recognize that in order to put that in there, which anyone who does this kind of research will very quickly realize that the people who see UFOs will also say after I saw that bright light in the sky, I started to do, psychic readings for people, But that wasn't the question. So another thing is that what is also happening with people who, everyone in the world could have a cell phone. Everyone in the world could have a $1 million, a high resolution video recorder. But I can't tell you how many times this is totally normal. People will say I was in the car and the car stopped and I saw this UFO and it hovered above me and I was totally fascinated, and then it flew off and me and the person in the car said, we didn't take a picture. We had our cameras. Our cameras were right here on the dashboard. There's a form of mind control. Or
they go to take a picture and the camera doesn't work.
They go to take a picture and the camera doesn't work. They take a picture of, and then really weird stuff, starts happening where they take a picture and they get a picture of something that they didn't see. They'll take a picture and they'll see a silver disc in the sky, and then there'll just be an amorphic blur, where that image should have been. There's all kinds of anecdotes that imply that whatever's going on is tapping into the consciousness not only of the observer is getting tweaked somehow by the experience in some sort of orchestrated way, as well as the electronics, as well as the outcome of those electronics. All that said, there are some amazing pictures that are very compelling of UFOs, and then there are also, if you go on YouTube and type in UFO sightings, get ready, you're going to see some of the most horrendous, laughable. You're going to see you're going to see lens flare. You're going to see, reflections on, people taking video out their windows where they're obviously videotaping the light that's on in the kitchen behind them, kind of thing. So,
right.
So whatever's happening, there's a wealth of information out there, but it is getting so muddy that to dig through this is, you have to wallow through so much crap to find those little gems.
Yeah. And I think that's where some of the older reports are more valuable too, because it wasn't so easy to report. Whitley Strieber couldn't just pop on the internet, talk about his experience.
Right.
And for him to write that book took a lot of courage. A lot of people are like, oh, well, he just did it for money. But it seems like although it was a bestseller, it absolutely ruined his life.
Yeah. There's when when Art Bell came back with his show for 3.5 days or whatever the other year, he had Strieber on one of those very few episodes, and it was just this. Strieber actually went through and answered those sort of claims that he was just capitalizing on something that was, in the air and popular. And he goes through and talks about all that he lost financially and his credibility in the publishing world as a novelist, and all of these things that happened to him that were just horrible. And I'm just like, if he did this to make money, he chose the stupidest possible way to make money that I can imagine. It's by completely humiliating yourself in the eyes of people who aren't willing to understand what you went through and what it sort of costs you, personally and emotionally to tell this story. Communion is there's some parts of it that are just gut wrenching. It's a story that there's a very solid sort of thread of exploitation and subjugation and things like that he's undergoing and sort of very humiliating experiences, and this is not he's the book. It's almost like writing the book was a means of therapy for him, as much as anything else. And his books after Communion, varying degrees of that sort of thing and the credibility. But as far as his UFO stuff or his paranormal stuff, I don't think anything has the emotional impact of Communion.
And I think it helps that he was a writer and could express himself in such a way.
Yes, absolutely. The words, the construction in the prose is very good, and I know that's one of the criticisms leveled against it sometimes. Well, he's a novelist, he could make this stuff sound like it was real because he's a writer. But I think it helped him tell his story better. If
that was true, why would you start off with an anal probe?
Right.
Exactly. And now he calls it flat out a rape. Yep. But it's an embarrassing, humiliating sort of thing, which he's been made fun of, and he goes off on South Park for running it up. And I never thought, when I saw it on South Park, I never really thought about Strieber because it was such a part of the culture by that point.
Right.
It is very rarely, it's as far as talking to people who've had the firsthand experience, one, people are probably ain't going to bring it up because it's so humiliating.
Right.
But I have heard it so rarely. It does show up in some of the reportings, but that's all that traces right back to Strieber, the anal probe jokes.
Yeah. It just didn't occur to me because it was such a part of the culture by the time South Park did it as a joke. And he's still, to this day upset about that and the way, the whole thing was treated. Because when you're considering it, that he's looking at it as a rape and they're making fun of it, it's reasonable that he's, a little touchy about it.
Yeah.
And one of the things we are culturally at this point, the Communion came out a little over 25 years ago. So it's a quarter century that book has been out there having its impact. And what has happened, and I can say this, there's people coming forward with their firsthand stories are met with much less venom and criticism than they would have been a quarter century ago.
Oh, yeah.
And that is undeniable. And that to me is remarkable. That something that was so demonized, and you would have been a fool to come forward a quarter century ago. It's now, people are coming forward with very little repercussions in their lives. Obviously there's some, but, surprisingly minimal.
It's more accepted in the culture, I think, that is partially.
Which is incredible to say that, that UFO abduction is more accepted in the culture. That's fascinating.
And due in part to Whitley Strieber.
In great part, yeah.
So, so we've covered part of the 80s. You mentioned you wanted to get into Wild Bill Cooper.
Yeah, a little bit. Bill Cooper is one of those guys that really sort of transcended ufology. If you Google Bill Cooper, most of what you find is not about UFOs. But what happened, his significance was in the late 80s, he emerges onto the BBS, the bulletin board system scene for you youngsters out there. And he goes on to groups like Paranet, which was one of the major paranormal bulletin board systems, and he talks about some documents that he claimed to see when he was in the Navy, and these documents, unsurprisingly or maybe surprisingly, tended to verify a lot of what John Lear had been talking about. With the government is in league with the evil aliens and they're abducting humans for experimentation, and the government lost control of the deal, and now it's scary and a conflict. And if you see the white light at the end of the tunnel, don't go towards it because it's the soul-catching machine on the moon and all that stuff. Cooper comes along and says, yes, I saw this stuff, and I've got these other ideas about the JFK assassination and this and that. And he starts doing the public speaking thing, and within a couple years, it becomes clear that he's basically just glomming on to the popular things and putting a little bit of his own spin on it. He publishes a book called Behold a Pale Horse, which is one of the few very small press paranormal UFO conspiracy theory books that you can actually still to this day walk into a Barnes & Noble and you have a pretty good chance of finding that thing on a shelf. It has been through so many editions. It's amazing. And that book was a few of his things from the internet reworded and sort of rearranged, and some more autobiographical stuff, and then a whole lot of reprints of other things that he thinks are important to this whole global conspiracy, which includes the New World Order on the one hand and the aliens on the other. But one thing that sort of jumps out about Behold a Pale Horse is that one of the things he reprints is the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which has been widely denounced over and over and over again as a hoax, which basically purports to be, if your listeners don't know, the transcript of a secret meeting of the world Jewish leadership as they plot to take over the world. And it's been used as evidence in various anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. But Cooper, like other conspiracy writers, brings it up, talks about it, says it's true, but it's not about the Jews. It's about the Illuminati. It's about the New World Order. It's about the globalists. And they used the Jews as a way to trick people into getting painted as anti-Semitic for referencing their secret plans. Once his UFO stuff is sort of exposed as, we really don't think, looking at your record, you were in a position to see any secret documents. He moves out of the UFO thing by about 1992, 1993. And on his shortwave radio show, he is increasingly moving towards political conspiracy theories. And by 1994 and 95, he's saying that the entire UFO conspiracy movement was actually a hoax and disinformation designed to scare people into, abandoning their national governments and embracing a world government and this new world order, because we'll be threatened with a force from outside the planet. He goes into the right-wing militia movement side of the conspiracy culture in the 1990s. His radio show is which all of the episodes of which are out there on the web now. It's fascinating listening. He becomes very much one of the anti-government people, talking about Waco and Ruby Ridge and Oklahoma City being a conspiracy, and talks about all these things and how they're bringing us towards a new world order. They're going to take our guns. They're going to put us in camps. All of these right-wing conspiracy tropes. And then in November of 2001, as a result of various mostly tax-related criminal issues, he gets into a shootout with some deputies who have been sent to serve a warrant on him. And he had said on the internet and on his radio show that basically they'd never take him alive, and they didn't. He shot a deputy in the head. They took him out, and the conspiracy theories about Bill Cooper have continued. Now his fans and supporters and the people who've kept his radio show going pretty soon afterwards said it was clear they killed him because he was going to reveal, quote, the truth about 9/11. So he sort of bridged this gap between the UFO world and the sort of right-wing political conspiracy world in a way that few other people did. He had a very, very clever, very self-aware way of sort of jumping on to whatever bandwagon was passing by that he could get people to listen to him about. And he hopped from UFOs to the militia thing at a very good time for him, at least. And he's fascinating because if you go to message boards like Above Top Secret or other ones, every so often there will be somebody who comes up and says, I'm new to all this. I found all these things by Bill Cooper. Is he a credible source? And he's been denounced as a non-credible source for going on 20 years now. But a little more than 20 years. But because of the nature of the internet and the way information never really leaves the internet, somebody can discover Bill Cooper over and over and over and learn the whole story from the beginning. It's fascinating to me he's fascinating for his ideas and his bombastic, angry sort of persona, but also because he's an example of how in this digital online world, ideas never really go away. And we can sort of repeat the same arguments over and over and over because in one way things are moving forward into the future very quickly, but in another way we're never truly able to escape this increasingly large digital past on the web that is always there to be exploited and looked at.
All right, any thoughts, Mike?
No, that was great. In fact, I've never read Behold a Pale Horse, and it's been one of those.
You don't.
And it's whatever. I've got my own little I've been sort of sucked down my own little conspiratorial dead ends and things like that at times. So the Bill Cooper thing is always that was as a tidy a 5-minute little intro into Bill Cooper as I think could ever be done. So well done. Yeah.
Yeah. I have to rehearse it because I'll have students who will ask me about Bill Cooper occasionally. I'm just like, oh gosh. Okay. Come to my office. We need to talk. Yeah. I really want you to be careful because, you look at too much Bill Cooper stuff and you end up on some government list somewhere. I am almost certain.
Anything you want to ask, Luke?
No.
Okay. So of course we got a little less through time than we did the last couple times, since we're really barely out of the 80s with this one. So we'll have to schedule, I guess, the 90s to present, maybe?
I knew we would. You were talking the big talk about we were going to make it through this.
I know.
Like, 80s. Are you kidding? So a little bit. So in the 80s and early 90s, I'm going to just interject this because I think this is interesting. I've talked to a lot of people, and it's not, you get this, whatever, I'm just sort of anecdotal patterns because I don't keep, spreadsheets and accurate records in this. But my sense is that I've talked to a lot of people during the 80s and 90s. People were saying things like, I was getting abducted, 2 or 3 times a week because my sanity was completely in jeopardy. Clear, lucid, smart people have told me exactly that. I was getting, during the 80s and 90s, I was getting abducted. And that seems to have died down. So whatever was going on in the 80s, there was, I feel strongly that these contact experiences are still taking place. They've just, they're slightly different now than they would have been in the 80s. And in the 80s, it seemed like something was ramped way up. With these contact experiences. And it's still going on now, but it seems to have a different flavor. It seems to be the intensity and the repetition seems to have died down a little bit. And that's my sense. I can't back that up with that's just coming from folks I've talked with.
That's interesting. I think, and it sort of ties into the idea that, up until the 80s, we might not have seen as much of it either. So it sort of hit this crescendo in the 80s for some reason.
Word, yeah.
And again, imagine Whitley Strieber never published Communion. How different the research for this stuff would be today.
And if Bud Hopkins hadn't published his books, think how different it would be. I know some researchers, I'm going to be very cautious the way I say this, and I'll just name his name. Joe Montaldo is a researcher, and he tells that Bud Hopkins had a close-up daylight flying disc sighting in the early 60s.
Huh.
Then he goes on to his very first UFO investigation was riddled with synchronicities. He knew both the witnesses independently of this one UFO sighting. And then he goes on to get immersed in the very public the presentation, books and speaking and of the UFO abduction thought experiences. So some people will, muse, let's say, and some people will make a pretty forceful argument that Bud Hopkins was a UFO abductee, didn't know it, and was basically following one of the things that happens with one of the questions on every questionnaire, and I assume it would be on the MUFON questionnaire too, is, abductees, do they have that one of the questions is, do you have a sense of mission? And Bud Hopkins certainly had a sense of mission as far as his own research.
That's true. That's true.
So, was Bud Hopkins, the question is, which is unanswerable, was Bud Hopkins a UFO abductee? And there's also plenty of folks that have said they have seen Dave Jacobs, like lying on a table on board a ship. Not plenty, but a handful have said as much. How do you untangle these knots? I think you can't. I think all you can do is just speculate cautiously. And when you're speculating, say you're speculating, and then sort of play with these. How big does the big ideas come from? I mean, I guess that what I was saying, you said, what would happen if Whitley Strieber had never written Communion? And my sense is, and Whitley Strieber, I think, would be able to give a answer in his own right, and I won't try to put words in his mouth, but I mean, was Whitley Strieber's experience orchestrated? Did a very skilled novelist, horror writer, have these experiences with the UFO occupants knowing full well that he would publish these? Or did they tweak, did they actually, create the compulsion to write a firsthand autobiography, around his experiences?
It seems to me that none of these, when you deal with the paranormal, when you deal with UFOs, it doesn't seem like any of it's on accident.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that really says something to the nature of the phenomena. If it was hallucinatory or imaginary, it wouldn't appear that way, I don't think.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think that the phenomenon drives the people who experience it. It's more than just, I had an experience and, that was a discrete experience that you can put on a timeline and say it started at this time, it ended at this time, and this is what happened. It's sort of in a very sort of George Hanston tricksterish way. It starts pulling the strings, right? Like a marionette or puppet master, and things happen. It's a vortex of circumstances surrounding this, rather than just a discrete incident.
Yeah.
And then from my firsthand experience talking to folks on the phone, it's 4 hours. You're not going to get you're not even going to begin to understand someone's experiences until you've logged 4 hours, and then you're just starting. At that point, because there's the spider webs just go everywhere. And all of those little threads, when you pull on them, prove to be fascinating. So yes, I think that there's a richness to the contact experience that goes well beyond, just a UFO occupant looking out their little portal on their flying saucer and saying, there's one, let's get him. I mean, if that was the case, there wouldn't be all this this depth of weirdness that paints all these experiences. The people who are immersed in this, it's almost as if they have one foot in another reality.
Yeah. And this, foolishly, we missed some very major events in the 1980s.
The 80s were a big deal, yeah.
They were.
It's more than one show's worth, yeah.
But, I mean, we skipped over some that you would think one of us would have said, hey, what about? And it just never happened. And after the last time we talked, the first one that popped into my head is we never even mentioned Rendlesham.
Yeah.
Which is really one of the biggest things that happened in the 80s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was a big deal. Exactly.
And
sorry, I'm not asleep, but I'm sounding like it right now. So
we had obviously I've had Peter Robinson numerous times to talk about Rendlesham, and he has his own view on what happened. But I think more than anything, Rendlesham is one of those things where we have somewhat recent accounts. We have some level of evidence that something actually happened. You know, I mean, we could say something happened at Roswell, but it's so far in the past. Most of the people associated with it are dead. It's hard to research at this point and really definitively say anything, but with Rendlesham, that's not the case.
Yeah. One of the things about Rendlesham is like you said, unlike even though it's called Britain's Roswell, which is terrible. It's not Britain's Roswell. It's the Rendlesham Forest incident. It's a separate. Why does everything have to be something's Roswell? That really irritates me. But what's interesting about it is unlike Roswell, the witnesses are alive, many of them. The witnesses made statements about what they saw, publicly that were available relatively quickly after the event. And we also had, back a few years ago, reports surfaced that very high up officials, Lord Hill Norton, one of the defense high-ups in Britain, sent some queries around saying, look, either something violated UK airspace and we didn't know what it was or what to do about it, or the people who are working on American air bases are incredibly incompetent and see things that aren't there. Either of those things are bad. So what are we doing about it? And the Ministry of Defense says, well, we don't think this is a national security issue, that something was sighted, something possibly landed, something was possibly giving off radiation. There have been people who've come forward and said that they were behind it, that it was a hoax. Other people have said that's impossible because of A, B, and C. It's gone back and forth. There have been multiple explanations, ranging from it's a nuts and bolts extraterrestrial craft, obviously, to it's some sort of psychological experiment being run on people at the airbase there in December of 1980. It's not too far, I think, from Porton Downs, which is one of the big chemical, biological, weirdness, secret weapons sorts of setups in the UK. And so there's been some speculation that people at Porton Downs might have been responsible for something strange happening. But it's definitely not Roswell in the sense that it's so relatively recent and full of life.
Yes, that's a good word for it. And that after the event, they kind of sequestered these guys and really, really run them through the ringer, to the point where they still have issues about it.
Yeah, and that's even Charles Halt says, there's some quote where he says, yes, they were the boys were treated harshly, and or had a bad go of it. I can't remember, but he did, in essence, say that they were tortured, as if as good a word as any, I guess.
Yeah, and we don't really know what happened to them.
And then also if they were subjected to some sort of harsh mind control using drugs and hypnosis, or however it may have played out, their recollections would be somewhat scrambled, I suspect, and that's exactly how it's playing out.
Yes, yeah, and that's another problem. But it suggests that something real happened. Yeah. Otherwise, why would they have done this to these guys?
Right, absolutely. It's something did happen. Something tangible happened. There were a lot of witnesses. Many witnesses, not just the military guys, but there were civilian witnesses. There's talk, I think it was, I'm trying to remember what I read a while ago, but I think John Alexander has talked about it, and he says that there were weird things happening in Rendlesham Forest near there in the days and weeks before the sighting. So there might have been more than one thing. It might have been a whole constellation sort of weirdness that went on at the time.
And I know Peter said when he was there doing some of the research, he saw a bunch of stuff, a bunch of lights over the forest as well.
And that actually tells me a lot in the sense that him and Larry Warren, the two people writing the book, one of the witnesses that were there, the other person who's very invested in researching this, were there, working on the book. Larry's first time back to the base, Peter's first time near the base, and they saw what were UFOs. And I'm pretty sure that they had a voice recorder going as they were describing what they were seeing. They've had voice stress analysis done on that, and it has proven to be, according to the analysis, that they were showing legitimate stress in their voices as they were trying to describe what they were seeing. And it sounds like they were seeing, it sounds like a little more elaborate than little dots of lights in the sky. It sounded like structured craft flying around.
Yeah, yeah. And I do believe there's a bunch of tape from that night that hasn't been released.
From the night itself?
Really?
From the night itself, yeah. I think someone has it, but they want like a ton of money to release the full tape.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I mean, Hassan can do a little thing down in Mexico City when they release the tape.
Well, this might be actual tape, you would hope. I mean,
It might be an actual alien, too. So,
That's right. It might actually be a tape of the thing they say it's a tape of, which would be really remarkable for the UFO field. Pretty impressive.
yeah.
So anytime someone's like holding out for a lot of money, that's the red flags go up.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And really, anytime someone says they have definitive proof, the red flags go up.
Yeah, exactly. There's another one. Yeah, that's so.
Yes.
I mean, this is not. If we don't have definitive proof by now, it's not going to be that simple.
No. It's whatever it is that we're looking at and that people are investigating does not want to be identified, and in a sort of trickstery way, it will go on protecting itself, which is a really weird thing to say, but
and it could also be that we can't conceive of what it is.
Right.
Exactly. That. Yeah, I'm all for that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
so another thing. So I know one of them was Christmas night itself,
right,
and one of them was the night before Christmas. Was it the 20?
I think it was the night after, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was the 25th,
26th, and 27th, the 3 nights, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And then so that would have been 1981 or 1980.
1980.
Okay. So in the night after Christmas, I'm pretty sure this is correct, in 1985 was the night that Whitley Strieber had his abduction account. So that's something that's always struck me, is like, why that date? Why that decade? What's the, how much to read into that?
Well, John Keel had pointed out that there are certain patterns to it that don't make any sense. Like he said, most UFO sightings happen toward the middle of the month. And he selected certain days as he went through, and I think Wednesday was the
Wednesday at 9:00. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like the day that you got most of your UFO sightings,
Right.
And it's like, why would that be?
And yeah, exactly. And there's all kinds of certain states, they seem to follow state lines where they get reported and things like that. And I'm not sure if all of those things are still valid now. That was 40 plus years ago when Keel was doing that research. But I'm sure that the phenomena itself has morphed in ways that would. My sense is that would make it, that would be, that kind of research. You didn't need a mainframe computer to sort of come up with that. You could just do that on a piece of graph paper. My sense is that that the properties of the phenomena itself have kept pace with our ability to research it. So.
It's an interesting way to think about it, that it sort of see or senses what we're capable of and then moves just a half step beyond what we're actually able to comprehend as a way to sort of keep ahead of us.
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just kind of a
sort of the perception. Yeah.
Or it's leading us somewhere.
That both things could be happening simultaneously. Yeah. So,
true.
I don't know.
And right after, the other thing with Rendlesham is you have this new book out that Nick Pope and had put out about them touching the thing and getting a binary code.
Well, that wasn't them. I think that was one of them, and I can't remember. That was either Jim or John, and one of them is tall, and one of them is not as tall, and it was the less tall of the two, the shorter of the two, that said he got the binary code. Yeah, I haven't actually followed that the Rendlesham thing as closely as other folks have. Have you had Ryan Sprague on your show ever?
Yes, I've had him on a few times.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. So he's written a play, or is actually in the act. I think he's kind of like the play has proven so. But he's worked on a play actually about the. Yeah,
that was the first time I had him on to talk about that. On Rendlesham, yeah. And
he is surprisingly, he knows as much as anyone on the subject, having thrown himself so deeply into the research.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Peter Robbins has been on multiple times talking about Rendlesham. And of course, he wrote the book in contrast to Nick Pope's book because Nick apparently, Peter believes he took a lot of pot shots at him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Peter and Nick, I've known Peter quite well, and I've met Nick Pope a few times at conferences. And the first time I met him, he was sitting there talking amiably with. They were talking together, and it was Nick Pope and Peter Robbins. That's when I met Nick Pope. I was introduced by Peter Robbins.
Yeah, from what I gather, they were friends before this.
Yeah, very close. Yeah.
So what happened and what caused him to do that? Because when you read through Peter's book. He lays it out like, okay, this is what we wrote, this is what Nick wrote, and it becomes more than just, okay, Peter's being paranoid after you actually look through that book.
Right.
I agree. And Peter is not one to, throw a hissy fit. I don't think in that sense. I think he was doing it out of a very real sense of, his reputation was challenged, and the only way he felt he could possibly confront that challenge and make his own case would be to do it very, very methodically.
And he published all kinds of stuff there that was never published before, photos and documents and stuff like that to make his case even more thorough, and then put the thing out for free.
Yeah. That says a lot. I think it wasn't like, well, it's time for another Rendlesham book. It was no. He said this. Look at all this, and here it is. And I don't want your money, but this is what I think.
And it started out as a book review.
Right.
The first time he came up, he's like, I'm writing a book review of that, and it's getting to be really long. And then the next thing I know, he's gotten a book,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost as long as the book itself.
Yeah. Yeah. And but that was such a weird turn of events, and the whole binary code thing is weird because the message it comes through with is the same type of message you get with like channeled entities and stuff like that. And on the one hand, to me, that makes it more legitimate because
I agree. I stand up and pay attention when it sounds like, the Secrets of Ra or the Ashtar Command. Because I think there's something within the phenomena that wants to emerge as this kind of prophecies from the great beyond in the form of this love and light beings. Yeah.
I was looking at the Rendlesham Forest Incident.com webpage earlier today, and I was looking at the decoded binary thing. And what's interesting is whereas you guys are saying that this gives it a little more credibility, I sort of in some of it see kind of the opposite. It has those coordinates that, they said, well, we've interpreted what these numbers might mean. They're not exact, and they're all coordinates for places like Sedona, Arizona, and the Pyramid of Giza and the Nazca Lines, and the most obvious places you would. I mean, it's just, it's not like.
Well, even the messages from the aliens always sound like they were written by Rod Serling. You know what I mean? They always sound like they could just be dropped in without any editing into any Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, and or Outer Limits. And they connect it to they got some crop circles. They're extrapolating things from the crop circles and connecting it to the binary code. That the crop circles, also have these latitude and longitude coordinates that so it's either incredibly interesting or just another one of those things that people have come up with and said, oh yeah, and then they went to the pyramids, and the temple of, what was it, the Temple of Apollo or something in Greece,
and the little island that sank off the coast of England as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because how to say it, like if there was a disinformation campaign and a psychological operation, being performed by, factions within the government, maybe they didn't stage the actual events of Rendlesham Forest, but they stage managed the echoing events.
Mm-hmm.
Did they somehow stage manage this?
Well, that's
and create
true.
the binary code. Because Jim or John, I apologize, I can't remember who, with the shorter of the two, was the one that sort of pulled that little notepad out of his pocket, decades later, and basically said, "Oh yeah, I did this. I wrote this down."
By the way, I wrote down this mysterious binary code that I haven't talked about. Yeah.
And he also, and I'm so I'm not out to they're not here to defend themselves, but one of the things he does say is, and he's been very clear about this, is like, I could write the whole thing down right now, and it's just page upon page upon page of X's and zeros, or I think it's dash and zeros. And then I don't know if anyone's ever said, well, here's a piece of paper, go ahead and write it down. I don't know if that's happened, but he certainly made that claim that he could.
I would think that somebody would have sort of said, yeah, like go ahead. We'll check it against the other versions you've produced and see if they're the same. Yeah, the stage managing thing is sort of looking at it very cynically, but still acknowledging that something happened. If something happened and they saw something that they weren't supposed to see, that was terrestrial, but something they were not supposed to see, much like with Paul Benowitz and that kind of that thing of disinformation, the powers that be would absolutely encourage anything that took it further and further away from, well, what if this is just something we weren't supposed to see, to what if this is a code that ties into the crop circles and the pyramids and the ethereal beings watching us. So just because it might not be extraterrestrials or ascended masters doesn't mean it isn't something that is incredibly interesting and worth paying attention to. And that's sort of whenever I get really sort of burned out on this subject, which the Roswell slides have just about done me in. I've followed that whole thing very closely, and now I'm just tired. But what always keeps me coming back is these little connections to sort of real terrestrial geopolitical and political and intelligence related events that I find very interesting, and how the phenomenon not just is interpreted by those who believe in it, but how it's used by those who are like, okay, we can use this to manipulate people, just like we've used, film and television and music and the drug culture and everything else we've used to manipulate people. How are we going to use flying saucers to manipulate people? And so that's sort of, I tend to look at things, especially things that happen around military bases, through that lens more than others.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
And ironically, right around 1979 is when Jacques Vallée published Messengers of Deception.
I was thinking that was a good segue. There was a good segue floating around here to Messengers of Deception, which I have sitting in front of me. My Bantam Books, the first mass market paperback edition, actually the first paperback edition, I think, the first American one, with the sort of very 70s lavender cover, and are the people of this world being controlled by mind manipulators? Slug line on the cover, which sounds, oh wow, the aliens, and then when you read the book, you realize what it's really talking about. And I think it's probably when people say, well, what book should I read first about UFOs? I say Messengers of Deception. Just read that one and then keep it in the back of your head when you read all the other ones, because this idea that this idea of UFO beings or creatures that contact us, regardless of what they may or may not be, there are those for political reasons, religious reasons, cultural reasons, whatever reason you can think of, who will use this idea, this sort of meme, to amass personal power, wealth, to manipulate people for reasons we can't understand. I first read it in, I think, 97, and I was really shocked that I read it about 6 months after Heaven's Gate happened, and I'm reading through Messengers of Deception, and I see the name Marshall Applewhite in one of the chapters, because Vallée was talking about the Heaven's Gate people, decades before most anybody had heard of them, because they did keep a fairly low profile. You didn't see them running around at UFO conventions or in the pages of UFO magazine. They were a weird little cult, but he does a good job of talking about Bo and Peep. He's got some great pictures of them in here at their public meetings. It's an incredibly creepy book. It's an incredibly creepy book, and it's creepy because this is all weird, real stuff. I mean, these are stories that are so weird that people, I forget the guy's name, Jacques Bordis, the guy who was he the one with the little dwarf guy? He met the little sort of dwarf alien and had weird encounters with him. And so, there's these weird stories that are so weird that you wouldn't expect people to tell them in public unless there was something to them.
Right,
it's credible because only an insane person would talk about this because it sounds so weird. But it's full of stories like that and stories of these strange little cults like the Melchizedek guy.
Yeah.
And Claude Vorlin and the Raelians and all of these strange little groups. It talks about, I don't know if you've read Nick Redfern's Final Events.
No.
But about sort of this supposed cabal within the government that is sort of believing a lot of the weird end times, end of the world eschatological stuff. But it talks about people testifying at the church committee hearings in the 1970s that looked into misuse of intelligence agencies, that there were plans to stage the second coming of Christ off the coast of Cuba back in the 1960s. They were going to launch sort of optical effects or something from a submarine.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Coast of Cuba, and sort of reading about this, and you read about all the manipulation, and then you look at everything that happened in the late 80s and the 90s, with starting with Benowitz and then going through, as we talked about the last time we were all together, John Lear and Bill Cooper and Bill Moore and all the disinformation, and you just sort of think, wow, Philly was on it back in '79 with how these things can be used. This and They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers are like the only two UFO books I routinely go back and read because I like them, rather than because, oh gosh, I guess I got to look something up in that Roswell book or something. So, it's a great book. Oh, the other one I read all the time that I recently found a copy of is Underground Alien Bases by Commander X from 1990. So
all right,
got my hands on some classic Commander X. You guys remember Commander
No.
X?
I have no idea. This is totally new to me.
Commander X. It was awesome. Basically, there's some theories about who Commander X was. It was probably a group of writers who used the Commander X name. A lot of them were published through Timothy Green Beckley's Conspiracy Journal, UFO Journal catalogs. Jim Keith was one of the guys who wrote as Commander X. And actually, some of the stuff in this Underground Alien Bases book, change a few words and look in Jim Keith's Saucers of the Illuminati and some of his other books, and it's like, okay, yeah, I think this was a Jim Keith Commander X book. That's sort of speculation. What was his name? Robert Sterling at the Conformist website when Keith died. He on his mailing list back in, I guess it would have been 99, 2000, whenever Jim Keith died, revealed that, now that Keith had passed away, Keith was one of the Commanders X, I guess would be the proper plural, but it's sort of, collected all of this weird paranoia of the 80s that started with these attempts by military intelligence people to manipulate UFO believers. So I sort of have them sitting here on the desk, and Messengers of Deception sort of lays out how these things can be done, and then Underground Alien Bases is sort of a great example of how this manipulation can work its way into the mainstream.
With the thing that one thing about Messengers of Deception, he had some really interesting synchronicities, even writing that book, and that seems to be something that follows anyone who gets involved in the UFO field is synchronicities. I mean, not even just UFO field, anything paranormal.
And I would say also, I think even if you're doing, like at a meditation retreat, or you're doing a lot of, yoga or something like that, or if you're having a spiritual awakening, anything so I had a conversation with someone and I said, people in the UFO thing, they're having a lot more synchronicities than the normal people. And this friend, and she rolled her eyes and said, anyone having a spiritual awakening would have a lot of synchronicities. And I kind of put two together, and I'm like, well, then having UFO contact is a form of spiritual awakening. And I have been seeing it in that framework since then.
Okay, you're dropping out a little for some reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. I sounded so smart there today.
I think we heard everything you were saying. You were just kind of getting a little muffled.
Okay.
Now you sound okay. Now you sound okay.
You need to drop me if you. Okay.
So that was the first thing about messengers of deception. The other thing is he was being fed information from was it a former military person?
I believe so.
And it made me wonder, as I'm reading this, is this guy also messing with the valet as he's, getting all this information?
Yeah, I've wondered this. Anytime you see that kind of informing going on, you kind of have to wonder if it's misinforming or disinforming as well, right? So I wonder. I've wondered the same thing, and I can't remember if I've ever seen any interviews or anything with Valet where he brings that up, but it wouldn't surprise me. That is sort of painting with a broad brush, but that's what they do, right? Are there, another sort of cliche? Is there anything really that we could call a former intelligence person? Aren't they all
Nick
sort
Pope,
of?
This is we're getting into Nick Pope territory here.
Right, and that's exactly where I wanted to take it. And one of Peter's assertions is that Nick Pope is intentionally creating disinformation with his latest book.
Oh yeah, and
intentionally muddying the water and making it harder for the next set of researchers who come along and the present day folks who are looking into it are getting led down these blind alleys.
And I do want to say, if you've not read Peter Robbins' book, it's Deliberate Deception. And it is available on the Where Did the Road Go website under the free book section.
Ooh.
So you can download that and have a look for yourself. But yeah, I mean, that's, and like I said, that's sort of his assertion that maybe Nick was picked up to kind of muddy the waters and make this, harder to research in the future. Throw a bunch of nonsense into it and, it gets dismissed easier.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, if we want to go, full paranoid, which I'm happy to do. Spend most of the more time you spend with this stuff, the more paranoid you get. Even you don't have to be a former intelligence person to be an asset of intelligence people. People pass on stories that they've heard or are used as conduits by these intelligence people sometimes. It's all just a massive quagmire, and that's fine. That's the nature of dealing with things that are connected in some way to the defense establishment, which this is. Anything flying around in the air is connected to the defense establishment at some point, whether they want to admit it or not. And I think as long as people involved in research keep their eyes open and bear in mind that yes, anything that I hear from anything that is even remotely connected to an official source, there's a good chance that it's being put out there for a reason that is not necessarily to get at the truth of the UFOs or whatever. It's serving an agenda. That doesn't mean there isn't truth inside that disinformation, right? And that's where it sort of doubles back on itself and becomes even more confusing. It isn't just, well, are you telling me the truth or are you giving me disinformation? It's what part of the total package of what you're giving me is true and what part is false. It's the whole truth being protected by a bodyguard of lies thing. So it's like a knot where there's one strand of truth inside this tangle of things that look very similar to it, but you're looking for the one little part of the rope that's that's slightly different, and it's hard to find. But it's fun to read about people trying to find it or trying to puzzle it out for yourself.
And I've met a number of people over the years who have said to me, well, I know someone who's, in the military, and they said that they have personal, experience knowing that, these are, that the government knows about UFOs. They have, backwards, what's the word for it?
Back engineered.
Thank you. Back engineered them, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a story you hear repeatedly in slightly different variations. And, like every time I hear that, I think, so... and the person will always be like, oh, this guy's beyond reproach. And I'm thinking, yeah, he may not be lying, but they may have fed that to him.
Right.
And it doesn't seem like something he would be telling a member of the general public, even if he was close friends with them, unless he was supposed to.
Right.
I would think if that was true, we would not know about it.
I think I agree. And sort of looking for the simplest explanation sort of thing. If somebody is in a position to know top secret classified information about back engineered technology from alien craft, they aren't going to be the sort of person who just tells their friends about it.
Right.
So, anybody who would talk about it wouldn't be in a position to know it, unless they were being fed something or being used as a conduit to release things. Or they've, legitimately, decided to go rogue and, spill the beans to a guy at a party.
Yeah.
Instead of, somebody who could do something about it. But, I tend to be fairly cynical about, this guy, I can't mention his name, knows a lot about, this technology.
Yeah. And a few days after Rendlesham, we have another very standout thing that we missed completely, which is the Cash Landrum incident.
Oh, yeah.
From 1980. And literally, and I didn't realize this until Nick, oh my God, I wanted to say Nick Pope.
Nick Good? No, Timothy, no, Nick...
Redfern?
Thank you, Redfern.
Yeah.
Not Nick Pope, Nick Redfern, pointed out that this happened literally a couple of days after the Rendlesham, or even a day after the last bit of the Rendlesham incident.
Oh, how interesting. I didn't catch that either. Yeah.
Yeah. It was in Texas, East Texas, I believe. There's some good research by a guy named Kurt Collins, who has a website called Blue Blurry Lines. If you Google that, it'll come up. And he has done an incredible job of going back to the original sort of notes and documentation and sort of reconstructing what happened and sort of the sequence of events, because the Cash Landrum case is one of those cases that was initially reported to the public in a very sort of sanitized and sensationalized, if those things aren't contradictory, a very sensationalized report in one of the tabloids, Weekly World News, back in 80, when Weekly World News was more of where it wasn't all made up,
right.
Where it was more just a sensational tabloid news. And they kind of, smoothed things and made it a bit more sensationalistic. So he's gone back and done a lot of work and interviews with people. The young boy who was in the car at the time, he's an adult, and I think he's in his late 30s or early 40s, and he's starting to talk about it a little bit more now. So he's done a lot of good work on it. But there are some similarities to Rendlesham and the idea of radiation and radiation being present. One of the women was injured fairly severely by whatever she encountered. Basically, two women and a young boy, one of their sons, are driving home from the bingo one night in East Texas, and they are confronted with some kind of giant craft. Their descriptions of it are vague. They change. It's anywhere from just big to a half mile long, although that might be the light. Sort of the light they saw might have filled the sky, and that's how they estimated the size. One of them gets out of the car, experiences burns that have been described as radiation burns. And after the craft disappears, a bunch of military helicopters, I think Army helicopters, show up on the scene. Sort of the big twin-rotored, I think they're the Chinooks. Sort of those big, giant twin-rotor helicopters show up. So there was a military connection. There were investigators from the Pentagon who talked to them. If I remember correctly, there was some talk that they'd been offered a settlement for medical bills by the military, which then, withdrew the settlement and claimed they never made it. There were talk of lawsuits going back and forth between them and suing the military, the Defense Department, for for injuries and medical bills. But it was one of those things where there was a sighting, but there was tangible physical, evidence in the form of these injuries,
including didn't this thing was basically spewing fire?
Yes.
Right.
And it hovered over the highway right in front of them and damaged the asphalt, literally melting the asphalt. And then that was mysteriously cleaned up very promptly, and the road was repaired.
Yes.
Am I remembering that correctly?
So what was the guy you just mentioned that did Blue Blurry?
Kurt Collins.
Okay, he was just on the Gralien Report with Micah Hanks within the last month or so, and he did a very in-depth interview with him. And if I'm remembering right, they said the road was actually a dirt road. And within a couple of years of the incident, it was paved over, but it's not necessarily unusual that might happen.
Okay.
Yeah,
I might be hearing the fish got bigger by the time I heard that version of the story.
I think the road thing. I think I heard an interview with him, an old Radio Mysterioso interview from a couple of years ago, where he sort of said that because I think the host asked for some examples of how the story might have changed, and I think the road thing was one of those examples where the asphalt bubbling, and then they paved it over mysteriously within a short time. That was one of those aspects of how the fish got bigger. It is a good way to describe it. It changes over time.
And I guess they don't actually know exactly where this thing was sighted either.
No, it was somewhere in the piney woods. They have a general area. It could have been between this point and this point. But as far as pinpointing the exact spot, no.
So, but that interview on Micah's show is very good. If people are interested, they can go to GralienReport.com. It's a free download. They can check that out. It was within the last month or so that he talked to him about it. And because what he talked about on there, the research he's done, puts a very different spin on that whole case.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that we've taken for granted for all these years suddenly doesn't look quite the same.
No, so what's the conclusion of the researcher? Because my sense is that what little I've looked into it seems to smell like a government test operation where they were testing some sort of exotic craft, and it somehow went awry. And it was witnessed by obviously went awry and spewing radiation in the sense that these folks were physically injured.
Apparently, there was no traceable radiation. However, the injuries are those that you would see from radiation. And so that's kind of one of the big puzzles of the whole thing is how they got what are essentially radiation poisoning, but there's they were not irradiated. The car was not irradiated. There's no traces of radiation anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, the thing is, when I first started looking at Kurt's research, I was like, oh, so he's sort of debunking some of the things, and he's like, it's sort of stripping away layers of myth, and underneath the layers of myth, things like these radiation injuries that have no traceable radiation connected to them. I mean, that's wild,
that's weirder than just straight out radiation poisoning.
Yeah. So there's some really interesting stuff going on here, and he's just in the last couple days he's posted. I think on Friday I saw a new post where he's sort of talking about where he wants to go with the investigation. Lots of he talked about doing some FOIA requests about documentation and things like that. So it's an ongoing thing.
And I don't think he had any specific conclusion. He did do some work trying to track down the type of helicopters, because apparently those type of helicopters are not generally in that area.
Right.
So he's really done his work on this one, and instead of making it look more explainable, the mystery actually deepens as he's done this research and knocked off and debunked some of these myths around it.
Yeah, it's always been a very sort of well-known, solid, how do you explain this sort of case, and it still is. I mean, none of his myth stripping, I don't know if that's a word, none of his myth stripping has gotten rid of the mystery. It sort of refocused the mystery on, okay, so these are the things we know happened. Now, what the heck do you do with this? Because this is possibly weirder than, well, what kind of flying saucer was it? You know, it's wild. It's one of the exciting things going on, along with well, I was going to say along with the Roswell slides, but unlike the Roswell slides, there's something really cool going on with Kurt's work with Cash Landrum. So, and
Nick Redfern had suggested, I think actually his work kind of maybe strips this down a little, because he said, well, the craft in Rendlesham was described as triangular, and so was the one on the Cash Landrum case. 2 days later, was it a test craft in both places, or did they catch something, capture a UFO or something? But when I was listening to his report, he said that it wasn't initially described as triangular. And I believe initially all they saw were lights, and it was the kid that later said, I think it was triangular.
Yeah, the kid, I remember this from the interview I heard with Kurt. The kid was playing with his light bright, if you remember light brights.
Oh,
and he made a sort of blue diamond shape and said that's what he saw. So, and that's where, and that sort of diamond shape has become sort of, once the triangles, start becoming the sort of thing people were seeing, it becomes, it's really, maybe it's a triangle. But
and it's coming from my role as a professional illustrator. I would say that the if you are going to make a sketch, have a witness make a sketch, do not have them make a sketch with a light bright.
Yes.
I think a pen would be much the better tool than the light bright. What the light bright may have done would be to mimic the eerie lights in the night sky, because the light bright is black paper with little holes in it that you punch little plastic pegs through. So
and the thing about a light bright is anything that you create is going to be angular.
Yeah.
So it's going to sort of default to these sort of blocky triangular.
That's where the pen comes
shape.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, although I don't think anybody said, well, what did you see? I'll only tell you what you see if I can use my light bright. I think it's just sort of
get the
playing
forensic
with
sketch artist in here with his light bright. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the sketch of people doesn't work well with the light bright either. Can you track down the smiley face? This is who I saw rob the bank. But yeah, pen works a lot better.
And I can say, like I said, I think their initial thing was that they saw bright lights around this thing. It looked like an object, and I can say from the one massive UFO sighting I had, what I saw was lights, and it gave the impression that there was something there. But the more having weird stuff happen to me most of my life, and being studying this stuff, I sat there and I went, okay, do I hear anything? Okay, what am I actually seeing? I'm seeing lights. And I looked and I'm like, the lights are too bright to see if there's actually a structure there. It looks like there's a structure because they're staying the same distance away from one another. But that doesn't mean there's actually a structure there.
Right. Or if there is, it's difficult to determine what it is. There might be a structure, but is it diamond shaped? Is it triangular? Is it round?
Right.
It could be any of those, and depending on which one of those it is, you could be looking at very different things or very different types of things. So,
and if I was going to guess at a structure, it gave the impression of a structure of like two bowls with the openings facing each other.
Right.
And with lights going in between the two open ends, there were a bunch of lights spinning through it at very random speeds. And, they'd get to a certain point and it seemed like they were going around it. So they'd disappear and then come back on the other side. Or almost like an old video game where, you go off the right side of the screen, we come back on the left.
Yeah.
Which gives the impression that it's probably going around. But the lights were almost racing one another. So it's kind of like, okay, it's this big because this is where these lights are starting and ending. And there was like a really super bright light on top and bottom and on the corners. And it's like, okay, it seems like that. And the more I stared at it, killing my eyes because it was so bright. And I'm going, I can't tell if I'm actually seeing a structure.
Yeah.
But I think most people assume when you see that, there's probably a structure there. Or they don't focus on it because they're going, what am I seeing,
Right. I think the brain sort of interpolates a structure.
Yes.
Because we're used to seeing things that are structured, even things in nature, unless it's, even stars, we create what are constellations? They're structures that we've created to, sort of we visualize these things and we sort of create images that help us visualize them more easily. So even if there isn't a structure, a physical structure as such, we assume part of our brain, I think unconsciously assumes there might be.
Yes, I think you're right on that, definitely. So who knows what they actually saw? Maybe the kids saw the lights and saw a triangle, but maybe didn't see an actual structure, or maybe he did. Maybe he had the right angle where he could actually see a structure.
Right.
But you hear that a lot. The first thing you hear about is lights. Structure's always secondary.
Right.
Except in rare cases where you see a full structured craft coming down.
And I would say that present day, the reports of orbs is much, much higher than the reports of what would be structured craft. So present day right now, what the UFO researchers are getting when they answer the hotline, either at MUFON or through whatever the guy out of up out of Washington State. So what people are reporting now are sort of amorphic, translucent orbs that seem more like little balls of floating energy rather than something that would make like if you throw a rocket, a flying saucer would make a clunk when it bounces off the hull. That's not what people are describing now. They're describing something like a floating, intangible, glowing orb.
And so I'll tell you guys something that happened last night that was kind of interesting in respect to this. I fix computers for a living, and I had stopped at a customer's house, fixed their computer. I came out to my car, and I looked up, and there's 2 red lights in the sky. Now, if I had a bet, I'd say they were Chinese lanterns. They looked like they were kind of floating and moving off into the distance, but it gave me kind of a weird feeling. And then I got in my car, and my starter died. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, and I looked back up, I'm like, those are Chinese lanterns, right? Because my starter's barely over a year old, and it just quit. And the car was behaving really, really weirdly, like the electronics and stuff in it. And I'm just going, all right, they still look like Chinese lanterns to me. But I'm thinking, okay, so if I was a little more gullible here, would I be thinking a UFO just knocked my car out? Was it a coincidence, or did that weird feeling set my electrosensitivity off, which then screwed up the car?
Huh.
Very difficult to get an answer. I would keep your eyes open you could call MUFON or something like that. You might not get a straight answer, but you could call MUFON or they may not have an answer and ask if anything was reported. You could call the local newspapers and the sheriff's department and ask if anything was reported. But you might not get an answer, but that would be the next step on a purely physical level. And on sort of a more metaphysical level, you could sort of contact the local shaman and find out, what was going on as far as, your own mood and your own sensitivity and things like that. There's questions that the shaman would ask that I think are every bit as valid as the questions that the MUFON investigator would ask.
But the thing is, they look like Chinese lanterns. They really did. There was no, I wasn't thinking UFO. I just thought, wow, that looks really creepy like that because they were just kind of bouncing in the sky a little bit. Mm-hmm. If you've ever seen a Chinese lantern, it's understandable why people would mistake them for UFOs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the sort of sense of the when you're looking at it, the depth of field thing, it looks like it's much bigger than it is, and much, they're very easy to see why they look anomalous.
And then, of course, getting in and having the car just kind of not do anything. It's like, okay, what? Come on.
Anything leading up to that in the car, like the day before, was your starter acting up, or?
It made a noise earlier in the week, so it was probably going.
Okay.
But that was it. It turned it off 10 or 12 times yesterday without a problem. Started right back up, and then nothing. Not only that, but when we were working on it, was doing some weird stuff too, which again made me. I've had electrical problems with my car, but I also cause electrical problems. My system just causes electrical problems.
Yep. There are people like that.
Yeah.
So
very interesting. And I will also. So you do have owls living in a tree right in front of your house.
I was gonna. If you weren't going to, I was gonna.
I was waiting to drop that one, but yeah. So I think I drop that every show. I'm not sure about the 4 shows. I think I've made that point every time. So.
The owls like me. All right. So if we move up in the 80s, one of the other things we skipped over was Gulf Breeze.
Gulf Breeze.
Breeze. That would be Ed Walters.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And now Bruce Maccabee did an investigation in that. Now I read that book when it came out in hardcover. That was very early on in the point when I was starting to sort of immerse myself sort of compulsively into the UFO stuff. So that would have been in the 1992 or something. And that book, initially I was totally enthralled by it. And it's not a good policy in a way, but the photographs sort of are too good to be true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of, just cautious there. And there was one story in that book that I remember reading at the time. Ooh, super creepy. And I'm remembering it now from, over 20 years ago. So this is I'm probably remembering it slightly incorrectly, where Ed Walters, heard a noise. He went out to the back deck, and he lived in Florida, and he looked out the screen, and suddenly he was face to face with a little gray alien. And he said he scared the gray alien. The alien sort of slowly backed away like he'd been caught. Now, having read since that point, what must be, in the thousands of similar reports, you never hear that. It doesn't play out like that. It's not like you can sneak up on a gray alien, So what he was describing was something that is kind of outside the norm of what gets reported, far outside the norm. Doesn't mean it didn't happen exactly the way he wrote it. It could have been his, and then also you add in the massive amounts of what would be out and out mind control that play into the what the witnesses experience. Could that have just been a projected scenario, just plugged into the guy's mind? And that's the way he remembered it, or that's the way he was told to remember it. This all gets so murky that you never know which end is up at a certain point. But so I am cautious. One thing that I do say is that I consider Bruce Maccabee a legitimate researcher, and I remember, if I'm remembering this correctly, he was the point person on that case in around Gulf Breeze. Yeah. A lot of other stuff around Gulf Breeze, including a military base, a Navy. The Pensacola Air Station is there. And which is another, that's the same thing as sort of saying oh, my friend in the military, he just got the story. Anytime there's a military base close by, I'm like, is this being staged? Are the UFOs interested in the UFO in the military base for some reason? And then also that there was beyond just Ed Walters, very well documented. Just people would go down to the beach every night and take pictures of UFOs.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Most of the UFOs that were photographed by these other people were just little dots and not very exciting. And what was photographed by Ed Walters was very, very vivid and it had the flavor of being too good to be true.
Yeah.
So,
right.
And there is the report in 2007, 2008, some interviews with the people who moved into that house after the Walters left, and they found a model UFO made of styrofoam plates in the attic too.
Oh, I have not. Okay, so that.
Yeah, there was a book that came out in 2007, 2008 that basically, we kind of found the model UFO, which is not to say that other people weren't photographing, those things, because there were a lot of non-Ed Walters UFO sightings in Gulf Breeze at the time. I remember reading Jim Mosley's Saucer Smear, because he lived in Florida and he did some investigation of Gulf Breeze as well, and was a bit more skeptical of it than Maccabee was. But yeah, Maccabee is absolutely a solid researcher. He's not like some of those guys, right? So he's solid. But yeah, and I think the book was published by Prometheus, which is Psychops or whatever they're calling themselves these days, the skeptical
right
group. But yeah, it was
and pretty much accepted by most people as, yeah, that's kind of definitive. But yeah, it was an interesting thing because the pictures were so good. We hadn't really had pictures that were this good, but not sort of Billy Meyer good, where you can almost see the strings, right? But these were good, but not obvious fakes, So it was an interesting time.
And he would have been really foolish to leave a model just laying around like that too.
Well, that's where what's the source of the model?
The provenance of the model, yeah. And that's that's another. I haven't read the book, so the book probably goes into more. So it's one of those things where it's not one of those cases that keeps getting brought up as and then there was Gulf Breeze, because unlike things like Rendlesham and Cash Landrum and even the Phoenix Lights in '97, there were witnesses to a lot of UFOs at the time, and there were Ed Walters pictures, but I'm not sure how big of the overlap of those two groups. Like you said, other people were taking UFO pictures, but they weren't like the Ed Walters pictures, So was it a mass UFO sighting that he got pictures of, or was it two sort of separate events going on in the same general area? So there's a lot of complexity there, I think.
And when you consider the state of the technology too, if they were fakes, they were done very, very well. He
was working with Polaroids, which is very difficult to do multiple exposures. And he did and I think it was, what's his name? Bruce Maccabee handed him Nimslo cameras. And I don't know if you remember, I think we're all about the same age to remember what those are. Those are it's not a 3D camera, right? Because that would be two lenses.
Right.
And to make a 3D image, you have these two lenses and you look through something that looks like an old ViewMaster, and you get the 3D image that way. Now, these were Nimslo cameras, and those were the cameras that were used to create, I think they were called VariViews. You kind of get those three-dimensional pictures of Christ on the cross.
Almost like a stereoscope sort of.
Yes, but it's on a flat paper with little ridged plasticky things where the image, you would take, I think there were either 4 or 5 lenses in the thing. The camera itself was a wide rectangle, and he did get some photos of lights in the sky using a Nimslo camera, which for the purposes of trying to satisfy the debunkers was just like gold, because they could get exactly the distance that this light was away from the photographer.
Right.
But of course, he didn't get any of the really good pictures with it.
He did not get any of the really good pictures with the Nimslo, just some dots in the sky. So.
I mean, to me, that's always been kind of it's probably a hoax, but I can't say that definitively.
Agreed,
right.
Yeah. That one's got a little smelly, quality to it. So.
Do we know whatever happened to Ed Walters?
I do not.
Last I heard, he just kind of decided that he hated the fame and has chosen not to be a public face.
All right, okay.
Which I think is legit. Yeah. And I did see him do something where he was interviewed on a documentary recently, and he'd obviously aged 20 years since the last time I'd seen a photo of him, and he talked very straight and frank about his about a few of his experiences. So he's still out there. I have no idea whether he's still having experiences, but the 80s were kind of this the tip of the bell curve. The 80s and early 90s were kind of the tip of the bell curve of when people were reporting abductees, when they were reporting the ongoing thing. I've talked to more than one person who would say things, they'd roll their eyes and like, oh, that was a tough chapter in my life. I was getting taken 3 times a week. I've heard that more than once from people. And that has seemed to have dialed that way down. It's not that people aren't having these experiences. The flavor of the experiences seem to have changed in recent, since the decade of the 80s and early 90s.
Mm-hmm. And same time the Gulf Breeze photos were coming out, Bud Hopkins released Intruders. And that was his second book after Missing Time, and it was the first one that I'm aware of where the idea of hybridization comes up.
I did a little research on this, and I can't remember the very first. I think it was that one. Very quick on the heels of that one was Ray Fowler's book. I think the second in the series, second or third in the series of the, it would have been the third, called The Watchers, of the Betty Andreasson story, where she talks about hybrid children. And then somewhere shortly after that was Kim Carlsberg's book, Beyond My Wildest Dream, where she talks about her own hybrid children experiences.
But so it was Bud Hopkins then that kind of started this in a sense.
Yeah,
I think you're correct. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure on that. I know, like I said, it was the first I had heard of it. And in that book, I mean, when I first read that book, I read it when it came out, he makes such a convincing case for it. I mean, he does so much research, and he makes such a convincing case that unless you know the phenomena like I do now and can say, yeah, but there's all this stuff that doesn't fit your paradigm there, he really did make a good case that extraterrestrials were coming here, abducting people in order to make hybrid children.
Now, as someone who talks to a lot of people who have had the direct contact experience, I asked one of Peter Robbins, I asked him, and I said, okay, Peter, like, this is what I'm getting when I talk to these people. Is it 100% of the women are telling stories where some part of their story is either they were, had gynecological problems that stumped the doctor, that's at one end of the continuum, very simple. And then on the other end, they'll have direct memories of being shown hybrid children in a, like on board a flying saucer, weird, and in the between is like weird pregnancy issues and missing pregnancies. I asked Peter, is it 100%? And he kind of waffled and really didn't give me a good answer. And I don't think he could. There's no way to. And then I've asked other folks, and they've said, well, if it's not 100%, it's very high. That almost all the women who report this, I won't say 100% because that would be incorrect
and impossible to know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But it would be an alarmingly high percentage of the women who report these contact events will also tell of these, some things along the line of those, issues that would point to these hybridization, and then the men to a lesser degree have similar stories.
Right. There's a reproductive overtone to it, going all the way back to. Not
to the fairies,
to the fairies, and in the modern era,
to Jesus, and to Mary being, an angel appearing at the foot of her bed, telling her that she's magically pregnant, with a special being. This is, I don't.
Yeah, it's a long-lived thing, and actually, what I always sort of wonder about or think about is if these are extraterrestrials, if we take the reproductive angle of abduction, we just take that as read for the moment. Why would extraterrestrials? Why? That's and how? I think the reproductive angle sort of, to me, indicates something more terrestrial from weird hidden races within the earth to military abductions and things like that, like weird sort of terrestrial experimentation. I think the reproductive stuff sort of, that to me leads it away from extraterrestrials. But extraterrestrials being a useful sort of screening mechanism to sort of misdirect. Again, I'm back to misdirection, but you're right. It's a huge aspect of the phenomenon. And David Jacobs in The Threat especially would have had his whole sort of dark vision of the evil, Greys creating a race of hybrids that will replace humanity or something like that.
And it doesn't take very long to go down that road. Once you and then the. Oh, I just lost my train of thought here because the coffee just wore off. So it'll come back to me.
All right. So that was 87 when Bud released that one, and then 88 was Strieber's second book, which was Transformation, which I enjoyed a lot. I really got a lot out of that one. I think that was the one that pointed out to me that some of the experiences I was having were very similar to the experiences he was having, but mine weren't tinged with a UFO alien sort of frame around it.
And what were they tinged with?
More of a occult sort of thing, because I was experimenting with ceremonial magic and things like that. But I was having a lot of the same experiences, but they didn't have, they were like shadow entities and things like this, as opposed to gray aliens.
Well, that's the problem, and what we're confronted with is that this that's what I'm finding in a way with this owl research is that that there's a blurring, that there's a that we as humans, especially if you like have a MUFON field investigator badge, you will want to put these things in a box, and that box is little scientists on a metal spaceship coming here from some other place to study humanity. And when you look at the larger or greater phenomena in the phenomena that overlaps, ceremonial magic and
shamanism,
shamanism and near-death experience, and these, what you find is that there's an overlapping, and that is the grander mystery to me, is why are these things overlapping? And at the same time, like out and out nuts and bolts researchers are measuring the burn marks in the farmer's field,
right,
and finding little landing pad footprints that have, and actually surprisingly not much anymore. Though that seems to be a phenomenon more from the 50s and 60s and 70s rather than what is taking place now. You tend not to find burn marks in the back behind the house after a UFO abduction.
Yeah, these things do tend to come in waves, and
or morph, maybe less in waves, so they're actually evolving in some way.
Yeah,
the same way, just staying one step ahead of the way we want to frame it.
Yeah,
but I think transformation. Maybe that's why I like that so much. I haven't read it in a long time. I actually plan on rereading it, like I did Communion. But it really, the depth of his experiences, you get a lot more into it in Transformation. Communion's like, okay, here's this one event that happened to me, and here's how I dealt with it. Transformation, he starts exploring, okay, this is the other stuff that came along with it. And at the same year, in 88, was Dimensions from Jacques Vallée.
And then I can never remember, there's 3 books, Dimensions, Revelations, and Confrontations. And I have to I can't keep them straight. I can't keep them straight. So they're basically one big book in my mind.
Yeah, well, they are. But Dimensions is the first, that's where he goes back to the whole Passport to Magonia type of concept of, okay, a lot of these phenomena are the same thing and we don't understand what it is.
Right.
Yes, and then I will also say they're manifesting in very real ways. And I think it was John Mack that used the term reified metaphor, and then reified means, which I actually had to look this up, reified is in the dictionary, and it means something that is making itself real. Mm-hmm. And so a reified metaphor, so these things are both real, especially in the minds of the people who are having these experiences.
Sure.
And also they're leaving burn marks in the yard, but they are acting as both real and as metaphor in a way that, how to say this? I mean, on one level, it's just engrossing and fascinating to see it that way, and then on the other sense, it's like then the entirety of the UFO phenomena could be seen as metaphoric. Mm-hmm. If you follow those threads.
Yeah. All right. So this might be the last one we can talk about right here, and we're still in the 80s. But in 1989 is when Bob Lazar came out.
Oh, jeez.
With his, revelations of stuff going on at Area 51. It was Area 51, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Area 51, yes. So no, the best
S4,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah. So Bob Lazar met with Jacques Vallée, and it's in one of those 3 books, the ones that talks about conspiracies and government, misinformation, where I think they met aboard the Queen Mary in outside of LA in Orange County there, and Bob Lazar had dinner with Jacques Vallée, and Jacques Vallée writes about it, and that what Jacques Vallée writes is the most revealing thing that I've ever read, and no one ever ties back to that. I don't have the book in front of me, but Jacques Vallée basically says he liked him enormously, that he was that he, talking to him, he recognized that he knew the difference between, mass and acceleration, and would use like vocabulary words that another scientist would catch on. They would.
Right.
So he said, well, he's kind of a real scientist in that sense, and at the same time, there was something where he said he saw, like a story that's kind of got a little blown out of proportion, is that he said that he saw a gray alien in Area 51. That's in one of his stories, and when Bob Lazar tells that story to Jacques Vallée, he says, I was in the hallway of, there at the, Area 51 or, S4, whatever the complex was called. And somebody said, psst, psst, come here, let's look through this window at this door. And they look through, and then there's someone that looked like an interrogation was set up, and there was a gray head, and all he saw was the back of the head and someone talking to that gray head. And then they kind of kept on walking, and even Bob Lazar said, I don't know what I saw. It could have been a doll's head. And then, Jacques Vallée said, I don't think top secret installations, you walk down the hall and someone goes, hey, look, let's look through this window and this door and see what's going on in here. So it was Jacques Vallée's conclusion was that he was the subject of very sophisticated disinformation.
Right.
Including the fact that he said things like, oh my gosh, so there I was driving down the road and this car came up to me and they shot at me and there was a bullet hole in my car and they were trying to kill me, but they didn't. And it's like, well, if they wanted to kill you, they probably would have. And,
right.
And if they wanted to put a bullet hole in your car, they could have done that too. So there's these aspects to the story that are, you can follow the thread and say that, well, he may have very much worked at a top secret installation, exactly as he says. And there's other things that lead you astray. And I think there's somewhere in that book where this is the book by Jacques Vallée, one of the three books.
It's Revelations, I think.
Oh, good. Okay.
That's what I thought.
Where he says, and this is kind of where they end it, and he asked Bob Lazar, he said, well, what was, what was going on at that point? He said, well, that was a really rough point, when I was working at the lab. I mean, they were taking a lot of blood from me at that point.
Oh.
And I was like, wow, what a weird thing,
What a weird thing to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, does that, so this is, you get this picture that and was he purposely meant to come forward with these wild stories?
I would think that was probably the best explanation. It seems like people who know him think that he was a very genuine person. It still is. They don't feel that he was trying to deceive anyone. It seems more likely that he was being deceived.
And manipulated and used by, John Lear, who was sort of this epic confabulist who, pushed all kinds of stories and Lazar gets hooked up with John Lear. Then the next thing you know, he's on, a few years later, he's on Art Bell retelling a lot of it. I think, like you say, he's a genuine guy who I think was involved in some weird stuff, but I can't remember who it was who said it in an interview, but they described it as, Lazar decided to get out when, he was just like going to work, was getting on a plane, and then the next thing he knows, he's getting off the plane, and he can't remember anything that happened in between the 2 points. Huh. And if that's an accurate description of what his, quote, job at Area 51 was, who knows what they might have been, implanting in his subconscious for him to remember later or to talk about. True. So he's an interesting guy, and he's sort of one of these figures that everybody sort of brings up, but he's always been sort of lumped in with this larger, Lear, Cooper, Bill Moore conspiracy, stuff in the late 80s. And it's always interesting to sort of think what it would have been like if Lazar would have been considered and dealt with separately from that entire circus that was going on at the time.
Okay.
And at the same time, George Knapp, who I consider to be a journalist, like he treats it as journalism.
Yep.
Got a bunch of folks that he knew that had worked at what he felt they were legitimate folks that worked at Area 51 and asked him really simple questions like, what kind of doorknobs, do they have in the offices? What color is the tile in the hallway? What do they serve on Wednesdays at the cafeteria? They like very, very pragmatic, no nonsense, doesn't have anything to do with conspiracy stuff. Asked him those kind of questions, and he said that Bob Lazar came through like flying colors in a sense that he answered all those questions, and that convinced George Knapp that there was something very real to this story.
Right. Yeah. There's absolutely something at the heart of it. It's just a question of what is it, and
why were they taking blood exactly?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And he doesn't seem like a perpetrator of a hoax. He seems maybe like the victim of disinformation.
Yes.
Or he's telling the truth, but again, it seems like if they wanted to keep that quiet, they would have kept it quiet.
Yeah, he's not superhuman. A bullet would take out Bob Lazar just like it would take out anybody else,
right.
Or a mysterious car accident, or even a non-mysterious car accident. Yeah. It's distressingly easy to make people like that disappear if you really want them gone.
Or in his line of work, he goes into work one day and doesn't come back.
Right. Yeah.
There was an accident. It's classified. We can't talk about it. Our condolences.
Right. Or how many, how easy is it to create a heart attack?
Yeah.
And, that's the thing. If everything he said was legit and he was breaking some sort of, if he wasn't supposed to be saying what he was supposed to be saying, he wouldn't have been saying it because he would have
exactly.
Been
that's
out.
My thought too. Yeah.
That's.
If I was head of security at Area 51 and he was saying the things that he was doing, I would have sent the boys out and taken care of him.
Right.
And the fact that they didn't do that, tells me something.
Yeah.
Right. Or even, I've read various rumors, I think mostly from Bill Cooper, about how, Lazar was involved in making meth and involved in the drug trade. Any of those rumors could be trumped up into charges that put him in prison when then he's killed in prison. There's all sort of, I don't know why what it says about me that I'm imagining all the ways they could have killed Bob Lazar. But I've been reading a lot of James Bond novels over the last month, so I'm like, wow, they could have done this.
Dr. No?
Yes.
And they describe Dr. No as a gray alien. He's got like a big head. He's bald, and in the movie he's played as some Asian actor plays him. But in the book he's described as like a gray alien, basically with a glass eye that he taps.
Pallor. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
The thought is that
read the description, but I never really thought of it in those terms. Yeah.
Then the thought is that the author
Ian Fleming.
Ian Fleming, thank you. Would would have been in a position in the British government to know certain secrets, and so he would have just snuck that into the book. This is all conjecture, but and then and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ian Fleming was also close friends, associates, knew Aleister Crowley.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was in charge of Crowley's connection, Crowley was a double agent for the British government during, I believe, both World Wars, and Ian Fleming was his contact.
Okay, very interesting. I did not realize that. I knew. Ian Fleming wasn't in the service during World War I, so it must have been.
It must have been World War II. Yeah,
he was in naval intelligence during World War II.
Yeah.
So that's one of those little known facts about Crowley, is that he was a double agent for the British government.
There's an author, Richard Spence, I think is his name, put out a book which I have not read called Secret Agent 666.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And basically there's a paper record of, telegrams or going back and forth between the U.S. and the British government, saying like, who is this guy Crowley? We want him out of here. We're deporting him. And then they're saying, you keep your hands off that guy. He's one of ours. Don't you? So.
All right.
Where did I read about? Oh, I read about that in the book that Spence wrote with Walter Bosley, one of his Empire of the Wheel
Yeah,
books.
the first Empire of the Wheel ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to remember where I read about that, because I know I haven't read Spence's book, but yeah, it was Empire of the Wheel. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're about out of time, and we're almost up to 1990.
A lot happened in the 80s.
Yeah, it did. And a lot of really unique, interesting stuff. I think the 90s is where, because of the internet coming in.
Yeah.
The 90s get weird in a different way. And we'll get to that in the next part.
Yeah.
Because you got things like Chupacabra and Black-Eyed Children and stuff like that coming up in the 90s, which are sort of, although not directly connected to UFOs, often associated, kind of like crop circles and cattle mutilations are, associated with the same phenomena.
Right.
And
the rods. What was it?
Yeah.
The rods. I've got some strong opinions on the rods, yeah.
Okay, well, good.
Excellent, because I have no opinion about the rods whatsoever.
Okay, well, I think of digital cameras. Once they introduced digital cameras, there's a whole bunch of things showed up. Just take a picture in a different way than a chemical piece of film, and you get little specks that show up on a digital thing that are different than the way they showed up on.
Especially the early ones.
Yeah. So, all right.
Not to say that there isn't weird things that show up in digital photos, because I do, follow the orb thing pretty closely. But the rod thing is like, there may or may, who knows? I'm being pretty dismissive here, but
the orb thing always amuses me when I've seen some interesting pictures of orbs where you see orbs of light come out where they shouldn't, or you get a picture where it's like, okay, that doesn't look like dust or a bug, but you'll get I guess this is the classic for me. A ghost hunting group I was on a email list with went up to this graveyard. They took a picture of this grave. There was nothing there. They then all tromped through the grave, turned around, and took another picture with flash, mind you, and were amazed at all the orbs.
Well, they disturbed the soul of the dear departed there, obviously. And
you walk over it, that's what happens.
Yeah. And I'm just like, that's not dust and pollen, and it's got to be ghosts.
There was a woman who gave a UFO conference, and she showed her movie, and she said, and I lived in this house, and the house was haunted, and I had the construction crew come in, and they took apart the walls, and when they took apart the walls, there were orbs everywhere. Here's pictures from the construction. And this is old 150-year-old, Victorian in Boulder, Colorado, or something like that, and here's these guys, with crowbars, like, ripping apart this old, 100-year-old house, and she's taking flash photographs, and, like, in there suddenly there were orbs everywhere. And
I think
they came from the walls. They came from out all these secrets, hidden souls of trapped entities living behind the walls in our house all those years. Finally came out when the crowbars, ripped open the sawdust there.
What would have been interesting is if they didn't get pictures of orbs when they ripped the walls open.
Yeah.
What? There's no dust?
Now, all that said, I think there is some odd things that take place in orb photographs.
Absolutely, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that maybe next time. All right. So
we made it up to 1989?
Yes.
Yay. Hooray.
So not bad. We should also mention that we were mentioning Confrontations and Revelations, and those came out in 1990 and 1991, respectively. So
technically we did make it.
There's kind of like, the 60s didn't start until, like, the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, which was 1964. Those kind of things. And the 70s didn't start until Watergate. So there's always kind of a lag of when, how you actually call a decade, I think.
We are up to the 1990s.
We're in the 90s part 3, I think.
Because the 80s took the 80s took 3 episodes to get through, I think.
Yeah, 2 or 3. I think we touched on the 80s and then did 2 full episodes of the 80s.
Yeah.
And we probably could have done more.
Oh, yeah.
Because everything happened everything changed in the 1980s, I think is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the big thing that changed in the 1990s is the internet.
Yeah, for better and worse, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You had easier access, but also a lot of garbage put out there.
Yeah, the signal-to-noise ratios just sort of, went way beyond anything that had ever really been part of the field, and the sifting through it is still out there today. You go on like Above Top Secret or any of those sorts of message boards, and there's always these noobs coming in with, hey, what do you guys think of Bill Cooper? Do you think he really knew something? And then there's like the old timers are like, I can't believe these kids these days with their iPods. So it's sort of this endless cycle of retelling the old stories, even more so than it was before.
So, let's start, I think, with the Belgian Triangle wave.
Wasn't that the 80s?
That was at the very end of the 80s, going into the 90s.
Now, I know very little about that, so there's not much I can say, except there's one really cool picture that I think came from that
yeah,
a semi-blurry picture from basically looks like someone's lying on their back shooting straight up. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's got the triangle with the lights on each of the points and then one in the center.
Yeah, it looks just like it was done with a little shaky hand, and it's got a great mood to that picture.
Yeah.
So, what I do know from that is that this is all, and it's very hard to know what's true or what's not true when it comes to like government sources. But basically, the Belgians were calling up the English and saying like, "Is this yours?" And the English were calling up the Belgians, and it's like, "Not ours." And then everyone was calling the Americans, and the Americans were on the scene, and they were like, "Well, it's not ours." So they were all trying to figure out whose secret weapon it was, and everyone was doing that all at the same time. So a lot of wires got crossed.
Yeah, and there was it was a few years ago. Oh gosh, probably more than a few years ago now. But it sort of came the question of whether or not the photographs were genuinely of something that was in the sky or whether they're a hoax. That came up again with one of the Belgian UFO organizations continuing to say it's real, it's a real flying thing, wedge, I guess. And then there was a Belgian TV special news segment or something where some guy said, no, this is it was a hoax. I did it. I was dumb kid or whatever and was having fun. But was that one of the things that was on Unsolved Mysteries?
Probably, yeah.
I think I remember, I think it was it would have been 89, 90, 91, something like that. I remember seeing this and I was probably like in junior high, and I was like, wow, it's not a saucer or a cigar shape. That's pretty cool.
Well, and the thing is, this is one of the first big things with the triangles.
Right.
And I'm still kind of, I lean toward them being something governmental, but I can't say that with any assurity either. Yeah,
I think that's the easiest explanation. That's the one that, if you were to just sort of say, what is it probably? It's like, well, it's something weird that nobody really wants to acknowledge they're working on. But then it's one of these things, and I know it's not an internet thing, but the internet would just sort of make this sort of thing explode, where you've got the Belgian triangles, and then it's just this wave after wave of triangles in all of these different places, especially out west. And it became sort of the new morphology, the new object morphology shape that it changed into. So it's an interesting sort of story for how it kicked off that trend.
And I always wonder if the phenomena is mimicking us or if we're mimicking the phenomena.
Oh, well, if we knew that.
Well, that's the ultimate question. Or someone who's writing the script. Who's doing the ultimate stage managing. Are they sampling our minds? And it's my understanding that triangle shaped craft were a small part of the reports, right from the beginning, and there became a point when they are now a larger number of reports. And one of the reasons that makes me feel that they're let's just say legitimate as far as authentic unknowns, authentic unknowns. Let's put that one. Yeah. So is that I have a number of owl accounts where people have seen owls in association with these, and I don't think that would play out to the same extent if it was a government secret project. And I did sit next. This is so you go to a UFO conference and you're like basically allowed to turn to the guy next to you and say, so what brings you here? And so I did that to this one guy. He was English, and I gotta figure out this guy's name because I did look him up online. But he told me this incredible story, and he had like a little booklet with him with magazine and newspaper clippings and stuff that he could show. So he had visuals that he was carrying around. So when people asked this question, so he was in England somewhere. A triangle flew over him, and I think he stepped out of the car, and he thought to himself, gee, I wonder what the top of that thing looks like. And the next thing he knows, whoop, he has a full outer body experience. He leaves his body. He's floating above in some sort of, ethereal state. He's floating above the thing, and he gets a view of it, and then he goes back into his body. And then he got obsessed, fully, Roy Neary from Close Encounters. He got obsessed and built a model of what the top of the triangles look like, because nobody knows, right? Everyone, they just float along, and everyone sees only the bottom.
Yeah.
And the top, let me just see if have you seen close-ups of the space shuttle and how it had those tiles that were all packed in place?
Yeah.
The surface of the top was like tiles, but they were a little bit, they fit more like a tiled roof rather than a smooth, flat tile. So they were a little, how would you say it, one stacked on top of another with a slight, each one having a slight angle. And I have no idea why that would be, but so that was very, very, my sense is that if a government secret project was, hovering along, and somebody stepped out of their car and had the thought, gee, I wonder what the top of that thing looks like, they probably wouldn't have an out-of-body experience.
True.
But for some reason, this fellow did, yeah. So, I don't know if that happened in the 90s or not, though.
Of course, I hear, weird craft and out-of-body experience, and the first thing I think is sort of psychotronic weapons. Or
it's always a possibility.
Something like that. So
quite possibly, yeah. I mean, that's that. And then and if it is some exotic propulsion system, who knows what they're using? Something that
right.
That is an anti-gravity. What would that do to the person like sitting under it?
Right.
Would it warp their consciousness in a way that would allow for an out-of-body experience?
I would think so. I mean,
that's a great big. Why not?
Leads to the question. So what happens to the pilots? So how are they shielded? Yeah. So, which means that's pretty impressive. That not only are we, if it's if we're manipulating some sort of exotic technology, that we found a way to protect certain people from it, but leave bystanders to be victimized. So
yeah,
which sounds typical.
The Hudson Valley sightings also featured some of the triangle craft, but they were more V-shaped, I think, than actual triangles.
Boomerang, yeah.
Yeah. Which you see again later in the 90s in the Phoenix Lights.
Right.
But all right, so let's see what else happened in the 90s. Jacques Vallée released a lot of books.
Yes.
He did the trilogy. Were all three of the trilogy books from the early 90s? I think one of them might be like 89 or something.
Yeah, Dimensions was, I think, 87, actually.
Yeah.
87, 88, 89, somewhere in that range. And then he put out Confrontations and Revelations. And those were the last two. That was 1990 and 91.
Okay. And those, and I will say those three books all lined up. Anyone who reads them should just start at the first one and just go 1, 2, 3. They blur together. I don't know which one is which. They all have that kind of new agey title, and they all sort of. But those had such an impact on the way I frame this stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite is the last one, the Revelations. Just because it go, if I'm thinking of the right one, the one that goes into talking about Bill Moore and talking about Bill Cooper and the Benowitz stuff and all of the sort of deception and sneakiness that sort of camouflages whatever aspects of the phenomenon might be truly anonymous and which are being manipulated and used to sort of cover up human misdeeds. That's just my favorite one out of the book.
And he does talk about oh God, I'm drawing a blank on his name. The Area 51 guy.
Lazar.
Bob Lazar. He does talk about going to the Queen Mary and having dinner with Bob Lazar in Los Angeles somewhere, and well, not somewhere, on the Queen Mary, and that's an amazing part of the book because, I don't think that whatever Jacques Vallée said, he was obviously a physicist. He spoke like a physicist. He's met a lot of scientists. He doesn't doubt that he was, working as a physicist. And at the same time, there was these odd little things that, that showed up where Bob Lazar, and this is the only time I've ever seen this referenced, was in this Jacques Vallée book, where Jacques Vallée claimed in the conversation, I'm doing this from memory now, where Bob Lazar kind of said, well, at that point, those months are kind of blurry. I don't really remember much from those months. And then he said something really cryptic, like, they were taking a lot of blood at that point,
Yeah.
And it was just, it's this cryptic little stuff. And it's like, wow, that is such a spooky insight. And you don't really hear that much in, I guess if there is such thing as mainstream reporting of Bob Lazar, in the other, reports where it just seems to be, he's like this, noble whistleblower.
Yeah, he's either portrayed as the noble whistleblower or the sort of confused and confusing scam artist, and both ends of the spectrum just work with little sort of Lazar sound bites, and it's a very sort of cut and dried thing, and then you get Vallée, who actually spends some time with them, right, and sort of draws them out. And we get these, like, those weird gaps in the cryptic. They were taking a lot of blood. I mean, I love that because it just opens up this, just a little glimpse through a little crack in a doorway to just weirdness that I want to hear more about why they were taking his blood, and
Yeah.
it's just a much better approach to the personalities and the events than most people present.
It makes him sound more like a victim as well, because it sounds like they were messing with his mind, maybe drugging him to some degree and checking his blood to see what kind of effect it was having.
Yeah.
And the impression I get was that, he was meant to leak all this stuff and be this unwitting voice of Area 51 to, for whatever reason, probably just to point the curious in the wrong direction.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. And Dimensions came out in 1988.
Okay.
So it was 2 years. Then he did these two books, and then he did UFO Chronicles of the Soviet Union. And I think that's the first U.S. book, anyway, written about UFO reports in the Soviet Union.
I think it was.
That was 92.
92? Okay. Yeah, it was. I always sort of think about that and all the sort of Soviet UFO stuff as not just part of the cold medicine messing with my brain, not just part of the UFO sort of chronology of events, but also that early to mid 90s just flood of declassified information from the former Soviet Union that made its way west. And I was sort of thinking about this. Interesting, you have all this stuff about spy networks being uncovered and evidence of just how deeply the U.S. government was infiltrated, especially back in the 40s, and then alongside it, you've got the UFO stuff that was largely ignored by the mainstream. The UFO community picked up on it, but a lot of them used it just to sort of plug little leaks and whatever their own pet theories were, rather than looking at it in a more discreet way, like Vallée did in his overview of it.
Yeah. And around the same time, I don't have exactly what year he first published, David Jacobs came into the scene. Was it Secret Life?
I think Secret Life, and then he actually published something early on, which was more of a straight history of the UFO.
Yeah, the UFO controversy in America.
Yeah, and was that a full book?
Yes, it came out in the 70s. It was basically his PhD dissertation from Indiana University. My old alma mater, or at least part of it, and it was basically just a straight ahead narrative history of the UFO movement, heavily sort of focused on the sort of NICAP
government secrecy angle rather than, contactees or general weirdness.
And that was 1975.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he went from there to the hypnosis abduction thing. Interesting thing I got to tell this story about David Jacobs is I met him in, when was it? It was 1997, spring of 1997. I was at Hanover College, little 1,000-student private liberal arts college in southern Indiana, and the faculty member who's the advisor of the history club was amused and interested in all this UFO stuff. And, Jacobs was a historian, so that works for the history club. So we brought David Jacobs onto campus to meet with some students and have dinner with us and then give, his usual, big lecture in the auditorium. So that was pretty interesting. My one question I had for him was, so what do you think about contactees? Because that's what I thought was interesting. And he was very dismissive. And I was thinking, you hypnotize people and get stories out of them, and you're unqualified. But no, the contactees are crazy. But I was polite. I was sort of awestruck by the fact that David Jacobs, who had been on Art Bell's show, was sitting in the same room with me. But his presentation was very good, and half my friends thought there might be something to it, and the other half just couldn't stop laughing at his in quotes evidence. But I always thought he was a interesting guy because he had credentials. He was at Temple, tenured faculty at Temple University. I mean, that's no slouch. And he was one of him and Bud Hopkins and John Mack. They were the guys with this stuff back in the 90s. And Jacobs has sort of outlasted them all.
True. Although I'm guessing John Mack would have still been doing research.
Oh, yeah.
And who knows where he may have ended up. He'd probably be writing the book with Mike here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, but John would have been well into his 80s by now. So he died 11 years ago now.
Yeah.
He died in 2004, and it's now in 2015. So, 11 years ago.
But he also had a similar, it's not similar to your work, but kind of in the viewpoint where Jacobs is very negative. John Mack viewed it with a much more positive spin, and it seems like that's kind of where you go, Mike.
Well, not so much a positive spin. It's just that I've been digging up this stuff and these accounts, and it's certainly not 100% because I've certainly read and talked to people and listened to folks tell me some harrowing stuff. People are traumatized, and so I recognize fully that it's not a love and light thing across the board, though it can certainly bring about a transformative experience in people's lives. And I think that even a harrowing experience can be transformative. People have experiences they wouldn't wish upon themselves, and they end up being beneficial somehow. He did coin a term which I used a few times in this book project, which is reified metaphor. And I had to look up reified in the dictionary, which reified means to make something that's not real, like to make something real, and then metaphor. So like the metaphor becoming real, where oftentimes these stories, the accounts, not even so much what takes place on the craft, but almost like leading up to these things, these stories play out like, the dream analysis would be better suited for these narratives than the logical analysis or trying to dissect it the way an anthropologist might. These things are so full of highly charged archetypal experiences, whether literally people meeting phoenix birds and going through death's doorway, and all kinds of things show up metaphorically within these accounts, and somehow they are made real in the sense that when the people tell you these stories, they're not telling you a dream. They're being very forceful and saying this happened. These metaphoric things. So that spiritual aspect, just that one term reified metaphor, I just think is so beautiful, and that is, and he's the one that was pointing that out. I guess I should be careful because other folks certainly were too. Like Brad Steiger was no stranger to this the mystical implications.
Right.
Where I would say that both Bud and David certainly strayed away from that and tried to treat it as legitimate. Pragmatic research. Yeah,
I think it's interesting that you bring up that term reification because I had to explain that term in class the other day, and I had to do some looking up because it's one of those things you hear. Well, stop reifying that, and because it can be a negative thing too, right? To take something that is meant to be abstract and meant to be sort of numinous and making it real for your own sort of rhetorical purposes. And I think we see some of that in the UFO community as well, taking something that is somewhat things that are somewhat symbolic and turning them into nuts and bolts government projects, right?
Yeah.
So interesting that you that term came up because I was
I saw the future. I saw the future, and here's what it was. And that that the future is this gloom and doom scenario. And I was like, well, that might just be a warning. That's like, how does someone from another dimensional construct actually communicate to us? When we say to the dog, good dog, what is the dog actually hearing? So when they actually show us this vision of the future, is that just how they communicate through these metaphors?
Right. And we sort of solidify it into whatever we really want to hear, right? Or even if it's not what we want to hear, because who wants to hear about, we're going to be forcefully, outmaneuvered and destroyed by the alien human hybrids down the road. We don't want to hear that, but we might think that's the message that we need to send. When Jacobs wrote The Threat, which was, I think that's the one that came out in 97, I think. Yeah, because when I met him, he was sort of out
98.
touring the book. 98? Oh,
yep.
Okay, so that's when I met him, was 98 then. I get years confused. He sort of, it's very doom and gloom.
That one's dark. That one's dark. There's like lots of out and out, lots of weird sex stuff and there's rapes and I think, is that the one where there's once, I think it's that one where someone wakes up on a table and looks over at the person next to them and they are being like dismembered and and they get zipped back together like a giant zipper or something like that.
I think that's the one.
And that just brings to mind the whole shamanic type of journey where they take the body apart and put it back together.
Right.
Wait a minute, are you reifying this experience? No, that's what someone was really chopped up. So
go on, Aaron.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's and one thing that sort of has always struck me it didn't really strike me at the time, because when I read it at the time, when I heard the interviews at the time, I was like, wow, they're the aliens are escalating, right? This part of my brain was like, if this is real, then it's getting very frightening. But looking back at it, when I was doing, just some reviewing of stuff a while ago, what struck me is it's almost as if he, and this is, maybe not fair to Jacobs, but he reread a lot of the John Lear and O.H. Krill and, Matrix documents, and he's like, I'm going to just, turn it up to 11, because a lot of the things are very, very similar. Now that might mean that there's a consistent, and if these are actual things that happened, then yes, that means it's a consistent, pattern of behavior. But if we're looking at it in terms of constructed narratives, then what it demonstrates is that it's cyclical again. We're recounting the old tales. We're telling the old myths, and details change, but it wasn't much different. The idea of hybrids and at some point in the near future there's going to be a takeover. That was pretty solidly a part of the dark end of the mythology by that point.
So I have met David Jacobs, and I've spent time at his home. I sat on his couch, and these interviews were recorded, and I spoke with him, and he interviewed me, and I shared some of my experiences. I never did a hypnotic session with him. Spent many hours. I don't know what that would have been, probably 4 hours, and then have talked to him on the phone a handful of times since then. And there's a lot of folks out there who just want to take everything he's done and just throw it away. He's been embroiled in a mess.
Oh yeah,
with
Emma Woods.
Emma Woods, yeah. So that's a different decade. So I don't know if this is the time for that one, but so it's embarrassing all around. So, but he, but I will say that I feel strongly he's been doing legitimate research, and at the same time, I would be anyone, I don't care who it is. This is the most saintly of researchers needs to be. This stuff is very mysterious and wants to morph itself into whatever, I think that people who are the most, I don't think I think it's impossible to be completely objective in this. Right. You're going to bring some of your own subjectivity into it. And his, so I'm just saying that, he's an easy target.
Yep.
And at the same time, I think it would be a mistake to throw his research away. And I think his research, like everyone's, should be reviewed very cautiously.
Yeah, there's some good stuff there, but it's a slippery phenomenon, and
exactly,
and the phenomenon itself. I mean, sort of going back to the sort of, I forget his name, George Hansen sort of model, is the phenomenon itself wants to trip you up. Yeah, so it's that tricksterish quality again, and we anybody sort of ignores that at their peril.
And I will say, like, I feel like I've been at the receiving end of that with this book project that I've been doing, which has been all about owls. And so, like, as I proceed forward, like, I'm just like, okay, this is my theme. I'm just going to stick with the owl thing. I'm not going to stray from that. And so I just get these stories with owls. And I feel like I have been, like the carrot is dangling out in front of me and I'm trotting after it. And the carrot, who's ever holding the stick, that I can't see with my blinders on, has just led me to this, this very, it's pretty far out, what the stories that I received. And I'm just shocked that they, I fully understand that I was not objective. I was completely subjective in this work, but I do feel like, the phenomena itself was playing with me, was toying with me.
And I think subjectivity is not a bad thing when we recognize that we're being subjective, right? So yeah, the trick is to not fool yourself into thinking that that you're being objective, I guess.
I think the thing about Jacobs is, to me, he seems like his bias in it bugs me, but I think thinks he's genuinely doing the right thing and that he really believes what he's saying.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing is, so how to say this? You go to a UFO conference and you hear the guy on stage and you hear his talk and you read his book and then you get him cornered in the bar and you get a couple glasses of wine in him and then you say, oh, what's really going on? And then they kind of roll their eyes and they tell you the weirdest stuff. So that's the thing that I'm wondering what's going on. What's going on under the waterline that he's not sharing out of, I think, he may not have it documented the way he wants to, or it may just be so bizarre that he can't even bring himself to bring it forward. I don't know if that's true, but that's my sense of anyone doing this work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And even with the Emma Woods stuff, it looks really bad when you look at just look at what happened and look at the things he told her to do and stuff. It looks pretty creepy. But when you view it from his point that he was trying to save her from these things, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can maybe see what he was doing there, and maybe it wasn't meant to be as creepy as it came off.
Yeah. But man, it came off pretty creepy.
Yes, it did.
He's an easy target at this point. So and that's and at the same time, the guy was very gracious to me, and I played with his cat, So how I can't,
He did just release a new book called "Walking Among Us: The Alien Plan to Control Humanity."
Yeah, which I think is I have not read it, so I can't comment on it. So
yeah, I haven't read it either.
So it just came out, I think.
Yeah, and it sounds like it's pieced together of some stuff that has shown up in his previous work. Not all of it, but sections of it. And that's only hearsay on my part, so I can't say for sure.
And we're still in 92, and the other thing that happened in 92 is Kenneth Ring published the Omega Project.
Which I have never read.
You should.
And everyone says it's on my shelf. And though I do have, there's a great interview. It's a YouTube video. It's like, I don't know, it's like 11 minutes long of Kenneth Ring and Terence McKenna sort of walking together, talking about their research. And it is so, oh my gosh, it is so powerful. The one thing that Kenneth Ring comes up with, so when UFO abduction researchers collect their data, they have these little questionnaires, and one of the questions is, were there traumatic events in folks' youth?
Yeah.
And oftentimes that might mean, unwarranted sexual, some dark sexual thing might have happened to a child in their youth. And then Kenneth Ring found the same thing with the people who had near-death experiences, that they had also statistically didn't match the norm where they had traumatic experiences in their youth. And that's in a funny way, that's what the shaman has. The shaman will have a period of what's called shaman sickness in their youth, which is a term that in other cultures would understand. Here in the West, we don't really have a framework for that. But, some traumatic, harrowing event takes place in this child's life, oftentimes a near-death experience, actually. But, you get into this, it makes the mystery that much more mysterious.
And in his introduction to the book, he actually says, he wrote the first book, so this is the Omega Project.
The Omega Project, yeah, I can't remember which is.
The Omega, I think it's the Omega something is the first book. But anyway, which is just on near-death experiences. And I think his book publisher sent him Communion. And he took one look at it and said, I don't do UFO stuff. And his publisher said, just read it. And so he sat down and read it and went, oh my God, this is connected somehow.
Yep.
And that's why he started doing this project where he took all these people and polled them and found these weird these weird connections between people who had near-death experiences and UFO abduction accounts. And not that it explains anything, but the first time I read that, I thought, well, what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. Why would these two things be connected?
It doesn't make any sense until you have to step back and say that what we're dealing with is probably more complicated and more mysterious than little men in spaceships.
Right.
Then it starts to make sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In 92, I was just getting out of the idea of nuts and bolts spacecraft, So that was one of the things that pushed me to the point where I said, well, there's no reason nuts and bolts aliens would have any connection to near-death experiences.
Right. And then, once you make that leap to what if they're not aliens and nuts and bolts spacecraft, then the possibilities then you get into the Terence McKenna stuff and all of that.
And then if you take Strieber's stuff from in fact, the last nonfiction one he wrote, which is Solving the Communion Enigma, he talks about this a bunch, but where UFO abductees see dead relatives during an abduction experience.
Yes.
Well, now here, let me jump in. So now David Jacobs would say, so under hypnosis, I said, so it's your dead relative. Who is it? It's like, it's my father. So what does your father look like? Oh, he's bald and skinny and has big black eyes. So, that would be the David Jacobs retort to that would be that what these people are seeing is a carefully orchestrated screen memory of a dead relative. And now I'm not saying that he's right, but I certainly suspect that on some I'm certain that that some screen memories have been implanted, and those have been, dead relatives. So it's a little blurry. It's neither all or nothing. I think it's a blurry mixture of either and. So.
Right. Well,
So.
Have either of you read the Strieber book?
Solving Communion Enigma? Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a long time ago.
The more recent one that came out 25 years after, which I think came out in 2012. I think.
Yeah. But
it's a short little book. It's just a little over 100 pages.
And it has some of the really weird stuff that happened to him that he didn't talk about previously. But you talk about there's one case in there where a fireball goes by outside, and the parents are looking, going, is that a plane going down? What's going on? And then the kid comes down and says his dead brother just came to see him and said he's okay.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not really necessarily is it a scream memory, or is there some connection between what happens to us at the point of death and this altered state, perhaps, that these things exist in?
Yeah, I mean that's the question, isn't it? Is this all just one thing?
Yeah.
Well, not just one thing. Is this one massive, crucial thing that could answer a whole lot of questions about the nature of life and consciousness and the soul and whatever
And reality?
Yeah.
And this is where I often say, like, when you get thinking people that talk about the UFO stuff, it doesn't take long before they start asking the big questions. What is God? Why are we here? What happens after we die? Those questions arise when you are confronted with something as mysterious as the UFO phenomenon.
Right.
So then 1993 was the X-Files.
Oh, that was wonderful. That was awesome.
And it just kind of broke this whole thing into mainstream culture. I mean, wasn't already from people like Whitley Strieber and Bud Hopkins, now it was on television and everyone was watching it.
Yeah, especially after the first year. I mean, the first year ratings-wise was kind of iffy, and then it just ballooned. But I remember that year. Really, it was like my senior year in high school, and I remember I'm like 18 years old, and I forget which episode it was. I think it was the pilot, and I'm sitting there. I was the only one in the house, and the sun had gone down, and I was terrified. I mean, it was just the way it was shot, and the suspense, and it was incredible. And then the sort of Raiders of the Lost Ark ending, where they're putting the little implant in the giant Pentagon chamber, and it was just, and like from there, like about a month later, I found Howard Blum's book Out There, which sort of details his investigation of the MJ-12 thing, and then like 6 months later, I was at college and discovered Usenet and alt alien visitors and Gopher directories full of text files from Paranet. It's just, oh my gosh, the X-Files is real. No, the X-Files guys read a bunch of this stuff probably, but
right.
It was, and I'm just from reading and talking to people for years, I'm not the only one who felt that way. It was a complete. It was a gateway drug for a lot of people, I think.
Absolutely.
It's funny because I didn't really get into it until after. Good grief! It was probably nearly 2000 before I actually got into the X-Files. Probably, because it's interesting because I had made a conscious decision not to get cable and didn't have any network television, so I didn't have any access to television. So it was until the X-Files got re-released on VHS that I could pick them up at the video rental place that I started. And the initial pilot had a couple things in it that were interesting. One of which was I can't remember. They were in their little hotel room side by side, and they both woke up at 3:33 in the morning, which is straight out of the literature. And it's very interesting because that number sequence, that's 93. That's 20 something years ago, 22 years ago or something now. So that was obviously just lifted from the literature. They had simply read that number gets reported a lot by people who have this experience. They woke up at 3:33 in the morning, and it just gets plugged in there. So it creates a sort of tape loop thing where then other people use it, and then other people claim it, but that all traces back to actual research.
Yeah, it was, and the government cover-up angle was just, I mean, they did a great job that first season of dropping little hints. And what's funny is a lot of the hints, it ends up going completely off the rails by the second season with Scully's abduction and everything. But that initial first season finale where they've got the little alien embryos in the jars, it's, and then the Deep Throat guy gets shot dead at the end, and they shut down the project, and I was just like, oh my, is that it? Is it coming back? It was just, I mean, it was just such, and the thing is, it's sort of alternated this conspiracy serial with the more sort of anthology monster of the week stories, and so it never really got completely tired during that first season. Came close a couple times, but it never got completely routine.
True. And we'll see what the newest season is going to be like very soon.
It'll be awesome no matter what.
All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Mike Clelland and Aaron Gulyas.
Where Did the Road Go can be heard first and usually live on WVBR, Saturday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern. Go to wheredidtheroadgo.com to ask questions of our live guests through the chat room. Where Did the Road Go is then re-aired on Dark Matter Radio and Deprogrammed Radio. You can download all shows for free on the website, and you can subscribe to us on Stitcher, iTunes, YouTube, or Vimeo. Additional content can be found on our video channels. You will also find our upcoming schedule, book reviews, blogs, free book downloads, links, and more. We are also on Facebook and Twitter, and if you want to help support the show, there are links to donate to us. Everything you need can be found at wheredidtheroadgo.com.
And that's a little outdated at this point. They gotta make a new one of those. We're also on Intrepid Radio, which is not mentioned there, and I believe that's Thursday nights now. And we have a Patreon account, and hopefully going to be adding a second show into the mix as we get more patrons to support us, and lots of fun stuff to come. And tonight we're talking with Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
So we're about up to 95-ish at this point. Breakthrough was released by Whitley Strieber, which I think is one of the books most people don't even know he released.
That's the second in this after Communion.
No, although Transformation was the second, but it's also sometimes titled Transformation: The Breakthrough.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, that's right.
Is Breakthrough the one with about the implant stuff?
You know what? I don't remember. I think it's a lot of the stuff that happened at his cabin.
Okay.
But I think it was the third in the series.
Okay.
But it didn't. I don't think it had anything. I mean, it was interesting, but I don't think it had anything groundbreaking in as much as the other books did. You know, where it didn't stand out quite as much.
Yeah. I'm looking at the description because I honestly could not remember this one. But he, in 1993, a male humanoid visitor in a white tunic takes up residence with Strieber and his wife, imparting a sense of peace and joy. I think I read that description and decided not to read the book. But the white tunicked stranger, although now I would be like, wow, I need to check this out. White tunicked strangers. So
yeah, and I think that was yeah. So that is the one I think where Strieber has an out of body experience in his bed. And looks down and like realizes he's floating above the room, and his cat is looking up at him, like obviously can see him, which I think is so perfect because that's my sense. You know, that my cat is always like, you know, staring off into nothing, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I wonder what's there now that the cat's staring off into nothing. Because it'd be Whitley Strieber floating in my living room there. So.
I'm just picturing that. That's funny.
We're at least checking on your progress, Mike.
I don't know, maybe, but I mean, or he likes cats, so.
Yeah.
But I thought that really struck me that the cat was aware of his, that was aware of him in his out of body experience.
Yeah. Beyond that, in 95 is also the year the Alien Autopsy film came out.
Oh no! See, so here's the thing. But I worked in film production for a little while in New York City, doing mostly TV commercials. So you'd have these super low budgets, and you'd have to build a set, right? So you have a giant budget. Your set you can have a huge, complicated, intricate set. You have a tiny budget. You basically just do two walls. You do a corner, right? You do one wall of a room. You do another wall of the room. When I watched that, I was like, they're only showing those two walls.
Yep.
This is the cheapest set. This is like the set you would do for like a low budget, dishwashing liquid commercial. So that was my immediate sense, was that this is, because all it would take was the cameraman to just take a half a step back and just shoot from slightly different angle, and you'd see the third wall. You never saw it. so that was to me, that was a sort of conclusion. The conclusion I came to, given that, was that this was obviously hoaxed. Whatever. There's a lot of other things that made me say it was obviously hoaxed too. But I will say it is an elaborate hoax. It wasn't. It was a
well done hoax.
It was a well done hoax where someone had to put down a serious chunk of change to create the model and so it didn't seem like it was a bunch of junior high school pranksters who tried to pull this off. Yeah,
it was a well promoted hoax. I mean, promoted from whoever the hoaxers were to the money people and to the network. And I don't know if there are any out there. I don't think I've ever seen any interviews with Fox executives who actually greenlit this. That's what I want to say. I want to talk to those guys.
And I'm sure they got the ratings.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. And they got Jonathan Frakes in. Commander Riker was there. Hosting it. And the great thing was that the amount of footage they had was so small. They just turned it into a general sort of Roswell crashed spacecraft documentary, and then it was the Al Capone's vault of flying saucers, right? You've got all of these talking heads leading. I think Kevin Randall was on there, and Stanton Friedman and stuff, and none of whom actually said much of anything one way or the other about the autopsy video. I watched it last summer, and they're all very careful to hedge their bets about it. It's funny. I rewatched it while the whole Roswell slides thing was going on. There's just many parallels. Except the video was the autopsy film was much more professionally done.
I was going to say it was a lot more professional than the little mummy on the countertop. Yeah.
Then not the poor dead kid from the desert, But
the dead kid was at least real.
That's true. That's true. It was an actual corpse, and I don't know if that's better or worse. It's like on the one hand it's a little more honest. On the other, I feel really bad. So some ethical things here, but beyond the usual ethical problems in the UFO field. But it was the alien autopsy film was one of those moments where, regardless of the veracity or the falseness of it, a lot of people made a lot of money, and it was for the rest of the 90s, it was one of these sort of pop culture landmark things, that The Simpsons was making fun of. You'd see little sort of parodies and things in different places. So it definitely did its job, and its job was to make money and get ratings.
So here's a question. If the X-Files hadn't done as well as it did, would we have seen the alien autopsy film?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I don't think so. I don't think we would have seen...
It's interesting, both Fox Network. I didn't even... Yeah, so...
Yeah.
It was... Yeah, and I think the X-Files even made fun of it. The next season, they had an episode where there was some alien autopsy footage. And Mulder was like, I think it's real. I'm like, no, it's not. But yeah, that I don't think we might have seen it. I don't think we would have seen it on the fourth of four major networks. I think it would have been some sort of direct to video thing sold at UFO conventions. They would have found a way to make money off it.
Right.
But because let's see, it came out in 96. You said?
95.
95. So it had to have been in the works before the X-Files really hit. As far as, because network things take a long time to ferment. So, and I think I do remember they're reading about, Ray Santilli was shopping this thing around for a while. So I think the X-Files is what made Fox take a stab at it, because they could, the cross-promotion opportunities were... The corporate synergy was there, right? So it worked well for Fox. But without the X-Files, I don't know. I don't think it would have had nearly the audience.
It also the fact that filming this stuff became more affordable,
right,
in the 90s as well. Not as easy as it is now, but a lot easier than it had been previously.
Yeah, and that, it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, yay, we can do all kinds of cool stuff. On the other hand, you've got this just proliferation, especially in the late 90s, of hoax videos, not just alien autopsy stuff, but all sorts of lights in the sky films that look really good, look almost too good. And then it turns out, it's now people can do these special effects, in their backyards and in their, on their own
this is where junior high school kids can then play the hoax,
Yes.
do hoax and stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently, it was made fun of twice on the X-Files. Once in a show called Jose Chung's From Outer Space.
Yes. Yep.
And they had a video called Dead Alien, Truth or Humbug.
Yep.
And then they were watching a video of an alien autopsy, and Mulder, he says, Mulder, this is even hokier than the one they aired on the Fox network.
Yep.
You can't even see what they're operating on.
Yeah, that's the one I forgot about Jose Chung's From Outer Space with Charles Nelson Riley.
I love that one. That was
that was
just, it was just so nice because you could see that Charles Nelson Riley was so happy to be like back in action and like on the set, working again. So.
So also in 95, although some would argue this is not UFO related, other people think it is, would be the Chupacabra starts getting reported in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. I never know where to put the Chupacabra. I don't think anyone does. Conceptually, physically, I'd probably try to put it in a cage or something. But it's like a lot of the cryptozoological stuff. If anything, this is the stuff that would be the easiest to prove, right? If we can just get a sample of something we could test, we could determine what this is. But there does seem to be a kind of paranormalish aspect to it that nobody's really ever able to get convincing enough evidence. It's that tricksterish thing again.
And it's changed too. By the time it hit the U.S., you're seeing mangy dogs being called the Chupacabra, and it's like, that's not what this thing was. The Puerto Rico sightings are much more bizarre.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a blood-sucking sort of little demon almost.
Yeah. And didn't have like some kind of spiked tail, and it had like it could leap into the air and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sort of a goat sucking spring-heeled jack sort of, and it had, I don't know if this is the right way to say it. It had a personality, right? It was like it was not just some sort of predator. It was evil. It was malevolent.
There was no sort of positive negative spin on it. It was just an evil monster that sucked the blood out of their animals.
Yeah. The Google image search, there's lots of things with spikes, Yeah. The spiked tail and spines going all the way down the back. And then a whole lot of pictures of evil dogs, which is not, like you said, not what it originally was, but it sort of morphs into that thing, which makes it easier to debunk. Well, it was just a dog.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was on its hind. If it was a dog, it was sort of walking upright, and being frightening.
And the attacking cattle brings to mind, of course, the cattle mutilations.
Right.
Although it's not mutilating them, it is killing them and draining them of blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover between the Chupacabra and almost like just the Mothman and Bigfoot and the black cats in England and the people reporting the phoenix, not what do they call it, like pterodactyls or big, giant phoenix birds and stuff. Yeah, so there's this whole
Garudas.
Pardon?
Garudas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's these things get reported, and they come in waves, and Spring Hill Jack would be a perfect example. So what's the source of this? Is it just some sort of mass hysteria, or is there some other? Is this being stage managed by a presence that's just outside the boundaries of our capability to actually perceive?
And if I remember right, the original Chupacabras also were in connection with UFO sightings.
Yeah, there was definite overlap. It wasn't every case, but it was a non-trivial number of Chupacabra events were related to sightings. Yeah.
So That's I mean, I it seems like with so many reports, there's probably something behind it, but what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a government-made creature.
There's all sorts. I mean, Puerto Rico's a U.S. territory. There's all sorts of weird stories about creepy defense experimentation. Maybe this is some sort of weird genetic mistake that was too dangerous to keep, so we dumped him in Puerto Rico. That appeals to me. I think that's a good explanation for some of it. That there's some sort of island of misfit
monsters,
government experiments. Yeah, sort of island of Colonel Moreau or something like that.
Next up would be Bud Hopkins releases Witnessed.
Yeah,
I have sat with Linda Cortiel, who was the woman in that story, she is. I should be very careful how I say this. I heard her tell her story. I heard her share some things that were so bizarre that I don't think were reported in the Witnessed book. She had met with Cardinal O'Connor of the Catholic Church, and befriended him in this very strange way. She became sort of buddies with would go to she was living in New York City, would go to St. Patrick's Cathedral and hang out with Cardinal O'Connor, and that is just such an odd detail to this whole thing. Now, so there's all kinds of pictures she has of him with her with him now, and I also sense that, and I knew Bud, as an acquaintance, and worked with him a little bit on some of my experiences. Bud was very sharp. Bud was very smart. Bud was very savvy. Bud was nobody's fool, So and people who say that Linda Cortiel hoaxed this and pulled one over on Bud, I don't think that's how it played out. So that book talk about an X-Files story. Oh my gosh, there's that. And there's some implication that, of the two FBI agents or Secret Service agents, that one of them was killed because he was having a nervous breakdown and he knew too much. There's kind of it never really comes out and says it, but it has this implication that you're like, oh yeah, well, he got taken care of. And, it's never really confirmed or that book. My sense is that a real event took place and that, Bud was researching it, and that some of the elements, I don't know what they are, of that book are probably some sort of staged disinformation that was planted for Bud to include in his book. Whether he included it in his book or not, I don't know. But that's just my sense, was that that book is extremely interesting. I would be cautious how that book gets interpreted, because I feel like there's elements within that book that could be. Anytime you have like a government mysteries thing like that, I'm always wary of the overall story, because my sense is that tiny elements have been placed in there. I don't have any proof of that, but that's just a concern I have when I read a book like that.
One of the things that always interested me about this case is the sort of split in opinion between what was in Hopkins' book and then what Linda Cortiel has said afterwards, and the sort of discrepancies or omissions from the book. And this afternoon I was looking at, and Linda Cortiel has there's a massive website. I think it's lindacortielcase.com, I think, and it's got like refutations of skeptical interpretations of it, and things that were left out of this argument or that argument. It's massive. I couldn't even begin to look through it all this afternoon, and I don't think Linda has done all of this herself. It looks like there's some other people working on it, but it's massive. So anybody who wants to get up to speed on that case, in addition to what was presented in Hopkins' book, it's there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it out there, and if all you've read are the sort of critiques of the sighting. It looked like there was about a refutation for every critique that existed. It was exhaustive and exhausting.
Wow.
Do one of you want to tell people, in case they're not aware, what the basic outline of this event was?
I can. So I can't remember the date. Sometime in the early 90s. I don't know the exact date of the event. There was an event that took place at around 3 in the morning, I'm guessing. I can't remember exactly, where sometimes referred to as the Brooklyn Bridge sighting.
Yes.
People were on the Brooklyn Bridge. A giant UFO lit up the sky in a building. I lived in New York City for a long time. I'm very familiar with exactly the building, exactly the view from the Brooklyn Bridge. And a giant flying saucer-shaped craft lit up, and a beam came down, and on this beam, out a window at a high level, it was a woman in a nightgown, and she floated up into the UFO, and the UFO then vanished. People claim to have witnessed this. There was a remarkable number of people who came forward, or Bud sought them out and contacted these folks, and there was also people on the ground at the Fulton Fish Market who saw this, and I think there was a newspaper spot, so people on the sidewalk were seeing it too. Now, in conjunction with that was a troop of, so this whole mystery and starts playing out. Bud starts researching it, meets the woman Linda Corteil, and then there becomes this sort of espionage aspect where a collection of Secret Servicemen, two Secret Servicemen come forward with their story to Bud. And I don't think he ever actually meets them. I think all these stories are done over the telephone or through letters.
Yeah.
Do you have an answer to that one?
I've got the same answer you do. I think there might have been some phone contact, but I think it was mostly letters. But it really wasn't in person. It wasn't like, meeting in a parking garage or something like that.
Yeah, and then so my sense is that Linda Corteil obviously had almost like this forced love relationship with not I don't think anything was ever consummated, but it was like one of the Secret Service men claimed to have fallen in love with her, which actually shows up in another book, which is from that same era, called The Exiles, which is very good. Not The X-Files, The Exiles.
I remember that.
That's a great book. That's one of those outlying books that's just like someone wrote it from a personal point of view, and it's very, very weird. And that side by side with the Witnessed makes for a very strange. You really gotta wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
Now, and then it was, I can't remember who it was. Was it Javier de Cuellas? I can't remember. Supposedly it was the head of the UN was in a line of limousines, supposedly got abducted that same night, and then Bud never came forward and used his name. It was very quickly out on the internet, who he was implying, and it was the head of the UN at the time, which is Javier Perez de Cuellas, I think was his name.
Yes.
And so if the story is to be believed, Linda Corteil was abducted in a staged event, bright lights meant for people to see. The train of limousines stops. I think their engines all stop. They also see the flying saucer and Linda Corteil being dragged out. And for somehow or another, the people in the limousines have a missing time event. Now this is getting a little blurry for me, so I should be very cautious what I say. But the implication is that Javier Perez de Cuellas was also one of the abductees. I think I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly, but close.
Yeah, that's about how I remember it as well. Especially the limos from the UN. It was very much the classic. What happens to cars when there's a flying saucer around, right?
When this is right at the height of the Berlin Wall crumbling.
Right, yes.
So that gives it a date. So that would have put it about 91, 92.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're up to about 97.
3 more years.
97.
I don't know if we're going to make all 3 years tonight, but let's see. Because this next one's pretty big, and that's the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah. Yeah, he says.
And again, you have the triangle UFOs, and of course the whole ridicule factor with this too. When the mayor or whatever came out, was making fun of people who were having the sightings.
Yeah.
Only later to admit he had them.
Symington was
Fife
that?
Symington, yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, this was definitely there were tons and tons of sightings in this time period.
Yeah, and it was over Phoenix and part of Mexico, right? Sonora.
Yeah, I think so.
So it was widespread. It was widely witnessed. It wasn't just, two guys and a donkey seeing these things.
A lot of video. This is the other thing. Now people have video cameras. It's 1997. It's not, again, as common as it is now where everyone has one on their phone, but people have them and pull them out and start taping these things.
And Lynn Katai, who did an excellent documentary, which is worth watching, she was videotaping these events in the days and weeks leading up to this event.
Yeah.
And she was a witness of the event. And in the updated version I have the book at home and I have not read it. So in the updated version of the book, she actually comes forward and claims to have channeled information from these, from these beings. So here's this woman who's a physician. She's a PhD doctor.
She was anonymous at first.
She was, I think so. And then I'm not sure if she just got so, obsessed with the case that she came forward.
I had her on about a year ago. I don't remember her saying anything about having any channeled information, though.
I think, I should be careful how I say this, but I think that's correct. She did channel some sort of letter, or she did some automatic writing, which I guess is a form of channel. Then I'm going to be very cautious. Maybe I should, take that back and say that, I am remembering something, and I feel pretty strongly I'm remembering it correctly. And this was
it could be.
And this is, I think, in her updated book.
Which she released about a year ago or so.
Yeah, 2 years ago. So yeah.
It was, and didn't Symington come out a few years ago and say that he made some sort of weird flip flop?
So at the time he did a press conference, which is in the Phoenix Lights movie, and he says, okay, we now have definitive proof of what was the source of the Phoenix Lights, and then he, from behind the curtain at the podium, steps out this guy in a ridiculous rubber mask with rubber hands with long fingers, and and everyone laughs, and then years later, James Fox was doing a documentary. I can't remember which documentary it was for, and was interviewing Fife Symington and to ask him about this, and then right there on camera now ex-Governor Symington, having been embroiled in all kinds of corruption scandals.
There was some stuff.
Yeah. So he says, and I saw the thing, and I was very much I was a pilot in Vietnam, and so I feel like I'm capable of knowing what an aircraft at night looks like, and this was definitely he basically came out and said, I saw a UFO, I saw an object from outer space. And James Fox had no idea stepping into that interview that that's what he was going to be getting.
It was very weird that he would just come out and sort of flip-flop like that, which and then there were the conspiracy theories that, as governor, he was under pressure from the Air Force or the powers that be to downplay it, and then why would he so casually say, oh yeah there was something there?
Doesn't care anymore,
I guess, but they wanted to take him out,
yeah, just
like they did John Mack. Right? That was an assassination. Nobody has ever died a natural death in the UFO field.
Yeah. Well, there are definitely some suspicious ones.
Yeah.
And John,
I agree.
John Max is just tragic.
Yep. Just a horrible accident.
So yeah, Phoenix Lights, and then Strieber publishes Secret School. And that deals with his memories of these beings when he was younger that he had repressed the whole time.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, that one was weird. It's at that point when that one came out that regardless of what sort of truth might be at the heart of what he experienced, I sort of started thinking of it as the Strieberverse. You know, he's building up this sort of unified continuity. You know, going all the way back to his childhood and then going forward from the initial sort of communion era sightings to, you know, the white tunicked man giving him peace and joy or whatever. He's building this sort of universe, this internally consistent lifetime of strangeness,
but
he's on a quest to understand.
But he's not unique in that. A lot of people who suddenly have an experience suddenly realize, oh my God, I've had this happen before.
Yeah. It's and I think Strieber, as you know, a novelist, does a really good job of weaving it into a very good, understandable narrative that unfolds little by little. He uses those talents to make this whole sequence of events in the story much more enthralling than it would be from some other experiencers. You know, it's really well done.
Mike,
I agree, and that book had a big impact on me. And it's, you know, that it's, as what you call Strieberverse. You know, his set of experiences are so multi-layered and so complex, and again, he is a very skilled writer, you know, and I think that has worked against him. That he is such a beautiful writer that it's very easy to dismiss him as creating a form of fiction because that's the same as saying, like, you know, you find a UFO photograph that's too clear. You say, it's too good to be true. We have to dismiss this.
And it didn't help him that he was well regarded as a novelist, right?
Yeah,
dealing with supernatural subjects. So when he starts, you know, coming out with this, it really did work against him, sadly.
And then around off and on during the 90s, but especially in the late 90s, we see the Mexico City sightings.
Yeah, those were some of the first of the sort of advent of, along with the Phoenix Lights, you got
the video cameras.
Yeah, popular video is sort of how it was, the democratization of video production, right? You've got everybody, like you said, with these or nearly everybody with these devices, and they're smaller. I mean, they're not pocket sized, but you know, the Sony Handycam style, you can carry it with you for long periods and have a lot more footage, you know, produced a lot more affordably as far as the recording medium and stuff. And so we start seeing all these things. And I think I remember with the Mexico City films, you had the same events being filmed by different people, right?
Yeah, all over the city.
Yeah, so you can see the same lights moving in the same ways, but from different angles, which, I mean, it's I can't think of any real practical way to hoax that. So we come back to the question of, you know, if we can sort of just take it as a given that, okay, they were filming something that was actually there to be filmed and not something they created.
Right.
What was it? So, which is a much more interesting question than, you know, whether or not what they filmed actually was there.
And there was a lot of sightings and a lot of objects. It wasn't, you know, like the Phoenix Lights were a series of lights that seemed to be held together.
Right.
Whereas these things, I remember seeing them just shoot all over the sky.
Yeah, it was almost like some of them looked more like astronomical events rather than crafts sometimes. It looked like almost directed meteorites sometimes. Just shooting all over the place.
And coming out of one another as well.
Right.
Which is a traditional UFO thing.
Yes, the mothership.
Yeah. Mike?
You know, actually, I have to say that I know so little about the Mexico sightings that I'm going to have to just remain silent because there's not much I can add to this.
Never saw the videos when they came out?
I did, and, you know, it was always kind of, you know, I never saw like a comprehensive analysis of how all of the shots, melded together. Though what I will say is that Mexico, like much of South America and Central America, has a completely different openness about the UFO phenomenon than us in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's much more open and much more accepted and treated much more seriously.
All right, so let's see. We have time for one more thing. Let's do the 50th anniversary of Roswell. That was 1997.
Yes, that's
where we get Colonel Corso's book.
Oh God, yeah. Colonel Corso, the most important man in the 20th century, if you believe his book, because he was responsible for everything that makes our modern us, well, in the aliens, but without him managing the whole thing. It was Corso's book. Day After Roswell was great. One of my favorite things about it was who wrote the foreword?
Was Bill Burns? No, it was the congressional guy, the really old one.
Jesse Helms?
Jesse Helms, yeah.
Yeah. I think it was Jesse Helms or Strom Thurmond. It was an old racist. But the thing is, Corso had been one of his aides early on in his career, decades ago. And the story was, asked, for a forward, and the guy was like, "Oh yeah, this guy, he's a smart guy, worked with him, great patriot," but nobody ever told Helms / Thurmond what the book was about.
Yeah,
he thought it was just some sort of general memoir or something, but no, it's about Roswell. That caused some controversy.
Didn't he have to recall the book?
Yeah, it had to be recalled, and the new edition didn't have the foreword, something like that. So that was sort of a black eye on it. But I remember listening. I can't remember what radio show it was, but a few years ago there was some discussion of this, and one thing that the people on this show said that really sort of resonated with me was that Day After Roswell was one of the last UFO books to just sell like crazy. I think I was talking to Mac Tonys about it years ago. We were on a show, or I heard a show where he talked about. He says he remembers, and I remember it too, stacks of these things sitting at Borders and Barnes and Noble.
Sure, yeah.
It was huge. Because of the 50th anniversary thing in Roswell, and that was a massive event. And you had the Air Force coming out with their explanation, and you had Congressman Schiff, I think, from New Mexico, sort of triggering that, wanting the Office of Management and Budget to look into it, and the Air Force's sort of several years of mutually exclusive explanations for what actually happened at Roswell, from it was a weather balloon to it wasn't a weather balloon, but it wasn't a flying saucer, all of these things. And every time anybody from the government opened their mouth about this, they sounded so non-credible that it made the equally non-credible but more consistent UFO-oriented explanations sound better. Because at least, which lie are you going to believe, right? Or which screwed up interpretation of events are you going to believe? I still think that whatever happened at Roswell was something that the government was up to that they really do not want anybody to know about, and so they've just been muddying the waters ever since. I just think it's not a disinformation campaign as much as it's been a massive confusion campaign. And there's two explanations. One, it's a deliberate attempt to muddy the waters, as I said, or it's something they have to deal with, but they just don't care enough to put together a coherent story, because nobody's going to believe what they say anyway, unless they say it was aliens. And I think even then, if the Air Force were to come out and say, it was a extraterrestrial craft, and we did pack it up and send it off to Hangar 18, and we've been using technology from this craft to power to create cell phones and microprocessors, people would say, so what are they really trying to hide?
Yeah.
Because that can't be true, because it came from the Air Force. So they can't win.
We're actually jumping 7 days into the past to prevent natural disasters and
Oh, that was a horrible show.
I liked that show.
Oh God, it was like Quantum Leap, but dumb. Quantum Leap, but with unlikable people, except for the Russian.
The Russian was pretty cool.
She was cool, but she should have been the one jumping back. I didn't like the lunkhead they had actually doing the stuff. They should have put the Russian woman. She should have been the main person.
So Mike, your thoughts on the 50th anniversary?
I remember I read the Day After Roswell at the time, and my thought was, why would this guy make this up? My sense was that someone took him aside and said, "Okay, you're getting old. We'll set you up or your kids up really well with some sort of trust fund or something like that if you create this piece of disinformation." Yeah. And this is maybe my own paranoia at exactly what you said before. Here's a guy from the government telling this story. Like, why should we trust him? Here's a guy that's a colonel in the army, wasn't it? I think it was army.
Yeah, lieutenant.
And why should we trust him? This is like what this is what. There's a whole campaign to psychological warfare and reasons to put out false stories and so if it was disinformation or misinformation. What was the purpose? What was being served? I don't think was he basically the question is, was he taking orders to create this book? And then Bill Burns wrote everything in the book, and Corso did almost very little.
Yeah.
And Bill Burns is very funny when he talks about the writing process because he says, Corso was, almost deaf at the end, and we talk on the phone and he couldn't hear what I was saying, and I would ask him a question, he would answer the wrong thing, and that's how the book got written. And then there was tons of pressure to get that book out in time for the 50th anniversary. So that book was completely fast-tracked, and Burns is someone who knows a lot about UFOs. He's very well informed about the UFO issues.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
And so, what was it was a, basically a train wreck from, with multiple trains crashing in all kinds of different ways. And so, and it was, I don't believe the story the way it's played out in the book. Is there some elements that are true? Maybe, probably, could be. Why? So that's my sense, is that, when you read that book, you are not getting a crystal clear view of what happened. But I think that there's probably little bits and pieces in there that are based on real events.
I also think that, at this point when the Air Force or someone looks back and says, okay, let's see what we really have, they may really just not have much of anything.
Right.
Or it has been so compartmentalized that no one really knows.
Right.
The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
Right.
Or,
this is sort of a variation in the compartmentalization thing. I mean, to what degree could government investigation of weird anomalous stuff be farmed out to private corporations?
Yeah.
Like sort of Wackenhut or Blackwater style things, because then it's, the way I understand it, there's different rules about what needs to be reported to the public, right?
True,
because it's a private corporation, not a government.
Yeah, you can't do a Freedom of Information Act on a corporation.
Right, exactly. So I think I heard Walter Bosley talking about that in an interview once, that could be a possibility. That's interesting. That's actually really plausible. I was just earlier today when I was sort of going through the list of 90s things, I was like, I remember something about Corso that I read that I couldn't remember, and I was sort of Googling around. He was supposedly part of a secret society called the Shikshini Knights of Malta, and there's some like really out there JFK assassination people who sort of link him and this organization to the Dulles brothers and Bill Colby and Bill Donovan and all these other intelligence guys as being a part of the JFK thing. So there's, Corso might have some deep connections to that would have made him amenable to some kind of disinformation campaign. If somebody were to come to him and like you suggested, and
do the secret handshake.
Yeah. He'd be like, okay, yeah, absolutely, I'll do that. I'll put my name on this. That's fine. they kiss whatever ring or seal or secret belt buckle they have, and go off and publish this book through their minions who control the media. So,
and it becomes an amazing big seller.
Yep. Yeah, and will forever. I think if you go to outlet malls with those little book outlet stores, you can still buy remaindered copies for $1.50 a piece, and get yourself four or five different editions of it.
And we made it up so far to the mid '90s.
Yeah, which is basically the present, right? I mean,
more or less.
The older I get, the more the '90s feel like they should be the present.
Until you watch a TV show from the 90s, and see like special effects from the 90s using computers.
VR5 or something from some failed 5-episode sci-fi series from the 90s, and that you thought was cool 20 years ago.
Well, it was cool.
It was actually, yeah.
It doesn't seem like it should have been 20 years ago, but
20 years.
20 years, yeah. 20 years. I feel like 20 years goes by quick.
But before we get to that, speaking of things from 20 years ago, did you guys watch the X-Files?
Yes. It's
I've seen
fun.
I've seen all 3 episodes, and I was never that much of an X-Files fan. I didn't even discover it until well into the early 2000s. So
I was a fan from the very first episode back in '93, and I pretty much I agree with everybody online who said that the first episode was not great. The second episode was and the most recent one this week was incredible.
Just the episode.
Oh my god!
Just the episode.
It was hilarious.
I hated the comedy one. Oh.
Well, it
did have owls in it too. So
the Darren Morgan episodes, they are, people either love him or hate him. And sometimes and this one verged on being a little too clever for its own good, but it was fun. It was fun in a way the X-Files hadn't been for way too long.
The conversation in the graveyard absolutely killed me. I just wanted to go back and watch it again.
Yep.
So yeah, I thought the first one initially when it first started, I was like, oh, really, Roswell?
Yeah.
This is where you're going with this. But then it kind of twisted around to these weird conspiracies, and I went, all right, that's a little more interesting. Yeah, the second one was all right. But then this one, because of the sort of comedy aspect and the quirkiness of it, I thought was brilliant.
Yeah, I liked the first one. I didn't really buy Joel McHale as the conspiracy theory TV show. He just didn't. I like him, but it just didn't work for me in that role. But I thought the sort of relaunching the sort of conspiracy mythos or trying to rebuild that or build it in a different way. Some people are complaining that it contradicts stuff from the first run, and I'm like, who cares? I mean, the series, you really get the impression when you watch the whole 9 seasons, they couldn't keep track of their own internal continuity. So why not just, junk it and, start over? And
to be honest, I don't remember it, so it doesn't matter to me.
I remember bits and pieces, and I didn't understand. I knew everything that was going on, and I was up on it until that first movie. And then the post-movie X-Files storyline, I was just like, I can't keep track of this. And then the last couple seasons with the whole super soldier thing, that just wasn't even like the same show anymore.
And by the way, this is part 6. I just checked.
Excellent.
6, okay.
6. Let's see if that's the magic number for finishing. It's hard to say. There's not as much stuff that happened. The 70s and 80s, really from the 50s to the 80s, it was just layered with so much different stuff coming up. And it seems like in the 90s, it kind of died down a little bit. And there's not as much unique stuff occurring or coming to light as it was in the previous decades.
I agree. The late 90s, especially after the Roswell 50th anniversary, everything turns into sort of a greatest hits compilation, and there's not nearly as much. And once the 2000s come along, it's just kind of depressing. in a lot of ways.
But one of the things we did see in the 1990s, although I can't really say when, is you got more and more of these hoax videos.
Yes.
Because the equipment became cheaper and the editing became cheaper. And of course, the closer to the future we get, the easier it is to make videos like that.
Easier to make really good videos, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a hard time with some of them because there's like a, how do you say it? Like, sometimes CGI is hard to like verbalize what's wrong with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like but you can just kind of feel there's something wrong with it. It just feels like you're not looking at real footage, or you're looking at footage that's been kind of manipulated somehow, and so I go off that gut impression sometimes. And to be honest, I'm really bored with YouTube videos of dots in the sky and things like that. Which is sad. I'm convinced that there's a goodly percentage. I don't know what percentage it is. Probably higher than we would dare think. I think there's fewer hoaxes and more real videos than except the hoaxes get the more of the drama flooded into them. Yeah. So
it's thing is for me, I never really got into the whole photo and video evidence thing, and so I was even more disenchanted with it when the YouTube CGI era hit, because at the very least with the traditional photographic and film hoaxes, there's some really interesting, fun stuff you can do to try to figure out how they did it, right? So if something is you're pretty sure it's a hoax because it looks too good, sort of the Billy Meyer sort of thing. You could sort of admire the craftsmanship, but the new stuff, it's just some kid playing on a computer. It's just like, and I agree with that. Hard to put into words what's wrong with it, and like the closest I can get is it's bad CGI. That's the sort of catch-all. How do you know it's a fake? Well, it looks like bad CGI.
Exactly. Yeah. Or maybe it looks like good CGI, but it still looks like CGI.
Yeah. I mean, the Star Wars prequels were full of good CGI, but it didn't mean I wanted to watch it. It's the same. It's the same sort of thing. It's hoaxes without any sort of craft or soul to it that really bug me. I don't care that you're lying about the flying saucer. I just want you to do something cool, and a lot of this stuff is just
I think too, there's different types of people who look for this type of stuff out there. They're the people who just want the truth, and they don't care what the truth is. They're going to tear it apart and keep looking at whatever moves them, that seems most true. But then you get the people who sort of just want to be entertained.
Right.
And they might want to believe there's aliens, but in the end, what they're really looking for is some kind of entertainment. So when they see these hoax videos, they're like, oh my God, look at this, and they just believe it because it's entertaining.
Yes.
That sensational aspect of things does play a factor, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think, it's not a difficult case to make that the internet ruined ufology. I think Usenet has a lot to answer for. If you guys were on Alt Alien Visitors back in the 90s, it made Reddit look like Pinterest. It was just vile and horrible and mean and little bits of brilliance here and there, but mostly just, by 99 or so, it was just a troll farm. But then now, all of these Facebook groups dedicated to various mostly exopolitics stuff. It's just, these are the most credulous people you've ever met in your life. And speaking of the X-Files, the X-Files as vehicle for disclosure, that whole thing started up again because they mentioned the word disclosure, so it must be real. It goes beyond bad CGI videos. Now we have bad CGI arguments, right? They're like simulacra of real critical thought, but it's fake. Just to try to get to, get people to, tweet their congressman about disclosure. It's got no soul.
Well, and I'll just go jump on the exact opposite of that, where I think that coming from the abduction end of things, or the experiencer end of things, the internet has been, the folks that have met each other. I mean, so we're talking trauma in a lot of ways, and people who've experienced something, who've had the contact experience, have had whether moments of trauma or it's disrupted their life in a very challenging way. And these people are connecting online, and it is like a love fest sometimes. I mean, people are really it's remarkable how bonded folks can get, as well as, I mean, exactly the kind of social networking that deserves the name, where folks can connect, where it's happened to me so many times where even if Facebook has been amazing. I mean, Facebook is such an easy target. It's so easy to make fun of. But I have communicated with some amazing folks really quickly, have a conversation with someone across the country instantaneously and say, oh, this person has to get in touch with this other person because their stories are the same. And it's, these things are never would have been possible. So it may have, and I agree that it's like there's just horrible websites out there that are grinding out stuff that makes my toes curl in my shoes, but but at the same time there's a very human aspect to this digital age,
and I think that's absolutely true, and I think that's a good illustration of what this technology is good for. It's good for creating and nurturing those connections between people who honestly wouldn't have had any other way to really connect with each other on that level. What it's done is it's devolved ufology and abduction research and all of these things. It's devolved it from this sort of high level, it's the UFO movement or whatever, down to the sort of street level interpersonal connections, which, as you pointed out, are often amazingly important to people who have suffered some kind of trauma or other transformative experience. So I think what it does is the stuff that irritates me. It's the stuff that also probably should really be irritating groups like MUFON, because what this does is it's sort of just, it's a massive broadside shot at the UFO establishment. I hate saying something as a stupid phrase, but it's
well, MUFON's an easy target. Yeah, so.
It is because they're terrible.
I agree.
Yeah, so I think what the new technology does is that the benefit of it is exactly what Mike was saying, and the downside of it, the dumb nonsense and bad hoax videos. I mean, that really doesn't have any sort of negative effect on what Mike was describing rightfully as a very positive aspect of this. I think that's it's actually one of the cool things about it is people who can find each other and basically ignore the big organizations because they don't need them, because they found other people who have different perspectives and maybe more broad perspectives on what they may have experienced.
I would think that someone being in that situation where you've had this UFO encounter, this abduction experience, or however you interpret it, going to someone of any kind of authority, MUFON or whatever, and talking to somebody who may not have had that experience is not going to be the same as being able to talk to other people who have had the experience. You get that disconnect where I don't think anyone who hasn't had the experience can fully understand what they've gone through.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's like an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more of a support group and less of an institution. An institution that, I mean, not to denigrate anybody, but these big organizations and the famous researchers, they're using their contact with abductees in order to further their own career and their own research and their own speaking engagements and their own books. And when it's people who are sort of on the same level communicating with each other, I think that makes it more possible to be open and possibly not feel like you might be getting exploited in some way, or led along to come to conclusions that
you don't really want to come to.
And I've actually found very little evidence of folks like, peddling their research. I guess there's like some examples out there, and it would be kind of mean-spirited for me to just to like, because it's all subjective. But, I think that a lot of people who are doing this research are doing it for very, very like genuine reasons, like from a very deep place of curiosity. No one's profiting off of. I mean, if you want to, don't write a UFO book if you want to make any money. Write any other book in the world, and you'll make more than if you write a UFO book.
Write a very sensational sci-fi novel about UFOs.
Perhaps, yeah.
So around 94 was the first time I think John Mack published anything about abductions. He had a few books before that, but he put Abduction out in 1994. And he was one of the few going in a different direction in the 90s.
Well, I mean, that's not. I mean, other people were certainly in his direction. Leo Sprinkle was going in that direction for sure. A little more consciousness minded. And so he was kind of on the opposite side of what Bud Hopkins, Dave Jacobs would have been doing, right, where those were the what's the term? Sinister is the wrong term, and evil is too heavy-handed. But there was both Bud and Dave Jacobs felt that the UFO presence was not good. There was nothing good about it. Where John Mack was capable of. And I've talked to folks that have worked with John Mack and said, well, why is it different with John Mack? And they said, well, John went deeper. John was a clinician. John was a psychologist. John went to the root. He said, okay, now we're going to go deeper. And there was a transformative aspect to these experiences that emerged out of John's work.
Yeah, and I think his background as a actual practitioner of psychology, gave him a needed perspective that it didn't necessarily get from an artist or a historian doing the same sort of thing, and it gave the whole thing some credibility, I think, that it might not have had if he hadn't shown up.
True. I mean, because you don't have a lot of people in academia who are actually looking at this stuff.
Right.
You have John Mack, you have Kenneth Ring,
Don Dundary.
Right. I mean, there's a handful, but most people were individuals who were just working on this type of stuff.
And it's interesting because I don't necessarily know if it gave it any credibility. There's a hope that it would, but I don't see. Well, maybe collectively over the last 20 years, I guess there's been a slow ebbing away and changing at how this is treated in the less so the mainstream. The New York Times still makes fun of it and stuff like that. Actually, I should change my. There was a very even-keeled obituary for Bud Hopkins where they talked about his research into UFO abduction, where there was no snicker factor and it wasn't derision. There's no derision in it.
Yeah, I
so
read that.
Yeah. So maybe there has been that and maybe John Mack's role in as a tenured professor at Harvard, the chair of the psychology department, had something to do with that. I mean, he was basically in a position to do whatever he wanted.
Yeah. It didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt. Yeah, it didn't hurt anything. Yeah, and then at the same time, I mean, he was, he straight up called the whole thing Kafkaesque. Mm-hmm. That there was like things that had never happened at Harvard before, like a closed session was reviewing him that he didn't know who was on the council or whatever would you call it, it was, and basically he was. Alan Dershowitz sort of came to his defense, and another Harvard professor, and so and said, you can't do this. People have a right to believe whatever they want to believe, and the internal witch hunt basically was out to, they were just like ashamed that the good name of Harvard was somehow associated with UFO abduction, and that's about all it came down to. Whether and it sounds like very few people actually bothered to even look at his research.
Right. It was
was almost like hearsay. It's like aliens. No, this guy, and who knows? I mean, universities are political snake pits. So there might have been, much like the real Salem witch trials, who knows what other kind of political infighting went into these things as well. I mean, and the abduction stuff might have been the perfect trigger for one faction to take out another faction. That's what's always fascinated me about Mac's trials there at Harvard, is what else was institutionally going on within the faculty and the administration that made this kind of very embarrassingly reprehensible treatment of a scholar possible. So it's fascinating from sort of an institutional perspective what might have been going on.
And I never he died in 2004, which was shortly before I, really started making phone calls. Let me put it that way. At a certain point, I just became shameless. I'm like, if I wanted to talk to someone, I'd figure out a way to talk to him. Mm-hmm. And I certainly would have found a way to talk to John Mack if he was still alive. But he died of walking down a street in London, did something that Americans will do, is they look the wrong way before crossing a street, and then he got hit by a car, and it sounds like it was a drunk driver. And it is very easy to jump to the conclusion that was some sort of conspiratorial thing. I've talked to a number of people on both sides. You can make a good argument on both sides of the line. It's my understanding the family doesn't want anything to do with any kind of conspiratorial stuff. Yeah. And I know Peter Robbins did a great deal of research, including, I think he was spending time in England researching it too, like the events of the death, and he says it was a tragic accident. What is interesting is that it felt like before that, the dirt on the grave was patted down with a shovel. Susan Clancy's book came out of nowhere, with Harvard Press, right on the cover, it's basically saying, that there's no such thing as this and people are being deluded into this. That just seemed so blatant to me. God, he's dead. Let's get into the book out quick.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
I inadvertently took us up to 2004, so sorry about that.
That's all right. It's not like we haven't jumped around through this whole series. 1996 was Dr. Reed's Screaming Alien hoax.
Gosh.
And this is the one in where was this?
Washington State.
Oh, I don't know this.
Okay, so as far as I can remember, Dr. Jonathan Reed, not his real name.
Hold on, just let me interrupt. This is so if you were in the limousine with Scully and Mulder and they were Aaron Gulyas, they would have gone, he would have just said, what is the Dr. Reed screaming thing, just to test you, right? That's what he would say. Didn't they do that with the Kelly Cahill thing in the back of the limousine with the conspiracy TV show host? Yeah. So.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And
so we're doing that to you right now. Yeah. So what is the Dr. Reed story?
Well, he claimed that he was out walking his dog in the woods, and a obelisk-shaped spacecraft crashed. Something disintegrated his dog. There was a recording of the dog's scream.
No. If I remember right, the spaceship didn't crash. It just came down.
Oh, it just came down? Okay.
And the dog heard the alien, and the alien ripped it in two and then sent it into another dimension.
Yeah, because Reed had a wristband or something that he claimed would allow him to travel between dimensions. There were photos of the ship. There were photos of the alien body, which Reed took back to his house and put in the freezer.
Right, because I think he claimed he shot the alien after it killed his dog.
Yeah, because that's what you do. And and then he was on Art Bell a bunch of times. He had a bunch of researcher hangers-on who ended up not having any more expertise. They were all employed at the same gas station, and really they were. And they said, well, we have these experts, who looked at the films and the negatives, and it's all accurate. And then when somebody said, well, the film that he used wasn't manufactured until
a year after he said he took the pictures, they said, well, let us explain. These are pictures of the pictures we took in 1996. They're internegatives. We had the film tested. Where are the reports? Well, we had it tested. Never mind. And what's funny is a couple years ago when Art Bell came back for one of his periodic 6-week returns to radio,
the Sirius Radio one.
Yeah, he had Dr. Reed on his XM Sirius show, and I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe he did it.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just like I was like, is this the rerun of the show from 1998? Because that was a pretty fun show to listen to. But nope. It was telling the same story. And from what I could tell, Art didn't bring up Royce Meyer's UFO watchdog expose of the whole thing, and Reed's background and the background of all his hangers-on. And that's when I was like, I can't believe I subscribed to this satellite radio to listen to Art Bell, and Art Bell is doing this. And then I realized, wait a minute, of course he's doing this. He's Art Bell. He's got less credibility than most of his guests some days, but it's a hilarious story because before the whole thing was sort of exposed, that's not a verb, exposed, I guess, exposed. There were so many like MUFON officials, and even, I forget the guy's name, but one of the guys from the Center for UFO Studies, came out saying, we've verified his story and this is the most, exciting thing that's happened in a long time. It was just such an outlandish, outrageous story. And he was on the run from the feds because the feds wanted to destroy the evidence and kill him, and so he was risking his life all 6 times he showed up on Coast to Coast AM or something.
And the screaming part came after he put it in the freezer, and then a few days later he heard screaming coming from his garage, and he went out and opened the freezer, and the alien was alive and screaming, and he has these audio recordings of the scream.
Yeah, it's still not as creepy as Mel's hole, but it is quite a troubling scream.
And it goes so far away from all other UFO literature.
Yeah, from the sort of obelisk shape to the whole interdimensional thing. It's weird. It really reminded me of the kind of story you'd get back in the 60s when there wasn't yet a standard script for alien UFO encounters, where you'd have all sorts of different creatures and different types of scenarios. So it was sort of refreshing in that sense, and it was nice to have a good old fashioned con man with a creepy mustache running around again. That's something that was missing from the field.
And I remember listening to that Art Bell show because I had actually forgotten all about this guy, and I'm listening to it, and as he's telling the story, I'm thinking this doesn't sound plausible, and as he's telling more, I'm like, wait a minute, didn't this guy get thoroughly debunked? Why the hell is it? Oh, well, he's just going to tear him apart at some point, right? No. Well then, I'm just going to turn this one off and pretend I didn't just waste my time listening to that.
It was distressing that that Art was just pretended like this was almost like a classic story from one of our favorite guests, and tell us your wonderful tale again. It's like, no, wait, he's shown to be a liar like about 18 different things,
including who he was.
Yes, and the expose is just amazing because Myers just went and talked to like people who knew him back, before he came up with the fake name and everything, and he lied to them about other stuff, about being a child psychologist working with victims of horrible crimes, and just one of these sort of serial storyteller type people who just go from fake life to fake life.
Any of this ring a bell, Mike?
Absolutely nothing is ringing a bell. I think you're making this all up. I think this is some sort of hoax to test me. So
You can actually find, I think, both his actual account and the debunking account still online with all the photos and the recorded scream.
I feel like I have a pretty good radar for these kind of things. What's the term radar? Like that's not the term where if I had heard the beginning of this story, I would have just walked away and found more interesting stuff to fill my mind with. Yeah. So.
The walking the dog in the forest, seeing some kind of sheer black UFO. Okay. The alien ripping the dog in two and then throwing it into another dimension is the point where you go.
Awesome.
Well, the Maury Island event, they had the dog get hit by a piece of aluminum slag and killed a dog. So,
right, but that's different than it ripping the dog in two and throwing it in another dimension.
Yeah. I
mean, it's not that it killed the dog; it's the way it killed the dog.
Needlessly showy, I think. It was sort of like, well, what would really sort of spice this story up? Let's rip the dog in half and throw him into another dimension. I mean, you can't disprove it, right?
Right, because dog's gone now.
No autopsy on the dog. He's in the fourth dimension or something. So he's down with David Icke's reptoids from the lower fourth dimension or something.
All right, let's move on. I know this is one of Aaron's favorite ones, the Heaven's Gate cult.
Oh man, they were awesome.
And this was March 26, 1997 that this all came to a head.
Yeah, and it was what's really fascinating is not just that there was this UFO scented cult that committed mass suicide. Is one thing that was interesting is they've been around forever. If you read Vallee's Messengers of Deception, there's a whole chapter on Applewhite, Bo and Peep, the two leaders of the group, and what they're up to. And back in the late 70s or whatever, Vallee was like, these people are up to no good. This is not a safe thing. But the whole suicide of the group was tied into this Hale-Bopp comet that was supposed to be was coming very near Earth and was a big astronomical event, and that people said was being followed by an alien spaceship, a companion to Hale-Bopp, and this was publicized mostly on Art Bell's radio program. Sensing a pattern, people, about the 90s? Art Bell having liars on his show. So the Hale-Bopp thing, the thing is, it was also tied together with remote viewing, which became popularized on Art Bell's show with people like Ed Dames and other more credible remote viewers. And the key figure in all this was a political scientist from Emory University named Courtney Brown, who had a side job as a kind of weird remote viewing guru, running something called the Farsight Institute, where he was training people in remote viewing. And he had some couple of really whole show, back when Art Bell was 5 hours, entire show appearances where he was going through what he called the raw data from these remote viewing sessions about this massive spaceship behind Hale-Bopp. And then added to all this, an amateur astronomer in, I think, Texas named Chuck Schrammick said that he saw, this. He had the film of it. He had a picture of it that was being sent to a quote top 10 university which had verified it, but they weren't going to tell you which university because they wanted the university to tell the public themselves. But they kept saying, if they don't come out with it, we will tell everybody who it is. I don't think they ever did. It was from November through January of 96 into 97, this was a sort of recurring thing on Art Bell's show. And one of Brown's disciples, Prudence, what's her name? Calabrese. Prudence Calabrese was on, giving her spin on the data. And then it turned out that there, of course, wasn't a companion, and Hale-Bopp didn't cause massive horrible things to happen, but the Heaven's Gate people believed that this was their opportunity to, I don't know the way they put it, transition or translate themselves to the level above human, to sort of ascend, some sort of apotheosis type of thing, and the cyanide pudding and was part of that process. And Art Bell ended up, I think he was on Larry King, sort of defending himself. I'm just an entertainer. I'm not a journalist. It's not my responsibility to verify anything anybody says. But it was a wild thing. I actually went and found on eBay the official Coast to Coast AM cassettes of those Courtney Brown shows, because it was just fascinating. Now it's all up on the internet in various places, but you notice they never play that one back on Somewhere in Time on Saturday nights. But it was pretty amazing. And Courtney Brown, he's back at it. The Farside Institute has gotten going again, I think, in the last few years. And a few years ago, John Ronson's book, The Men Who Stare at Goats, he had a chapter where he talked about remote viewing, and he talked to Brown. And Brown comes across as the most oblivious, clueless person on earth. And like his whole takeaway from the whole thing is, well, you have to be careful when you're dealing with the public, because the public will think weird things from what you're saying and misinterpret what you're saying. And I'm reading this and I'm thinking, you said literally there is a giant spaceship following the comment. There's not a lot of room for misinterpretation there. But he had to sort of like, oh yeah, weren't they the people who killed themselves? It is very sort of creepy how detached he is years later from the whole thing. It was a strange situation. I remember writing a column for my college paper in which I sort of lamented that it'd probably be just my luck that Heaven's Gate was right and the rest of us were wrong, and we all missed out on the opportunity to move to the level above human. And wouldn't that just be horrible if they were right? And I suspected they were. That one almost got yanked because they said I was being insensitive, and I'm like, well, no, I'm actually saying they might be right, and we're the wrong ones. I'm honoring their memory, but yeah, but no, it was a strange thing. It's one of those things where I will go back and I will listen to it, those shows over and over again, and other competitors to Art Bell in that sort of mid-90s paranormal radio world, they really took advantage of this opportunity to sort of stick it to Art Bell and say, look, this guy's irresponsible, he shouldn't be on the air, listen to us. I know Jeff Rentz had a whole thing where he was one of the earliest ones to sort of try to object to what Bell's guests were saying and prove it was wrong. And then I don't know if any of you out there remember the Paracast. Not Paracast, Paranet, the Paranet Continuum radio show with Michael Corbin. They had a roundtable discussion about basically Art Bell should be indicted for manslaughter. They got pretty riled up about it. But it was a great thing, and it sort of really illustrated how deeply that paranormal talk radio had sort of penetrated the mainstream, because you were getting Art Bell on Larry King, and you were getting other media figures talking about the dangers of talk radio in terms other than they're being mean to President Clinton. So it was what a time to be alive. It was pretty amazing.
Any thoughts, Mike?
I followed I didn't follow this at all. So I was listening. This is all just great. I was listening to every word. I was drawn in. Yeah, no, I have nothing to add. Well done. Well done.
And I would think from Art Bell's perspective, he's probably putting on whatever people want to hear.
Yeah.
And, when you're on a mainstream radio station like that, you got to keep your ratings up, unfortunately. So you can't really blame him for having the occasional guest who's full of crap.
Yeah.
And I think that also folks that, do like, whatever, Coast to Coast does 7 shows a week or something like that, isn't it? Or 6 or something?
Six.
Yeah. So that's, that to fill that for 3 hours at a pop, it's got to be
endless tread. And Bell was doing it 5 hours a night most nights. And I cannot, listening to some of those old shows, it's amazing how consistent the quality was. Of his interactions with callers and his interactions with the guests. It really was amazing. But one thing that you get from not just Art, but a lot of those shows from the 90s is you get very little of the host challenging the guests in any way. It was very much just a platform for them to promote their ideas. Sometimes Art would express a little bit of skepticism or disagreement, but not often. And when he really did, it was very predictable. Like he would always sort of play devil's advocate to Richard Hoagland's, android head on the moon, stuff.
Right.
But as far as, because he can't really call out a guest as being, a liar, because then it wouldn't be Coast to Coast AM, right? So it's by 96, 97, Art Bell had morphed from being a fascinating, late night talk show that covered a wide variety of topics, and then it turned into including paranormal stuff. And by 96, 97, it had firmly turned into this is Art Bell. It's sort of what we all remember it being. It wasn't always like that, but by 96, 97, it clearly had turned into that.
All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back in a moment with Aaron and Mike.
Where Did the Road Go can be heard first and usually live on WVBR Saturday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern. Go to wheredidtheroadgo.com to ask questions of our live guests through the chat room. Where Did the Road Go is then re-aired on Dark Matter Radio and Deprogrammed Radio. You can download all shows for free on the website, and you can subscribe to us on Stitcher, iTunes, YouTube, or Vimeo. Additional content can be found on our video channels. You will also find our upcoming schedule, book reviews, blogs, free book downloads, links, and more. We are also on Facebook and Twitter, and if you want to help support the show, there are links to donate to us. Everything you need can be found at wheredidtheroadgo.com. So, we're back with Aaron Gulyas and Mike Clelland. UFO History Part 6, the late 1990s anyway. And with 1998, we had Whitley Strieber publishing Confirmation. And if I remember right, that's the one where he was talking about the implants.
Yeah, he was working with Roger Lear at the time, yeah.
And I don't know, I've never really been sure what to make of these implants. Have you had any experience with them, Mike?
I've spoken directly with Roger Lear a bunch of times. I've spoken with a handful of folks who have actually had the implants removed from their body. I've talked to people who have had that experience. I have talked to the fellow who has worked closely with Roger Lear. His name is, Stephen Colburn. And so I'm convinced that, yes, there's something to this, the implants. Yes. The number of people who claim implants, some researchers will say, there's not that many implants out there. Like if anyone says, people say they have an implant, you got to be really skeptical. And then just on the other side of there's other researchers out there who says anyone who's had an abduction experience has an implant. So.
Have you yourself had any reason to suspect one?
Well, oops, I'm getting an echo in the background there.
It sounds like the aliens are talking to us.
Oh my gosh, yes, it is a little bit. Sounds a little bit like we're in the 1960s when people would smoke pot. They would have that echo, So
is it still doing it?
No, it's solved. No, okay.
Okay.
I don't think I have any. And this is like so much like of all of this stuff. Like I don't know, how do you know any answer to any of this stuff? So, I can't be. So like as far as my own personal involvement, I'm questioning it. Now there was for a while at the UFO conferences a booth where a fellow would scan you with a black light. It was quite interesting, actually. And that's one of the things a lot of researchers will do. Will scan people after they have a reported event, and there is supposedly a fluorescence that will show up that won't show, quite honestly, like handprints on the walls, like of four-fingered alien hands on the wall kind of thing. And then there was also this fellow would just take what amounted to this is not cutting edge science here, but was very interesting in a lot of ways. A Stanley stud finder, as well as another, some more, Geiger counter and an FM receiver and a magnetometer and things like that would, a Gauss meter and things like that would run these around your body. And he was finding anomalous little beeps that would show up on people. And it was very interesting because some of the people would, be UFO experiencers, and they would have a lot of little beeps going off around their bodies. And then, other people who were just doing it as a lark wouldn't be getting anything. So I can't really speak to, I'm not a scientist, and this is scientific type research. I haven't seen any long-term data on this, but it was very interesting. I did it a couple of years in a row. Now, so here's my little test. So went in 1 year, and then the guy's super busy, totally slammed at these conferences. So I went in one year, and he found, oops, I got a little echo again. He found a little anomalous beep between my ring and middle finger on my left hand. And I went in a year later, and a couple other places behind both ears, and then on my left foot, I believe, near my toes. So just found a little anomalous beep with a hardware store Stanley stud finder. And then so I went back the year later, and I remembered exactly where all those things were. And he was looked at me like I have no idea what we talked about last year. And it's like, well, let's just go through this. And so he scanned my whole body, and they showed up exactly in the same places. So, was my psyche wanting it to happen? Did I interact with the Stanley stud finder on some sort of, was my ESP sending telepathy out to the Stanley stud finder to make it, match what I remembered the year before? I don't know. And, but it was it was interesting. So, and that said, I do know some folks who have actually gone under the knife and had these things removed, and I've talked to them at length. And I've actually talked to Roger Lear at length about these things, kind of in a much more casual setting. And I was in a UFO support group. This is in Laughlin, Nevada, at a UFO conference, and I think it was Leo Sprinkle. It was Leo Sprinkle was running the support group. So you can picture like a Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, a bunch of people sitting in a room, and there was a little talk of implants, and another person would say, well, I had this experience, and I would think I have an implant, and so Leo, who's been obviously done tons of group therapy over in his 60 years of being a clinician, said, okay, wait a minute, let's ask everyone in the group, who in the group here thinks they've had an implant. And so just imagine probably half the people in this room. So 30 people in the room, 15 people raise their hand, maybe over half. And then he says, okay, and I'm sort of in the back, and this is very early on in my sort of digging into this stuff, and I'm in the back, and I don't have any knowledge of anything, so I didn't raise my hand, but I would just watch this happen. And he said, okay, now everyone, where do you think they are? Point to where they are. And I'll tell you, every single person pointed down to their right shin between their knee and everyone did it at the same time. It was a shocking experience. And so I don't know quite what to make of that. And that is actually a place where people report these things getting removed, as well as a spot where people will report the scoop marks, which there was a really ugly and actually poor rendition of the textbook scoop marks on the girl's stomach in the X-Files.
Yeah.
They look like Swiss cheese or something, as opposed to...
Yeah. Actually, I have a friend who did one of the listener stories things. You can find the video on our YouTube. And he had seen... if I'm remembering, he had at least one weird UFO sighting and has what he thinks is an implant in his leg. I mean, he's very open-minded where he just doesn't know what it is, but he said if he pushes on it and it burns.
Yeah, I mean, I met a fellow, this is like, this Leo Sprinkle was like, said, oh, you should talk to this guy. And we're walking through the parking lot and he said, here, just talk to this guy. And Leo says, I got to go. And so there I am standing next to this guy. And he's like, it's like, so, I was like, what's your story? And he's like, well, anyway, I talked to him for a minute. And he says, and he rolls his sleeve up and he's got this big bump under his, I think it's on his arm. It's on his arm. And he's like, this thing, I remember it going in. I remember them putting it in as a 11-year-old boy. I woke up the next morning. I told Mom, these beings came in my room. They put this in my body as an 11-year-old boy. And he let me touch it and play with it. And Mom said, oh, it was just a bad dream. And he said, nope, I remember it going in. And it didn't look like a mole. Didn't feel like a cyst or anything like that. Not that I would really know, have a wide range of what that might feel like. But so here's this guy, he's got this little thing and and I said, you ever thought of getting it removed? And he said, oh no, don't want to piss him off, So and then he said, okay, nice meeting you, and walked away. And this is like, so the one of the problems with doing this and becoming so immersed in this is that, you end up with 1,000 stories like that, where do they lead to? How do you connect the dots to these things? So.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Aaron?
The implant thing is, I haven't read confirmation, but the implant thing is, I think, fascinating because it's really, really tangible and physical. And there's no way to, unless you just sort of issue a blanket denunciation of everybody who's found these implants or had them removed or had them sensed in the presence of others by somebody who they, probably didn't set things up in advance with, right? Unless you denounce all of this as a massive con, you've got to deal with it, right? So I think it's fascinating. I think the implant thing is one of those things that sort of pushes me in my preferred direction of some kind of sneaky, horrible, horrifying terrestrial explanation for some of these things, because it might not be whatever they pull out, recognizable Earth technology, but neither is a bunch of stuff they're working on everywhere that we don't know about, right? So it's one of those things that really, more than the probing and the stories of, alien hybrid fetus implantation or whatever, this stuff about the implants and just the number of people who have reported things like this is one of the things that sort of, creeps me out more than other things, because this is, not saying it's alien technology, but people are having weird experiences and then getting bits of metal pulled out from under their skin. That's weird. That's weird and a little bit sinister. So I think it's fascinating. And I like you, Mike, I have no idea how to connect the dots with all these stories. It's, and I kind of wonder if we need to. Because these are people's experiences, and sometimes we can get so sort of obsessed with, well, what's the big picture? You sort of forget you're talking to a person who has had what might be a pretty, horrific, trying experience. And, sometimes just focusing on the individuals and the stories and their personal, encounters is as fulfilling as it needs to be.
Now, they did do a TV special on confirmation as well, I think on NBC or something. Was that it?
Yes, I think it was NBC. It's actually pretty good. And there was a fellow there, I can't remember his name now, who was one of the abductees, and I want to say Terry, but that's not right. But he's definitely featured in the book Confirmation, as well as there was a kind of a companion book that came out, I think it was called, Whitley Strieber's series or something like that. And it was it was basically a book written by Roger Lear. And so yeah, that show is pretty good. And Whitley Strieber plays one of the hosts, and there is a narrator there who's got a deep, sort of scary voice and plays it for maximum drama. But yeah, that one's worth watching. I'm not sure if that's even available on YouTube right now.
I would think it would have to be somewhere.
I think it's out there somewhere, but I've actually seen it on YouTube, but I haven't seen it recently.
And even though it was on NBC, I don't think it really made it that much more visible than it already was.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you this, Aaron.
Yeah.
So I know you said that the government conspiracy type of thing is one of your preferred explanations for some of this. How much of this do you think is truly anomalous versus terrestrial government run in some way?
47.9% anomalous. I don't know.
Well, I mean, do you think it's like a 50-50 thing, or do you think most of it's government related?
I think there is probably it's more than 50% terrestrial shenanigans. Whether it's government, corporate, some collusion of the two, which is usually the way things are. I think it's more simplest explanation sometimes is the best one, and things that originate on this planet might be simpler. Now, getting into the really weird stuff, can things be alien and beyond this planet, right? So right. The whole "are we really alone here" is this phenomenon, or these phenomena, things that are a natural part of the world around us that we just don't comprehend yet. So I don't know. I can't really put a number on it, but I think probably at least half of some of the things, especially things with physical traces, are probably. I think there's a good chance they're terrestrial in some way. Now, for what reason and who's behind it, I'm not sure I want to speculate, especially not on the airwaves where people will hear me and track me down and put me in a little room. But yeah, not the aliens. Please, aliens, I'd rather go with you than the CIA. But it's I think it there's Earth stuff.
What about you, Mike?
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, this is one of the problems with this is that, there's a fellow named David Marler who put a book out on triangular UFOs, and he used the term unambiguous UFO. So you see, you see a little dot way off in the sky, right? And it's kind of like make some odd maneuvers in the sky and like, UFO. And could that be a little drone? Could there be some sort of man-made technology? Yes, at this point, of course, Now, I've also talked to other people who said, yep, saw a flying saucer, like on my backyard so close that I couldn't believe it wasn't touching the glass in the back door, And so that would probably not be a man-made craft, from what he was describing, So, these unambiguous sightings, these unambiguous situations, like little dots in the sky, sure, those could be terrestrial at this point. Yeah, I mean, even some kind of, this drone technology is, or whatever, there's stuff going on that we don't know about, obviously, that could very well, to anyone's eye, the trained eye, I suspect it could come across as alien technology when it's perfectly terrestrial. There's a lot of money thrown at it. So, I just finished this big fat book on owls and stuff like that, and I have to think that, like the weird stories that were emerging out of that book, like the government there's no way anyone terrestrial would want to stage that kind of stuff. It just is like, so that, like, I feel 100% of the stuff in that, well, I want to be careful. I'm throwing around I'm using percentages, I'm cooking the books in essence by saying that. So, so there's the stuff that intrigues me. Let me put it that way. Here, I'll start all over again. The stuff that intrigues me is this fringy, weird stuff that just defies any simple answer. And I suspect strongly that very little of that is coming from a terrestrial source. It may be coming from a terrestrial source that's like, the totem animal spirits of, the great, mystical beyond that is somehow incorporated to the Earth. So it could be terrestrial by that definition. But it's not, some guy in a think tank with a lot of money creating the stories that intrigue me.
God, that's my dream job. Be in a think tank with a lot of money to mess with people's heads. Mike, in the owl, you mentioned the owl book. There's I'm in the middle of reading it, and there's a line that you sort of pulled from Anne Strieber, I think, something along the lines of, if it's not weird, I don't believe it. As far as people's sort of paranormal accounts, like there has to be some. You mentioned something about sort of these fundamentally paradoxical events as being hallmarks of these true paranormal experiences. A big sort of triangle flying through the air is like, oh, that's I mean, when you come right down to it, that is a craft that I am not familiar with. Is a lot different than I had a weird entity device thing, half real, half not, floating outside my backyard, and it seemed to be reading my brain. That's a weird sort of thing that citing a strange craft might not be. So I think that's a good dividing line. Is it weird in a way where we, with our notions of Western rationality or whatever, we just cannot comprehend why anything would be doing anything like this. That sort of just the cliched phrase, high strangeness, as sort of being one of these marks of something truly anomalous.
I agree. And that, of course, I agree, I guess, because you're sort of
I'm quoting
my book in a way, yeah, using his resource. So, of course, I agree. Yeah, I think that Anne Strieber, that she said she had a BS detector. That was her BS detector. If it wasn't weird, she didn't believe it.
Nice. All right. You're on WVBR FM Ithaca. Next up is the Black-Eyed Kids, which are kind of like a side thing to the UFO phenomena, much like cattle mutilations are, where a lot of people think they're connected, but there's not necessarily a direct line there.
And crop circles. There's very little direct evidence of, sometimes there's UFOs in crop circles, but those tend to be little round orange balls of light.
Yeah. So, I mean, and this phenomena, when I first heard it, my instinctual response was, this is modern folklore. This is, urban myth. And until I talked to David Weatherly, who, has talked to so many people who have had these experiences, and I started saying, okay, maybe there's something to it.
And David, I've talked at length with David Weatherly about the Black-Eyed Kids thing, and it's interesting because this was before I started the Owl book, and he described something very similar to me when I was doing the Owl book, where these stories would just arrive. Like they just get one story, and then just somehow another story would arrive, and so he accumulated this amazing book through just this magical process of, obviously putting some intention out there, and you're getting results back from that. But that's a powerful book, and I was listening to David Weatherly talk on Tim Banal, and they were talking about the Black-Eyed Kids thing, and Tim Banal was sort of asking some questions, and I was doing illustration work, so I was at my desk and I had these desk lamps, and I like the paper really lit really well, so I pull these, with the kind of gooseneck arms, I pull them real close to the paper, and I'm leaning right over there, so the thing's close to the paper, my face is close to the paper, my face is close to the lamp. And he's talking, and Tim Banal is asking kind of questions like, what'd you ever think? Well, how would you act if one of these things came into your life? And I thought to myself, well, I made a pretty tough stuff at this point. I probably would keep my cool if like one of these Black-Eyed Kids, ended up, knocking on my door. And as soon as I had that thought, bam, the light bulb in the lamp exploded, and it was like a big flash of light and broken glass all over my desk. That's and all creepy. Over the paper and all over my hands. So
that's
so I don't know what to. So that's my take on the Black-Eyed Kids thing, is the sense that wow, you even just think about them and then the light bulbs start blowing up. So I'm watching the light bulb at my desk here right now very carefully.
It seems to me like there's a lot of similarities too to Men in Black encounters when you look at these Black-Eyed Kid encounters. Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
I don't know much about the Black-Eyed Kid thing, but I think just from what I've read and from what I've seen in the graphics that show up and everything, as far as a connection to UFO stuff, I think it's mostly the aesthetic aspect of the big black eyes. The actual encounters, these strange, children sitting on somebody's step when they come home, or walking down the road looking kind of out of place. It really strikes me much more as a a sort of folklore fairy story, creepy entity sort of thing, rather than it's paranormal-ish to be sure, but I think the UFO thing, I think people have latched onto the eyes, the sort of wide staring black eyes, and that's sort of the connection. But it especially, I was sort of doing some Googling about this a while back, and what struck me is I think it was on, probably in the Wikipedia page or something, but often seen panhandling, or hitchhiking, and also it's like almost like a I don't mean this pejoratively, almost like a gypsy stereotype, sort of a wanderer stereotype, like strange, ethereal, wandering children who aren't quite right. And I'm like, that is so much creepier than flying saucers. And just I know it's all Photoshop or whatever, but the pictures of it creep me out. It's strange stuff. It's great fodder for horror films. I don't know if there have been any black-eyed kid horror films made, but there should be, and there probably will be after we all get bored with the topic. But it's a neat thing, and what I like about it is, and I tend to look at these things in terms of what do I like about it, about the idea is that we're getting back to that weird, creepy things that have always been a part of our world that we just can't explain, whether we call them fairies or leprechauns or black-eyed children. And I keep wanting to say black-eyed peas, but I won't. I'm always on the verge of saying that when I say black-eyed children. I think it's, I don't know if this is a dumb way to say it, it's kind of refreshing. It's a little bit more interesting than the endless ghost tales or endless flying saucer tales or stories about exopolitics or underground bases. These are weird, creepy kids. Takes me back to when I first read the Middish Cuckoos, or the Village of the Damned source materials. Like weird kids who don't do what they're supposed to do and who freak you out. That's a classic, and I think it fits into that genre. And is there some truth behind it? Well, there's probably as much truth behind this as there is any of these sort of lingering tales.
I think the UFO connection also comes through with the theory that these things are the hybrids between aliens and humans. Yeah.
Oh, just as far as I've talked to many, well, not many, but enough women who claim to have met their hybrid children, and it's not like a black-eyed kid thing at all. Usually the kids that they are meeting are very benevolent and very, very like exuding a form of like existential knowledge and universal, like radiating a form of love, basically. So that hybrid child from the spacecraft, it would be perfect if you were an X-Files scriptwriter. It doesn't really match the accounts of people who have claimed to have met their own kids in these spacecraft type environments.
Right.
That's interesting. That's an interesting sort of bit that never really gets out, is that, like you said, there are people who, these hybrids, there are stories of, like you said, women who have met them, and that doesn't get out there. Those stories don't get out there as much in my observation. There's always a sense that they're making hybrids. Well, where are they? Well, they're either in incubators or they're evil little black-eyed kids. But there's this whole other segment of, the sort of serial encounters with this phenomenon where, like you said, women meet these supposed hybrids, and it's not a horrifying experience.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean that universally across the board that's how it's playing out, but that's the consistent pattern of the folks I've spoken with. Except when they're infants, when it does tend to be kind of creepy, and these things look like almost diseased and listless and don't have, so.
Oh, it's weird.
It's very weird, yeah.
Yeah.
So in 1999, John Mack released his second book on aliens, and his last book, unfortunately, I believe, with Passport to the Cosmos. And that was actually the one where I found John Mack. I had been so kind of bored with the UFO thing at that point. I was still reading, Vallée and Strieber, but I went into a bookstore and said, I want something else. I want something new, and saw that and picked it up and went, well, this sounds interesting, and just absolutely loved his work when I read that.
That book had a huge impact on the way I frame these events. I mean, that book, Passport to the Cosmos, a simplistic way to look at that book is he compares and contrasts the initiation rites of the shaman to the modern UFO folklore, and he does a beautiful job of summing these two things up and looking at them, in comparison. And there's a chapter in the Owl book on shamanism, and believe me, I borrowed heavily from the thinking of John Mack for that. That had a remarkable impact, and that is something I've actually found in the people I talk to who have had the direct contact experience, is in the aftermath of these experiences, that they somehow, not 100%, but enough that there's a pattern, these people who had these experiences will, if not become shamans outright, which I have a few examples of that, they will perform a shamanic role. They'll be Reiki healers, they'll be therapists, they'll be doing some sort of esoteric psychic work, So that book was amazing for that alone. Yeah.
I think that's a huge part of the whole abduction experience. May very well be these very similar to what shamanistic encounters are, and that sort of enlightenment. It's done in a different way, but I think they're probably accessing the same thing.
Yeah, it's like when I'm talking about, I think it first sort of shows up when I'm talking about sort of Central African traditional religion in class, and I sort of talk about shamanism and sort of the its role in sort of pantheism and animism, not pantheism, animism. The way I sort of explain it to students is shaman were the people who were believed to have a more direct conduit to the supernatural, sort of a mediator between the natural and unnatural worlds, and what is the abduction experience but crossing this liminal space from a natural to some kind of supernatural world. So I think that the shamanism thing's really interesting. I don't know if it was I can't remember if I read the book, but I heard and read some interviews with John Mack about the book, and one thing that really jumped out at me is when he's discussing the shamanism, he name drops Credo, what's his name, Mutwa, the African shaman, and what struck me about that is that Credo Mutwa was also really sort of hooked up with David Icke back in 99, 2000 or so, when his biggest secret book, where he dropped the whole reptilian thing in a big way, and so I found that Mac's use of Credo Mutwa and shamanism is like, yes, this is how you make these connections. No, you don't talk about physical reptilians from the lower fourth dimension imitating the Queen, David Icke. You talk about shamanism in its broad sense and connect it to the strange. So I really did appreciate that sort of, if I can say it this way, spiritual connection that Mack made with these phenomena.
And later, Graham Hancock made that connection too in his book Supernatural, yes, when he starts researching shamanism and altered states, and suddenly I think he picked up a book by Valet or whatever and was like, wait a minute, this might be the same thing. Yeah. It's the modern form of shamanism.
Yep.
So
in the shamanic initiation in the lore, I mean, in the traditions, no one says like, I want to become a shaman. They will be chosen by the tribe somehow. And then, so nobody asks to be a shaman. They are chosen against their will to be a shaman. And that's the UFO contact experience in many ways. These people are like, why me? And that's the same thing. The shaman in the village would be like, well, why me? Yeah, really interesting stuff. That really shaped a lot of the way I frame this stuff.
All right. I think that's the last thing I had listed for the 1990s. And so I think that's probably a good place to stop. And we'll have to do a part 7 to finish off the last 16 years.
Well, did anybody really think we'd finish it? I mean,
well,
let's be honest. It could have happened.
There was a lot of interest. There was more interesting stuff in the 90s, in a sense, than I think it looks like when we listed it out.
Yeah.
Well, what the 90s were in a big way was this sort of, it was the late 80s that Communion came out, and then the splash that made really, the ripples kept on reverberating well into the 90s. So there was a lot of, what's the TV show for unexplained
sightings?
Unsolved Mysteries. Thank you. Unsolved Mysteries had a lot of with Robert Stack had actually quite a good amount of it was obviously very tabloid in the way it was presented, but it really covered the abduction thing very well.
There was also that show Sightings as well,
which was a very similar format, which I don't remember as clearly.
Yeah.
The thing about Unsolved Mysteries was, and I'll say this very quickly because we're out of time, but the thing about Unsolved Mysteries was because it was a broad show that covered, these bank robbers are on the run or whatever, it had a much broader audience than people who would sit down and watch something like Sightings. So you had people thinking they were watching a show about unsolved murders, suddenly get, a dose of the Cash Landrum incident.
Right, right.
And so that was... that was
taken on the same level.
Right. I mean, treated the same way. I mean, the production, the narration, it wasn't like, and now our goofy flying saucer story of the week. It was, here's another, unsolved mystery. So I thought that was that probably did, as much to popularize the UFO thing in the 90s as anything.
All right, so we're still technically in the 1990s because there's at least one thing we forgot to cover, and someone mentioned this when they were listening back through, and that was we never got to talking about Dr. Greer.
Oh, Dr. Greer. I'm always sort of, I find that people are always surprised when they find out how long Stephen Greer has been involved in this stuff. Started off with CSETI, the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and he started that in 1990. So it wasn't even, he didn't really hit the big time until the mid-90s. But back in 1990, I looked up on their website, and their aim was, quote, to establish peaceful and sustainable relations with extraterrestrial life forms. So if you sort of think of Greer as the one of the founders of the exopolitics movement, that statement really does summarize that. Peaceful and sustainable relations with extraterrestrial life forms. This idea that not only, I mean, we've gone far beyond even the question of whether or not intelligent life exists outside Earth. We've gone beyond the question of whether they're visiting us. We're just taking all that as read for granted, and we're jumping to, well, how do we enter into a sort of political and diplomatic and personal relationship with these life forms. And as the organization developed, he developed these sort of, I think he called them protocols, but I might be mixing that up with the remote viewing stuff, which also had protocols. But you could pay money to, and I think you still can, to go out into the wilderness with Stephen Greer, and at least back in the 90s, it was you're waving flashlights in the air, and trying to establish contact with these beings. And as the organization developed, they sort of morphed into what would become the roots of the so-called disclosure movement. And part of that movement, which they saw as being very innovative, but if you remember back to the Condon Committee, episode 4, maybe, of our series here, the idea of going before Congress or pretending to go before Congress or going before somebody you think is important and explaining about the aliens and bringing witnesses. They did that in 1997. They sent statements to Congress with their evidence, and they were helped out by Edgar Mitchell, who the Apollo astronaut who was very heavily involved in some UFO stuff.
Then in 2001, they did the whole press conference thing at the National Press Club, which listeners might remember is the place where Richard Hoagland always said he was going to do things, and then sort of like 5 people would show up, and it was because of the Freemasons that more people didn't show up or something like that. And Hoagland. So they do this sort of stuff, and CSETI morphed into the I think it morphed into the disclosure. The Disclosure Project as an organization, I believe, but I might be mixing.
And there's also a book, The Disclosure Project.
Yeah, it gets very. He was the Disclosure Project guy, and it becomes very confusing because Greer started up the Disclosure Project in 98 or 99, and then that term disclosure sort of gets co-opted by everybody in that wing of ufology. So it gets very difficult to determine who's saying what at what particular time. My favorite thing about Greer is that he consistently has claimed that he briefed CIA Director James Woolsey about all of this back in the 90s, and then when pressed, he would sort of explain, well, it was at a dinner party. Yes, you briefed him at a dinner party. No, you talked at the guy at a dinner party. Woolsey has sort of denied that he received any sort of briefing. He's probably struggling to remember, oh gosh, that crazy guy at Fred's party. Greer is he is a doctor. I mean, unlike some people in ufology, he actually is a doctor. He was an emergency room doctor, I think in North Carolina, North Carolina, for a long time, up until he went full time with the disclosure stuff in the late 90s. And he really did kick off this idea that ignore all the questions and doubt and things about all of your skepticism about whether or not they're here and whether or not they're intelligent. Let's focus on building this relationship between the planet Earth and the aliens. And it gets picked up on by later sort of morphs into exopolitics. That's another word that gets thrown around a lot. Not long after the 90s, people like Michael Salla and Alfred Weber and my favorite, and I don't think we talked about him, Richard Boylan. You guys remember Richard Boylan?
Oh, sure. Richard Boylan's still around.
Boylan.
Yeah.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
I always expect he's dead.
No, he's still out there. He's still kicking.
Really?
Yeah.
He must be.
He's the guy that invented the helmet, right? The funny helmet that would.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's the one who I remember.
It was basically a football helmet with I think quite honestly tinfoil on it, and you would wear that, and it would protect you from being abducted.
Oh,
if you slept with a football helmet. And it's probably a little more sophisticated than that. So
yeah, and what's interesting about Boylan is back in the 90s, he was one of the few voices who was saying that if people had a negative abduction experience, it's because it wasn't a real alien abduction, because the aliens are friendly and they wouldn't treat anybody poorly.
Oh, and that's Greer has taken on that mantra.
Yeah. So if you had a negative if you were probed extensively against your will, it was the military. It was a MILAB, a military abduction, and the purpose of it is to give the aliens a bad name, to promote suspicion of the aliens, and thus the cabal can keep their secrets and keep hostility toward aliens at a fever pitch. Back in 2001, when I was working on my master's thesis about contacteeism, sort of epilogue was about exopolitics and the disclosure movement and people like Boylan, and I was subscribing to all of Boylan's all of his email lists and email newsletters and everything. And, just around the corner, it's any moment now, the Galactic Federation, which the Galactic Federation, because that's what they would call it, right? Because they watch Star Trek too. The Galactic Federation was on the verge of intervening in Earth affairs. If the good people of Earth, the white hats, the white knight politicians don't do something soon to get the Bush cabal out of power, the aliens would intervene. And I had a brief email correspondence with him about his views on the contactees, and kind of predictably, he told me that I should be very careful about anybody who's skeptical about the contactees because the contactees were all telling the truth. because the aliens were friendly. For the contactees, the aliens were friendly. So clearly, that's the truth. It's the David Jacobs, that you have to worry about, because he's painting this negative picture of hybridization and alien takeover, and it's not like that, really. They're just like us, but better, and they're coming to get us. And the first mention I ever heard of Boylan was reading through a bunch of old saucer smear newsletters, and I was reading through the ones in like 1994 when Boylan lost his psychiatry license for his nude hot tub therapy with his patients, and was cited for several types of inappropriate relationships. He later claimed that this was a conspiracy, that the reviewers involved had links to naval intelligence or something like that. Because they all do, don't they? Nobody ever does anything wrong if they're in the alien business.
Sure.
Any misdeeds are fabricated.
Is this where the tinfoil hat thing came from?
I don't know where it's necessarily, and I should be very careful what I'm saying because I'm trying to remember this correctly. But I know he did. There was a. I think it's actually been resurrected from the. There was a newsletter called JAR, JAR, a Journal of Abduction Research, and it was initially run by. I know that it was Elaine Douglas was the spearheaded it initially, and since she's passed on, it's been resurrected, and now it's a website. It had actually was a PDF newsletter, so you could and he wrote a long article on the helmet he said he was getting very good benefits from, where people were who felt they were being abducted many nights a week. And there are folks out there who tell those stories, and they don't like it, and they are terrified, and they want it to stop. And he said that this actually worked. And there's also, maybe there's some evidence, maybe it did actually work somehow. And then there's also, whatever, just, other folks had said to have the same type of thing. I don't know if this is really going on as much now, but this was sort of an 80s and 90s thing. Just saying the name Jesus, in the name of Jesus, I command you not to abduct me, and that has also been said to have been a great effect. I am the sources of those claims. I have not are somewhat dubious in my opinion, but yeah. So that's I don't really know that much about Boylan. I know a few people who've worked with him, and then they've actually. It sounds like he was doing serious. He was working with folks and at his own level. I guess he was
early on. He did a lot of the actual sort of John Mack style, working with the abductees, and I think a lot of that tapered off after he lost after the fallout from his psychiatry stuff. I think he was a little more leery of taking on that professional role. But
I spoke to a woman. Yeah, I spoke to a woman who's and she had some experiences, and she went to a conference and eventually got hypnotized and sort of relived certain aspects of these experiences. And she she sort of described it. And I said, well, I kind of asked, like, who was the hypnotherapist? And there was this long pause on the phone, and she's like, kind of whispered, like you could tell she was like looking right and left, like, is anyone listening? She said, it was Richard Boylan. And I was like, wow, how did that go? And she said, actually, he was very good. He was a very good hypnotherapist. So that's obviously secondhand, but
it's interesting. One of the things he's into now, and I'm looking at his website because it's the reason I thought this is horrible. The reason I thought he was dead is because every time I go to his website, it's a plain gray background with black text and blue hyperlinks. So I just assume he's dead because it looks like a website from 1990.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, there's some who haven't upgraded their sites. And
the thing that he's into is the fact that some people on Earth, especially children, might be starseed.
Oh yeah.
He's got this ridiculous list of how you can tell if your kid's a starseed, and it's they hardly ever have flus or bad colds.
They have a lot of allergies, low digestive tolerance for certain substances like dairy. They're lactose intolerant or whole wheat products and find meat eating repulsive. They develop disorders labeled as Asperger's or attention deficit hyperactivity, which are totally not the same thing at all,
Right.
which suggests a partial incompatibility between their neurological wiring and the nervous system of regular humans. So that always, I read this before, and it jumps out at me that with you have parents trying to work through situations with children who aren't neurotypical and have been diagnosed as having something on the autism spectrum, and you got this guy coming along saying, well hey, he could be an alien, that could be what it is. And the intolerance to whole wheat, the sort of celiac thing, that's connected to a lot of autism's spectrum gut, it's called. So it's a connected thing. And it's and a lower temperature. They might have a temperature of 96.8 instead of 98.6 because their body is consumed less rapidly by metabolic forces. And they have
that's in the website?
Yep, and they're notable for their knowing gaze, mature outlook, and appealing dynamic appearance. They're good-looking kids. They're good-looking and smart. Yeah.
And isn't this kind of the
I'm going to
indigo
interject here
children thing as well?
Oh, say again?
I said, isn't this kind of the indigo children thing as well?
Blends the indigo things. But I'll also say that I have talked to a great number of abductees, people who I believe have had the contact experience, and and they'll say, "Oh, my son is in, he graduated high school early, and now he's studying physics at," and then they'll name some prestigious university. And I've heard that. I mean, that's obviously not every case, but I've heard it enough that it strikes me. This is purely anecdotal. So, I take note of that. That to me is very interesting. Young folks with these experiences, or these experiences run in the family, and then they will go on to be, very intelligent. So, and also, I mean, one thing that certainly shows up is that abductees are certainly very, and this is also anecdotal, just from the research I've done, very empathic. They're very capable of taking on other people's emotions, and I feel that's, that other researchers have talked to me about that, and I've certainly noted it in my own research.
Yeah, he goes into some of that. He talks about it more as in sort of the psychic realm. But yeah, sort of that empathetic quality. It's just such a broad sort of diagnosis he has for somebody. I mean, for somebody who touts himself as a behavioral scientist, it's remarkably vague. They're good-looking kids who are pretty smart, but they might be weird. And which is sort of the summation of some of this. And it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of children of people who've had these experiences and people who and just the parents who have these experiences. I mean, again, anecdotal and not something that we're able to generalize. But if you're just hypothetically raised by somebody who's had these experiences and has been mocked and ostracized by these experiences, one might make a special effort, even if it's not conscious, to raise your children to be as empathetic as they can be towards others. So it can be a chicken and the egg thing. And what's the effect of, do the experiences create these characteristics, or are people with these characteristics more likely to have these experiences? So it's a big thing. And just what strikes me about Boylan is he's just so sort of dopey and artless about how he discusses it. Whereas, the story you're telling, Mike, about the people you've met and the characteristics they have, and you're very carefully qualifying it with, it's anecdotal, we can't generalize. That's a very rational way to look at something like this. And then you've got Boylan. But he, always very insistent that the aliens have no bad intentions toward us at all. We just need to shut up and accept their wisdom. It's and like a lot of the exopolitics and disclosure stuff, there's a lot of crossover and a lot of overlap with some of the old contactee stuff. If listeners can cast their minds back to the halcyon days of 2014 or whenever we first started talking about it, you had this story about friendly aliens who want the best for us, and by the way, the best for us are these specific ecological or philosophical or political goals that we have to do in order to survive as a species. And the exopolitics movement and the disclosure movement goes into those fields as well, only they talk about it in more technological terms. And people like Greer and Stephen Bassett and all of those folks, they will talk about the fact that if the government would only give up the alien technology that it has scavenged from these crashed saucers, we could fix all our environmental problems. We could become energy independent. We could eliminate war. We could do all of these things. And I'm listening to them on radio shows and on YouTube. Yeah. And it's the same thing people were saying in the 50s, which was kind of, refreshing after the sort of grim and gritty 90s with dulcie bass alien vivisections or whatever was popular.
Okay.
Hey, I met Stephen Greer. I have a funny story.
You want to why don't you tell that now?
I can tell right now. Yeah. So I was at a UFO conference. This is going back, I think, I'm going to say 2012. And Stephen Greer was one of the speakers. This was a conference in the IUFOC, the International UFO Congress. It's like a 5-day-long conference at this kind of rather pleasant and nice hotel conference hall venue. And one of the speakers there was someone I wanted to talk to so badly, and he's got a ton of charisma and really charming guy, is Colin Andrews. And Colin Andrews had was speaking at this conference, so I sent him a letter ahead of time. I said, listen, I'm going to be at the conference too. I want to sit down with you and just have a conversation. And he said, great, let's do that. And so we met up, and I shook his hand. I said, let's. And so he said, points outside, and there's this lovely little, picnic area kind of thing, like a garden there in the back. And so we sit there, and he was actually quite good friends, or still is quite good friends with Greer. And this is something, as an aside, I've talked to a lot of folks who've been in the scene for a while, and they'll say, oh yeah, I worked with Stephen Greer back in the day, back in the early 90s, and he was a really dedicated guy, and he was really, a powerhouse character, really pushing hard and really doing good research. And then they all kind of imply that something happened, and then he changed, and the person he is now is not the person he was then. And so I don't know what that is, what that was, whether it was an ego boost. And the thing is, I'm very cautious. Like, I'm not into making fun of people behind their backs as like a UFO character in this field. No. And then the one caveat I have is that I will make fun of Stephen Greer. So, so yeah, he's a whatever. I'm not going to hurt his feelings. I think he's beyond that, So, so I'm sitting there with Colin Andrews. We're outside. It's this lovely afternoon in Arizona, and I'm talking, and then all of a sudden I kind of go, ooh, and I get this little. I could just see this little blur, this little thing close to my mouth, and I inhaled something. And Colin Andrews is English, and he's the guy, crop circle researcher, actually the guy who coined the term crop circle. And he said, I saw that go in. That was a mosquito. And and we talk for a little while longer, and then all of a sudden I watch Colin Andrews. He looks over my shoulder behind me, and kind of his eyes perk up, and he goes, Stephen. And he stands up, and Stephen Greer walks right up to us. And Colin goes, Stephen, this is my friend Mike here. He's been telling some interesting stuff. And I look at him, and I am mute. I am perfectly mute. I am incapable of speech. Literally, the words will not come out. I have no capability of producing speech. And Colin was a friend of his for a while, and they, so he was obviously two old friends, and I'm standing there incapable of talking, watching these two people, and also Stephen Greer had bodyguards right and left of him, with full on flak jackets and guns and stuff like that. So
wow,
yeah, and mace and all kinds of whatever the batons that and zappers and stuff. So, and they're talking about the completely dullest stuff, like, oh, I get the flight was long, I got to go in and check in at the hotel, and we'll get back together and talk. And so this conversation lasts 2 minutes or so, and then Stephen Greer walks away, and I go, and I watch a single mosquito shoot out of my mouth, and I can talk again. So I have no idea what to make of that, but it's the only time in my life it's happened. So a single mosquito struck me completely mute in the presence of Stephen Greer. I was like, I'm not the kind of person who would like say, funny thing about that. I don't know. I wouldn't have made fun of him or anything to his face, but I just thought that was amazing. Oh, and at the conference, so he stood on stage. If you ever have a chance to see him, oh my God, it's an amazing stage performance. He like runs around. He's like super dynamic, and he halfway through the thing, he's a bodybuilder. So halfway through the thing, he takes his blazer off and he's got this short sleeve shirt, and you can see him kind of like, like I'm doing the little pose here. Like if I was standing in front of the mirror, kind of like, like look at my own arms. Oh, not bad. And, and at some point he said something to the effect he's standing on the crowd, and the crowd just is eating this up. And I'm just like, this is like this is a cult leader, like preaching to the audience, the converted audience. It was really amazing experience. It left me kind of saddened in many ways, but at one point in the thing he said, I was approached. I was approached by the majestic team. They're still in power. I was approached by them, and they asked me to join them, and they said they would give me $2 billion to join. And you know what I said? I can't swear, but it's a word that begins with F. And so the first word is F, and the next word is U. And so that's what he told the Majestic 12 team, and they were offering him $2 billion. So and everyone in the audience, yeah, you stick it to him, Stephen. It was fantastically entertaining. And then at the end, just like my toes were curling in my shoes. But so yeah, that I thought was I don't think the team Majestic 12. It would have been really funny to be the guys in the basement of the Pentagon, and like just kind of like, what's going on? Let's go talk to Stephen Greer. And then, so maybe they did, but I'm sure there was never going to be an exchange of $2 billion. So it just reminded me of Dr. Evil, like in that thing, like $100 billion.
And I've seen his talks, and he comes across like he's promoting an infomercial.
Exactly. Yeah.
But he's extremely charismatic and well-spoken.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah, and I've also talked to other folks. They say like, so now that I don't doubt that a charismatic, like, there was one guy who's actually worked with him, and he said it on my interview with him. His name is Fred Burks. He's an amazing guy doing research into government, like mind control issues and stuff like that. Very thoughtful guy, very interesting guy. So Fred Burks, and I consider him very reputable, trustworthy guy as far as what he said. He said, I worked with Stephen Greer for a while, and there's a power to, and he just said that egomaniac silverback gorilla. And, with that, he is capable of getting a whole crew to be so focused and their intention so powerful that he said, we were getting results. We would go out and we were getting results. And then he had a lot of video footage, right? So the video footage to me, okay, this is what I saw in the video footage. It would be the night vision stuff with the, the green glowing video imagery. And, there's a sky, and there would be a little dot, and sure enough, it would like move, and it would zigzag in that kind of unnatural way that didn't mimic a helicopter or something like that. And he would say, now here's the mothership. It's coming in through a portal from another dimension, and you can see it powering up right now. To me, I saw a little dot, moving in the sky. So I think that just drove me crazy that he would say it was a mothership coming in from another dimension from the, Zeta Reticuli, and it was powering up with its antimatter reactors or whatever. He was just adding so much to what was a little dot in the sky. And I was with another guy who had done a lot of research and a lot of stuff with the night vision goggles and stuff like that. And he was a pretty level-headed guy. And he said, some of the footage he showed, that was pretty compelling. That was pretty interesting footage. And it's like, yeah, but it was just a little dot. That's all it was. Yeah. So,
what's interesting though is that he does seem to get results with that. I mean, you don't have to label it.
And I'll tell you right now, I think anyone could get results. You could go out in the woods. You don't have to follow his protocol. You could go out and just light a candle and meditate for 10 minutes. I mean, I hear these stories all the time of people saying, the thing that I've mentioned before is, what I often hear, people say, oh, I saw this UFO. It was really powerful, a really amazing experience. And I was like, what were you thinking or doing right before that? And it's like, well, you know what we were doing? We were talking about we wanted to see a UFO. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that is not uncommon. So, I mean, just all you need to do is mention UFOs and your likelihood of seeing a UFO goes up. I don't understand what the mechanism is or why, but it's a pattern I've seen.
And it's more evidence that this phenomena interfaces with consciousness. These aren't chance encounters.
Yes.
Yeah. Here, I'm going to just one more story about this. So here's just the intention thing. I was camping with a friend of mine, and we're lying on our back looking up at the skies, right? So we're both of us side by side. And now I worked in advertising in the 80s, and I worked on the My Little Pony campaign.
Really?
I did, yes.
That is awesome.
So one of the things.
So you were
My Little Pony
Hasbro
commercial
machine, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was part of. I knew. Yeah, I knew. So anyway, yeah, I was right there. So. That's G.I. Joe and Transformers and My Buddy and so nice. So the My Little Pony at the end of every commercial, they would have they would say the little girl would kiss the pony and she would say, "I love you, my little pony." Mm-hmm. So we're laying in the back and we're looking up and there's this little thing. It looks like we've been watching satellites and those are pretty easy to track and pretty easy to understand. And you can kind of say, well, that's a satellite. And then all of a sudden we're like, what is that one? I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's a UFO. And without any prompting, and this is the kind of thing I would say, I said, I love you, my little UFO, in the little My Little Pony voice. And I tell you, this thing flashed with enough to when you get a flash photograph, enough to kind of burn your retina for a second. Mm. And it happened exactly in reaction to me saying the most cloying, ridiculous thing I could say. And this thing flashed and if this had been a Stephen Greer video, he would have every right to show this because it was spectacular. And I'm sure on night vision it would have been would have burned the lens out or something like that. But I just thought it was so funny that that was my sense was, and both me and the other person I was with was like, man, what I said triggered this little dot. It was nothing. It was a tiny little dot in the sky. It was nothing there was no feature. It was a little dot in the nighttime sky. And it flashed upon saying, I love you, my little UFO.
Yep. That's awesome.
So so you don't need Stephen Greer to have these experiences. Yeah.
No, but with Stephen Greer, you get the privilege of paying thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
To do that. And and then you get to see
and then signing
his buff,
non-disclosure agreement too, yeah. And seeing his arms.
I guess my point was that it was he's pushing this extraterrestrial view, but I would think that more leans toward a more consciousness-based view if you're able to summon them into existence. I mean, the ET view, especially from what he's saying, is almost like they're just sitting by waiting for you.
They're out there waiting for us to turn our little mojo on and just kind of think, or meditate, and they've got they're looking through the little view screen on their flying saucer, and they're like, "Ooh, look, someone's meditating down there in a field." So let's go get them. Let's go show ourselves.
You'd think aliens would have better stuff to do.
Yeah, right. So I looked up the tinfoil hat, and actually, and this is not surprising to me, the concept of a tinfoil hat for protection against interference of the mind was mentioned in a science fiction short story by Julian Huxley. The Tissue Culture King, first published in 1927, in which the protagonist discovers that caps of metal foil can block the effects of telepathy.
Whoa. 1927? Nice.
Yeah.
So it does not surprise me. It started in fiction, though. So much stuff we see first in fiction, and then it manifests in reality in some way. I mean, granted, people manifested this into reality, but like in the UFO phenomenon, like the first time a car got its power cut happened in fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I wrote about, there was a teleplay by Richard Matheson based on a short story that he wrote in the 1950s. This teleplay from the 1970s was called The Stranger Within, where Barbara Eden, Jeannie from I Dream of Jeannie, is impregnated by an alien that abducts her. And it's the sort of, so she's pregnant and the husband has had a vasectomy. So there's all kinds of like sexual tension, like, what really happened. And there's so many weird things in this teleplay, which Richard Matheson wrote. The teleplay. It was from 1974, which is way before Bud Hopkins. Anyone had like tapped into this stuff. And then the actual written story was from 1953. And the teleplay matches pretty closely with the story. And they use hypnosis. And there's a scene where the doctor even says the RH factor in her blood has changed. That's impossible.
Wow.
It's remarkable. It's quite a good and powerful tight little drama. And Eve Arden's actually great in it, because she's got that kind of halting voice anyway. And she just, as the thing progresses, she just gets more and more kind of lost in this mind control. Really great. So we jumped back to the 70s. Sorry about that.
That's okay. And the thing about the tinfoil hat, again, it makes more sense as a consciousness-based phenomena, because if like environmental factors somehow affect our brains in a way that is making us susceptible to these experiences, perhaps putting a tinfoil cap on really does block some of these electromagnetic signals.
Yeah, or
I mean, that's as valid as any theory, So
yeah. Or there's a part of the brain, the part that either summons it or co-creates it. That part is sort of shut off because you're wearing the hat, so you're not expecting that stuff to happen.
Yeah.
So subconsciously you're turning it off.
Or I could just see the aliens like sort of starting to manifest into reality and like peering in the room and like, oh, he's got the tinfoil hat. Let's mess with him. Let's just back away. Shh. And so there might be that factor too.
Or maybe it's like, putting a necktie in the doorknob of your dorm room or something. It's like, oh, got the hat on. You better get out. Don't go in. He's busy, so.
And the same thing, like you said, people will sometimes say Jesus repeatedly, but it seems like praying to anyone you believe in can sometimes affect this phenomena.
Sure, absolutely. Intention. Yeah. Exactly.
Right. And so again, you're left with that, well, why would extraterrestrials care? And the someone who's very Christian will say, well, they're demonic, but then why would other religious beliefs also work?
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know if other religious beliefs do, but I certainly, and then there's
I've heard people praying to their whatever they believe in having stopped this phenomena.
And I've heard people asking, simply like saying, like, will you please stop?
Yeah.
Having results that way too. So,
and sometimes it doesn't work.
And absolutely. And then sometimes people like Dave Jacobs will say, that they'll say, I said, like, in the name of Jesus, I don't want this to happen. And then they'll put it, he says, here's my memory. Like the aliens manifested in my room. And I said, in the name of Jesus, I don't want this to happen. And then they left the room. And then under hypnosis, they say, in the name of Jesus, I want you to leave. And then the whole thing happens. They get taken aboard the craft. They get taken through the medical examination. They get put back in the bed. And then they leave. And that's the two bookends, the aliens arriving, the aliens leaving are there. And the stuff in the middle has been erased. So,
And when we were talking earlier about Star Children and such, Jenny Randall's actually wrote a book called Star Children back in 94, I think this is.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
95. And the true story of alien offspring amongst us. And I have a lot of respect for Jenny Randall's as a researcher. She comes up with some seriously unique ideas. She coined the Oz factor. I mean, she's a very good researcher. And she has a list of like, are you a star child? And it says, do you have any unusual phobias, such as fears of certain colors or a reaction to a particular word? When out driving or walking, is there an area that will make you take a long detour to avoid, even if you are not conscious of why you're doing it? Let's see. Have you seen what you are pretty certain was a UFO on more than one occasion, and if so, how often?
Well, I would say these are the same things that would quantify, abduction research. You could use every single one of those.
Yeah.
Things, yeah.
Yeah.
And if it is
Have
a
you
family lineage, and which it certainly seems to be the case, and depending on what researcher you talk to, that it runs in families, then a parent should, have children. I mean, whatever should. So there's an assumption that the parents are having children who are also having these contact experiences. So,
and that list of characteristics sounds way more reasonable than Boylan's. I mean,
well, there's a few more here. Have you had a number of vivid dreams about aliens and UFOs? Do you dream normally in color and recall at least 2 or 3 of the dreams every night? Have you ever had flying, floating, or lucid dreams? This one's weird. When you read the word Sobek Alp, do they create any unusual feelings? And what kind of feelings are they?
Really? Is that really in there?
That is number 6.
Sobek Alp. How do you spell that?
SOBEC-ALP. Okay,
I'm looking at that word. I'm listening. I have no reaction at all to that word.
Yeah, neither do I.
I Googled it. The first thing is that's the International Starseed Network. It's like somebody is asking on a message board for the star seeds. What does this mean? So, yeah. Oh, you're supposed to read it backward? It's placebos backward. The word placebo backwards.
Very good.
Huh.
You know what? This is very interesting because that's what if you're doing that might be the red herring that's in there. So if someone says, yes, I feel that word, then Jenny Randles takes that and throws it in the wastebasket.
Yeah, that's clever.
Did you develop a sudden intense interest in the following: space, ecology, antiquities, psychic phenomena, the sea, mysticism, or fountains?
Fountains, really?
Yeah. At what age did you have the earliest vivid memory that you can check for accuracy with other family members? As a child, did you ever experience or talk to your family about strange figures or odd light effects appearing in your bedroom? Between the ages of 3 and 10, did you ever believe that your wardrobe could move or even talk to you?
Who did?
So this is we don't have wardrobes in America. We do have closets, right? So
Right,
closet door. This is shows up in a number of questionnaires. I went through this crazy phase where I was collecting all the questionnaires from abduction researchers. I wanted to put them on a big spreadsheet. I never did, but that shows up a lot. Fear of closet doors.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's where the monsters are.
That's where the monsters are. And even in Monsters, Inc., the movie, the Disney movie, they have the big giant, factory where the closet doors are all rolling through on and then you can open the door and step through and then end up in a little kid's room, even though you're in this other realm. Yeah. That's the interdimensional doorway. Yeah.
And, Lion the Witch in the Wardrobe, all the way back. Yeah. It's sort of a common trope and sort of almost a cliche of, monsters in the closet or under the bed, but, taken in conjunction with all of these other things, it could be suggestive of something else. But I am just tickled to death at that placebo spelled backwards thing. That is
yeah. Do you have an interest in or enjoy attempting poetry, creative writing, chess, logical puzzles, or art? And have you ever had periods in your life when more than half an hour at a time where some awareness of space and distance has disappeared and you cannot remember how or why?
Well, except for the placebo thing, I answer yes to all of them, yeah. And
she asks, please feel free to submit your answers. Although I don't know if her address is still current since this was 1995, so, 26 years ago.
Hey, did we announce that we're doing this on the Kenneth Arnold Day at the beginning?
No, but I made a note. Okay. Yes, we're recording this on Friday, June 24th, which is the anniversary of
Kenneth Arnold's sight of the 9 shiny things zipping over Mount Rainier in when he was flying, looking for a crashed military plane on the flanks of Mount Rainier.
Yep, 1947.
In 1947, yes, the dawn considered day one of the modern UFO era. Because that was the very first media circus that erupted from his sighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's I mean, we're off the
Now we jumped way back.
timeline here, but that's a good distinction. It wasn't the first sighting. It wasn't the first probable anomalous sky event, but it was the first one that was the media circus. And because even a couple days before, you had Maury Island, and so and there wasn't nearly as much until eventually Arnold gets involved in that. But
and then a couple weeks after, you have Roswell.
Roswell, which if Arnold hadn't had his sighting, Roswell probably wouldn't have been a thing. But the saucers were in the consciousness.
Yeah.
And I completely forgot what I was just going to say.
Kenneth Arnold had a pet owl.
Nice.
So they can't say that about many people. So yeah. So now we can go on.
I would just like to say we have never stuck to the timeline.
That's true. That is true.
We have a rough general idea and we bounce around from there. So now we're up to about 2000. And in 2000, Rick Strassman released his work on the DMT, the spirit molecule.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's been 16 years since that book came out.
That's nuts. I
just read that a couple of years ago for the very first time, and it was a really, I liked it a lot. And it didn't so much mimic the UFO. So Rick Strassman was giving people in controlled situations, controlled medical environment in a hospital, giving people DMT, which is the active ingredient in ayahuasca. And they would trip heavily for just a very short amount of time, and then he would monitor them and ask them sort of questions. So like all kinds of things, blood pressure and heartbeat and all this stuff was timed out. And then their experiences, they would talk, and people would have these psychedelic experiences, some of which sounded a little bit like UFO contact experiences. Mm-hmm. So you have to kind of play with it. You have to kind of the data has to be a little elastic to make it fit. So but sure enough, some of them do have the flavor. But what was the weirdest thing that I just loved was the sort of the people would say, well, I went there, and then they would say, oh, we've been waiting for you, or like, how did you get here? There was this palpable sense of not here in this reality, you are in their reality, and they had somehow invited you or been waiting for you. Yeah, I just loved that stuff.
And one of the things about DMT is that one of the features of one of the characteristics of it, if you accept people's reports at face value, which there's a lot of them to sort of sort through, but people who undertake this excursion, I guess, together, they will connect with each other in this other realm, and then when they're out of it, they remember what happened. I mean, it's like that. It's a shared experience in some cases, which is really interesting. And Strassman's book, Strassman's a medical doctor, I think.
Yes.
And what it does is it takes the whole DMT thing and it puts a much more clinical, rigorous set of investigations around it than we got, 5 years earlier with the very awesome Terence McKenna, and his books like The Archaic Revival, and his lectures and his radio show appearances, where he was talking about DMT and talking about the connection between DMT experiences and how it might connect to, UFO type things, and it was really cool. But if you've ever listened to Terence McKenna, nobody would ever mistake him for a scientist doing clinical research into these things.
Right.
He's a poet.
Yeah, he's sort of a poet, experiencer, voyager on the psychedelic seas kind of guy. And then Strassman comes along and he says, well, wait a minute, let's do some actual science with this, and comes up with just phenomenal stuff. So, and that's one of these things where all of these, the DMT stuff and the consciousness stuff, you're starting to see more people talking about this in the especially in the 21st century. And with the emergence of the internet and the growth of paranormal radio programs, there are more venues for people like Rick Strassman to get some time and to talk about these things. And it's really sort of pushing beyond the, we're seeing physical beings in structured craft who have traveled from another planet as the sort of only way to look at these things. And it was a nice sort of going back to the days of a John Keel or something, where let's explore numerous possible origins for these things.
Yeah.
Agreed. And there's a great documentary about it too.
Yes, there is. And doesn't Joe Rogan host that as well?
I don't know if I have no idea.
I think it's Joe Rogan that hosts it. And I was wrong. It's 2001 the book came out. And he did his research from 1990 to 1995. And he's a clinical associate professor of psychology at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine.
Okay, yeah. So that's interesting. That's it's been a long time. I think I read the book when it came out, and that's the only time I've read it. So I'd forgotten that he did his research in the early 90s. I was for some reason I was thinking it was the late 90s, like right before he wrote the book. But yeah, so he was doing this sort of contemporaneous with McKenna, sort of popularizing it which actually probably worked to Strassman's benefit, because everybody who was into this stuff knew about DMT from listening to Terence McKenna, and then oh man, there's a book by a scientist about it, so now you got to check this out. So that's that timeline works really well.
And I'd like to say, if anyone's interested in hearing from Strassman, I had him on about a year ago now. We did 2 shows. We did one on the first book and one on his new book, which associates DMT visions with those of visions in like the Old Testament.
Oh yeah.
His conclusion in a way, and he's basically that he said where there's an alternate reality. That was in a way his conclusion. He said this is evidence of some sort of. He's
like a tuning.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so very interesting.
And I mean, that opens up a whole nother possibility of what's going on, because to me, I wonder, like one of the things as a thought experiment, what if the light we're seeing is an Earth light? It's generated by some weird magnetic field in the Earth. It's creating a light. We know these things exist. We've seen them in earthquake lights and stuff like that. And when we're in that same area, maybe it affects us in a way that releases a little extra DMT, because DMT is natural to the system. And once that happens, the light then becomes a structured craft. The light then interacts with us, and it may be that we're tuning into another dimension, and we're sort of creating that reality for a few minutes while the extra DMT is in our system.
I actually spoke with a shaman one time, this woman, and she said, just as plain as day, and I wish I'm going to do a poor version of paraphrasing her, that these high strangeness events that people will have, either shamans or UFO abductees, are like a little DMT release from the pineal gland. Like it's simply releasing into your, and then you're having these high strangeness events, which are totally generated. The power and the importance of them are there, but they are not. They are generated. They're self-generated.
Yeah,
and I'd never heard anyone say it so plainly like that. And it was like I don't know if it's true or not, but it was a nice way to frame it for me.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm when I talk about shamanism in class. I talk about DMT, and I talk about there are chemicals in these chemicals that people say, oh, it's a hallucinogen. It's the same chemical that our brain produces. And so some have argued, I don't tell my students this is absolute fact. I say some have argued that it's designed to sort of be taking more of it our brain's designed to handle it. And in some cases our brain can sort of just like you said, sort of the experiences are real, but their origins are within us, in a chemical sense, not just in a consciousness sense.
Right. And it may open us up to create that other reality that allows us to connect to an intelligence we otherwise wouldn't be able to understand at any level.
Yeah.
If there's another intelligence behind it, it could just be us deep down.
Exactly.
So in 2001 as well, Strieber released The Key.
I love that book so much. I got that book as soon as it came out, and Whitley Strieber was kind of just he was talking about this. This is interesting. He was talking about the production of that book. I can't remember the actual day of when he met who he calls the Master of the Key, and so he was talking about it on his website leading up to that. So I was hearing about it leading up to this, and then when I got that book, I had been reading a lot of channeled material right at that time, and this just dovetailed so cleanly with this channeled material. It feels like you're reading a channeled book. It's just a question and answer, back and forth dialogue. The story is Whitley Strieber is in a hotel room in Toronto. He is woken in the middle of the night, and he thinks it's the busboy coming up to take his tray back from the room service. So he opens the door, and this man zips into the room, and I can't remember how the dialogue started. Something like like, why are you here? And Whitley Strieber asks, and he goes, because you are chained to the earth. And that's how this dialogue started. And it is, and so supposedly Whitley Strieber kept a yellow legal pad and was taking notes as he did this, and then spent the next couple of years, and I think trying to recreate the dialogue, which seems impossible to me to try to recreate a dialogue. And then he said he was also doing a lot of meditation at the time, and he's a dedicated meditator. Meditates for many hours every day. Actually, I don't know how many. He dedicates or meditates every day. But anyway, the book reads like a stage play. It's like two people having a conversation, and then at the very end of it, the guy's this very nice, soft-spoken, pleasant old man wearing a gray turtleneck and I think a dark gray blazer. Says, "Oh, here, just why don't you drink this?" And he pulls out a little bottle, and Whitley Strieber says, "Okay," and drinks this weird liquid. And then the next thing he knows, he was waking up the next morning, which is right out. Where's Joshua Crutchin for this one?
Right.
Well, I was just gonna say,
Yeah, so it's like we got like, and to me, it is. I actually, this is sort of speaking to where I was at the time in my life. I was reading all kinds of channel material, and for some reason I had The Key always around. It was always like on the desk, and I'd read it a couple times, and it's a quick read. You can read it in an afternoon, thin little book. And I would just like use it like an oracle deck, right? I would just like, okay, I'm just gonna like, oh God, I'm all like filled with angst, and this was right at the point when I'm like realized that I may have had these UFO contact experiences, and I was very, very I was reaching for any source to bring me some solace. And I would I'll just use this like an oracle deck, and I open it anywhere and just read a passage. And I am not kidding. It was so powerful. It was always like asking the master, right? Basically okay, what do I need right in the moment? And the master would just give you this little Zen koan that would be exactly perfect for the moment. That book, the only way I can describe that book is that's the book that's going to get him into heaven, right? So when if he has done any grand deed on this earth, it is the publication of that book. I am thunderstruck by how remarkable that is. There are ideas in that book that I've never heard or touched on anywhere else.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, and I've never felt that way about the book. That was the one book he wrote that I was always kind of like, I don't know what to make of this.
Oh, it just touched me. It just touched me, man. It just zapped me right at my core. Yeah.
I give Whitley the benefit of the doubt. I believe he's telling the truth about what he experienced, but I also wonder if this is essentially a Men in Black encounter.
Yeah.
And how much of that information is true and how much of it is to throw us off.
Maybe, it's very interesting. I don't have a good answer to that. He talked a lot there's a lot of weather stuff going on in there where basically it's pretty gloom and doom in a lot of ways because this master of the key, this nice elderly gentleman who's delivering all this stuff, says, there you are setting yourself up on humanity is setting itself up. You've crossed the line. There's no turning back. The terrible weather patterns are going to get worse. And that was the genesis of a book that he wrote with Art Bell called The Coming Global Superstorm, which was made into I think Michael Bay. Did Michael Bay make the movie?
Yep.
I
believe it
Day
was.
After Tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. That movie was terrible. Oh my gosh. That was that bad. That was a bad movie. But one of the things about the key that always sort of, I mean, I'm with you, Soraya. It really, I admired the craft of it, and I thought there were interesting bits, but it didn't really, touch me until a few years ago. Whitley claimed that it had been monkeyed with, like a subsequent edition had been jacked around, and that's a technical term, jacked around, in some way. And I remember I was mowing the lawn listening to the Dreamland episode where he was talking about this, and he talked about it in some typically Whitley Strieber-ish melodramatic terms. This sort of, overwrought Whitley Strieberism. Who I love Whitley Strieber. Sometimes he can get a little overwrought. And there was a couple years ago. I also read, I think it was a couple years ago. It might have been more recently than that. On Reality Sandwich, which I think is Daniel Pinchbeck.
That's Daniel Pinchbeck.
Yeah,
I have a funny story about Daniel Pinchbeck. Keep going.
There's a 2-part through a fractured glass darkly, like a 2-part, not really expose, but a sort of critical, very, very critical evaluation of Strieber by, it wasn't by Pinchbeck. It was by, I can't remember who it was by, but it does a really sort of close analysis of Strieber's claims about the key, about what happened to the key. And he sort of makes, I can't remember the details, but he makes the argument that actually the changes that Strieber claims undermined the key actually enhanced it and made it stronger. And it goes into a bunch of other stuff about the supposed sort of MK Ultra-ish stuff that Strieber has talked about, that he possibly dealt with as a child. It's really a good. It's critical of Strieber, but it isn't dismissive of him. So it's Through a Fractured Glass Darkly, I believe is the name. So if you can find that, it is a really interesting. No matter how much you love or otherwise Strieber, it's an interesting read, and it's the guy. I think in the second part, he actually reached out to Strieber and got some feedback about his criticisms and everything, and it's interesting. Strieber is no matter what else anybody says about him, he's an interesting guy.
Yes, there was also the fellow who wrote that essay is Jason Horsley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I interviewed him, and we talked a lot about Whitley Strieber in that interview when I was doing podcasts.
I heard that. Yes.
And it's really, because he basically goes on and on. I was kind of picking him, like, well, what's your take on Whitley Strieber? And he said something that was very, and he says it very clearly, and I'm paraphrasing from memory here, but he basically said Whitley has written some of the most beautiful, thought-provoking, and powerful stuff I have ever read. And then he writes this sort of pop fiction that is kind of trite, and he could just basically support Jason Horsley was like, why don't you write more of the beautiful stuff? Like, he was hungry for more of that beautiful stuff. And I think that whole thing sort of grew out of that annoyance where Strieber has written some, and I agree, some very powerful, beautiful stuff. And then at the same time, he writes these, pop adventure novels that are, that have a UFO theme at times. But so that was the tension that Jason was addressing in there, and then he, so that I just thought that was very interesting because he's obviously a fan and a very sort of like, and then I think I don't know, And I agree. It's like looking at a Zen koan in a way. That little excerpt, which I can't remember what it was, that was lifted out of the key in the first publication. I think it was just a few words, really, and then those words were placed back in the second publication, which came out within the last 5 years or so, and it doesn't. And I was like one of those things where I was like, I don't know, it's just a few words. It's kind of, you can read it any way you want. And that was my take on it. And Whitley had one take on it, and then Jason Horsley had this polar opposite take.
Yeah, there's also an article written called Michael Talbot and the Key. And it's authored by someone calling himself Clifton Strange. And he compares some of the stuff that the Master of the Key told him, and some of it almost word for word comes out of Michael Talbot's The Holographic Universe.
And Whitley is new, and Whitley is like no stranger to Michael Talbot. He
was friends with him.
Yeah.
And he had an experience after Michael died, which he thinks was Michael coming back to him briefly. But I don't know that Whitley would have done this intentionally, and I think it's really interesting that there's so many connections there.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, is it? Yeah, this is where it gets very blurry. You know, like what role does consciousness play? You know, that book? So you can buy that book and you hold it in your hand. It's a real thing. And there's power to it. It's interesting, but where did it come from? Did it come from a man standing in there? Like if we had a video camera, and would Whitley have been sitting alone in the hotel room, or talking into space? I don't know. I mean, it's very mysterious, and it's very powerful at the same time. The book itself. I mean, I'm obviously a bigger fan of the book than both you are, but I just that book just slays me.
I think the best way I can sort of think about it is for whatever reason, Whitley Strieber is at the center of just a maelstrom of bizarre phenomenon. And he's spent the last 30 years or so making sense of it the best way he can, and he's very honest about I think very honest about the fact that his view of what these things are changes and develops as more experiences happen to him. And some people have said, well, he's inconsistent with this and that. It's like, no, I think he's groping around trying to figure out what has happened, what the meaning of these things are. And I think the Key is an example of one of the ways he's attempting to work through these experiences in a way that's beneficial to others, as it clearly was to you, Mike. I think he's, and I don't think this person's listening, but I owe an editor of a journal a review of The Supernatural, and that I'm way overdue in getting written.
That was excellent book.
It really was. I'm reviewing it for a journal of new and emerging Nova Religio, Journal of New and Emerging Religions, religious movements and things like that. And it's a great sort of book for scholars in that field, because I mean, I'm not sure it's a great book for scholars in the field because it's not a scholarly text. What it does is it takes the tools of the study of religious movements and applies it to the supernatural or the paranormal. And it does Kreipel does a really good job of doing that, and just the alternating chapters between he and Whitley are just it's really good. It's really good. I liked your interview with him too. That was a good interview you had with him.
I agree.
The two-part.
Yeah. If people haven't listened to that, you have to listen to that. It's amazing. And I will point out that his book came out in February, and this is just something that I've actually written both Jeff and Whitley about, because all of us were like, hey, this is kind of weird. That yellow eye on the cover is an owl eye. Yep. And there's a bunch of owl stuff in there that we were writing independently. They did not know, I was, well, actually that's not true. I guess I have corresponded with both of them. But just that I'm going to be very cautious how I say this. The books have been like when you go on Amazon, that says, if you bought this, people bought these two books together, and it's the owl book that I worked on, and then their book, which has an owl on the cover and lots of owl content in it. And in a strange way, I want to be. This is gonna. Maybe shouldn't even have said this. I'm really excited that those books are being bought side by side, because in a funny way, I was struggling to say some of the things that they were saying in that book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think your book and their book are sort of natural companions. I think of somebody who was relatively new to the field who picks up the supernatural because they've read Kripal's other stuff, and it's like, oh well, I'm going to look at this now, and then sees that people are also buying your book and picks that up. I think reading Supernatural and then reading your book will give them much more insight into what's going on in both books. I think think they go together very well.
Okay,
and
good. I didn't want to say that, but I was.
No, it's not just.
I was like, oh my god, I sound like I'm tooting my own horn. I got to be careful.
They're a good match for each other.
And I do believe I had you guys on back to back, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you might.
You and then Kripal.
And I love Jeff Kripal. I mean, that book, Mutants and Mystics, is like, that book is one of my favorite books in the last, decade, by far.
So, the Key came out in 2001. The redone version looks like it was 2011. And the coming global superstorm was actually 1999. So it was before the Key.
Wait a minute, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so the coming global superstorm came out, but that was okay. That's okay, but that was but he had been writing about the
environment. Well, the environmental thing has been through his UFO encounters the whole time.
So what we need to do is, which I would have to get a copy of the Key and hold it on. And when did that event take place? When did the fellow walk into his hotel room? So I would guess it would have been before the coming global superstorm, because he said that was the basis of that work he did with Art Bell.
Right. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know where it says in here when it happened. It doesn't seem to actually say. It just starts up with something was disturbing me, causing me to swim out of a deep sleep.
I think he would have been in his hotel room in Toronto, and he was on a publicity tour signing a book, and I can't remember what book it was that he was on a book signing tour.
All right. Yeah, I don't have time to sit here and read this while we talk, unfortunately. But now it is now December of 2000.
Huh. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Somehow they're related. The superstar.
Okay. Because it's possible what I read was just him saying that, he's writing the book in 2000.
Okay. According to Wikipedia, which is never wrong, he was visited in the pre-dawn hours of June 6th, 1998.
Okay, so that's perfect. So that means Mike is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Superstorm came out in 99, which would be, inspired by that meeting in 98, and then he finally gets the Key written and published in 2001.
Wow, they made that movie fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it showed. It was terrible.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Oh, it's so funny. I worked on doing a lot of glacier stuff, like glacier rescue stuff, and
it was gorgeous.
That's right. It was kind of the dawn of
Yeah, the sort of epic summer tentpole special effect extravaganza thing, sort of the wave after Armageddon and Deep Impact sort of thing. But I just hated the people in it. Like I couldn't get past how annoying I found the people.
I lived in New York City, and so I was very intimate with like all the locations and stuff like that. And there was the whatever set they did, where they had the New York Public Library filled with water, was so perfect. Yeah, because I spent a lot of time in the New York. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the New York Public Library, and I thought that was like, my God, they did a good job capturing what that place would look like, half filled with freezing cold water.
And we left off last time talking about the Key and everything. And in 2003, Sight Unseen was published, which was Bud Hopkins' last book with his later-to-be ex-wife. And her name is escaping me.
Carol Rainey.
Yes.
There we go, Carol Rainey, yes. And I thought it was a really interesting book.
I point that book to people like, who I point that book out to, and I don't know if I actually ever did. I might have over email or something, is Paul Kimball is very quick to sort of like point a finger at Bud Hopkins and say like, oh, he's like just does, he gets all this stuff fabricated from hypnosis, and he's just got this one-dimensional view of how the UFO abduction event takes place, and I'm not sure whether Paul Kimball has actually said those words straight, but that's the implication that I get from the way
he's been. I know Kimball pretty well, and he's been more critical. He was more critical of he was pretty critical of Hopkins. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that book is so weird. That is like all the high strangeness stuff. And what I did when I read it, and I probably shouldn't say this, but so it goes chapter by chapter, just like so Bud Hopkins will write a chapter, and then his now ex-wife Carol Rainey would write a chapter, and he would write about the UFO research he'd done they would talk about sort of cutting edge science that mimics the stuff like invisibility or mind control and this kind of things that would mimic what is taking place in the UFO contact experience. And I was completely smitten by the stuff Bud Hopkins was writing, and I just kind of glossed over the stuff that Cal Rainey, because I wanted to get right back into the other stuff. But there is some of the weirdest stories in the which I'm much more drawn to is the high strangeness stuff. There's some amazingly trippy, nonsensical stuff, which funny way, I think they've tried to force it into this, like, oh, here's cutting edge science, can kind of attempt it, make the stuff seem plausible.
Yeah.
But I didn't. But I'm at peace with the total weird stuff. It felt like they were trying to make the weird stuff seem less weird.
Yeah, which I'm with you, Mike. I would much rather have people just sort of take the weirdness as weirdness and sort of.
Yeah, you can do that by skipping half the chapters in the book. Yeah, so.
Which also saves time.
Yeah.
So.
The subtitle on this one is Science, UFO Invisibility, and Transgenic Beings.
There is a great story about Mr. Page that lives in the basement of the house of this UFO abductee. And this woman, who's now a grown woman, and I know some people who are in the circles that were part of the Bud Hopkins support group and stuff, and are friends with the woman that they talk about in this. I've never met her, I've never spoken with her, but they kind of roll their eyes and say, well, she's had some real experiences and she's had some powerfully strange stuff. But she talks about this guy. She's a young girl. I think this is on Long Island. And this guy, kind of this strange man, comes to the house and knocks on the door and says, hi, like, do you need any odd jobs done around the house? And can I live here? And they say, well, sure, you can live in the basement. So he lives in the basement under the girl's room, and they never see him eat or drink water. He always wears the same clothes. And then he would just disappear at times. And he would write these postcards that were unintelligible. Like, he would go away, I'm just going to leave for some time. And then they would receive a postcard. It didn't make any sense. The postcard would be in this like gobbledygook, like nonsense. And that story, and then of Mr. Page, was so eerie and spooky. So that, just for that story alone, though, you have to go get the book. Even if you just read those 20 pages.
And don't they also talk about the infamous astronaut photograph?
Oh, I think so.
Astronaut photograph?
I think so.
Where they took the photo of the little girl in the park in England, and behind her is standing a man in full like astronaut regalia, and he wasn't there when they took the photo.
I don't know if that's in that book or not, but they do talk about some photographic evidence stuff where I think it was someone in Australia. There was a long thing about, which is very similar to that, where like UFOs were showing up in the photographs, but they didn't see them at the time. Yeah.
Is that
and there's all kinds of time warp stuff in that photograph chapter too.
The name of it, if it's the same little girl in a picture with a mysterious astronaut in the background, I don't know how many of those kinds of photos there are, but the
right.
the Solway Firth spaceman or Cumberland spaceman from it was like in the 60s or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Early 70s, something along those. I know Jenny Randalls wrote about it in her Time Storms book.
It's a creepy picture.
Because it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of it offhand.
Yeah.
But I thought they were using that as part of their explanation on the whole photography thing and invisibility and stuff. But maybe I read Time Storms around the same time and I mixed them up. It's entirely possible.
There's certainly a long section where they talk about some photographs that were taken at a playground in I think Australia. So it's not the same story, but it sounds like a very similar photograph.
And what was that one?
It's been so long since I read the book. I can't do it. I can't do it. I've reread and reread the Mr. Page thing so many times that I feel like I covered that one pretty well. Mr. Page eventually takes the girl for like little walks into the woods. It's really eerie. It's like you could kind of read that any number of ways, but so let's go for a walk in the woods, and then then they're like, then there's missing time, and it gets it's unsettling, that story. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the Solway Firth Spaceman.
Yep, Solway Firth. Yep.
Oh, I can picture I can picture the image so clearly. I actually read something where someone said it was a person jogging behind them, and the way their elbow and their jogging shoe was like, it created the illusion of a and the special sort of windbreaker they were wearing created the illusion of a spaceman. And that didn't work at all for me.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it might be the fact that before I ever saw the photo, I heard it was a picture of a spaceman, but it's it
sure looks like it's a little bit like a balloony kind of spaceman. It looks a little bit like they could walk that spaceman, float that thing down
yes. Especially the way it's, if I remember right, it's sort of angled out to the side
sort of crooked,
of her head, like a weird hat. It looks more like a spaceman than anything on Mars looks like a face.
That's true.
I will
I
say
agree. I know where the Men on Mars thing. I know where we're going. So.
And it was taken in 1964.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's definitely a hard one to figure out. There's no, I don't think any easy explanation on that. But it might have been Time Storms from Jenny Randall's that was in. It's entirely possible. So yeah, and then do you know how long it was before him and Carol broke up, Mike?
I do not know, and I wouldn't say I was good friends with Bud, but I had worked with him, and he was very, I found him to be a very thoughtful, kind man, and I worked with him in 2007, 2008, and he died in 2011, and I called him shortly before he died, and then when I talked to him, I recognized right away that and I had a few folks that I knew that had worked with him, and I said, you got to call this guy right now. You might not get the chance to talk to him again. So
yeah. And the next event we have down here is also of that same ilk. Dr. John Mack dies on September 27th, 2004, hit by a drunk driver in London.
That is so easy to say it was I'm on both sides of the fence at the same time of because I've talked to people who've researched it and said, no, it was an accident. And people who knew John Mack said he was very much like walking around the streets of Boston was kind of the absent-minded professor. People were like, John, be careful. And so he was notorious. Right. Friends had said that's exactly the kind of thing he would do and it was the case of being in England, where if you're
looking the wrong way.
Patterns,
yep.
Yeah, you look the wrong way if you're going to cross the street. So, or an American would look the wrong way if they were going across the street. So, but that would be, and that was at the height of. That was just after he was cleared when he even used the term Kafkaesque trial.
Yeah, his 10-year revocation thing.
Yeah, it was taken in front of the and had to get a lawyer and Alan Dershowitz, who was on staff there at Harvard, actually spoke and said, "Listen, he can't. This is freedom of speech. He can't tell the guy what he can and can't study." And but basically, a tenured Harvard professor with a Pulitzer Prize comes out and says, people are being abducted by aliens, and you just you could just sense that they were like, holy crap, we got to get rid of this guy. We got to shut this guy up. Within the hallowed halls of that institution. And then right after he died, Susan Clancy's book came out almost immediately, which was just and it had Harvard Press and great big letters on the front and stuff like that. So here's this woman, Susan Clancy, who comes out with a book that says people who claim to be abducted by aliens, they're just suffering from this kind of delusional thing. Isn't it interesting that they...
Was she the sleep paralysis? Was she the one who...
I know, she didn't I cannot remember. I actually never read it, but
Oh, okay.
whether she passed it off to sleep paralysis at all. All it was just so blatantly obvious that they were like, "Oh my God, he's gone. Let's get a book out right away." Like So,
yeah, it's. I mean, the thing is for me the likelihood that it was an accident just seems more plausible that it was an accident than that somebody put a hit out on him. Wait till he's in London and then hit him with a car. It just doesn't. He wasn't. I don't think he was threatening anybody, even Harvard, enough to justify that kind of response. Because honestly, you go to 9 out of 10 people on the street, even in academia at the time, and he said, "Have you heard about this John Mack thing at Harvard?" And they would have said, "What John Mack thing?" So I know Harvard has a sort of very outsized view of its own significance and importance, but I don't know. I just
I agree. I agree. But at the same time, it is well, what I will say, so I can't answer the question, but I will say within the UFO community, a lot of people just take it as gospel, just as plain fact that he was killed.
Absolutely.
Well, and Nick Redfern has written an entire book on all the weird deaths related to people who research UFOs. There's quite a lot of them. So, I mean, I would think it was just an accident. It seems like it fits with being just an accident, but who knows what's behind all these deaths?
Yeah, it's worth looking into, and everything like that. There were people with motives, but there's I don't know. There's it's not like when the conspiracy theories, sort of going back to the 90s a bit, about Jim Keith, for example, that his death wasn't entirely accidental. I think the number of people in significant places of power that Jim Keith probably angered with his research and writings is probably more dangerous than Mac. So I'm not dismissing these potential assassinations of researchers out of hand, but some are more plausible than others, and I think Mac is his prominence in the abductee field is certainly a factor, but at the same time, I don't know that the people he was angering were the types of people who would have taken him out. That's sort of where it falls apart for me. Is he wasn't going after the sort of government, military, industrial, political figures that others do. And I'm trying to imagine a group of, for example, Harvard academics trying to arrange a hit, and it's amusing trying to imagine that.
And to me, he was like the mirror opposite of David Jacobs.
Yes.
He had these experiences are transformative and positive, and there's the occasional negative one, but it's how you approach the experience.
And he was actually an expert in the field that he was actually working in.
True.
Unlike
so you could he was a trained clinical therapist. He was a medical doctor, and so he had every he's the one you cannot point to and say like, oh, this guy didn't know what how to use hypnosis.
Right. I mean, as far as institutions of higher education being irked by somebody embarrassing because of flying saucers, I think Jacobs is way, way, way further down the road on that than John Mack was. And I think the fact that Mack, won his dispute with Harvard over his tenure revoking over that, I think that says a lot as well. If they wanted rid of him, they could have used their system.
Hardball,
they could have used their system and their board of trustees and all of the tools at their disposal to basically discredit him and shut him down. And that's the way to get rid of somebody like John Mack. Somebody like David Jacobs, you just sort of let them go and hope they retire soon. But it was sad because no matter what the final verdict will, maybe someday we'll know if it was an accident or if it was nefarious. Regardless, it's sad, very sad, because he was a interesting and thoughtful scholar of the phenomenon who came to it with far less ideological baggage than a lot of other researchers.
Well, I would say that also he was in a way predisposed to see a more, he was friends with the Dalai Lama, and he had studied all kinds of mystical traditions, and he meditated and things like that. So he was predisposed perhaps to see it within that way. And also, and I've talked to people who've worked both with Dr. Mack and who've worked with Bud Hopkins and Dave Jacobs, and the folks who've worked with John Mack said that he would get to a certain point in the research and then go deeper. And he's the one that first started doing the. I'm trying to remember. I mean, I've read a lot of books, and it all blurs together at some point. But it's in the book Abduction, where one of the people that he's working with, they got them so deep into hypnotic regression that suddenly they're like, "Where are you?" And it's like, "Well, I'm in this other realm, and then they basically say, I'm an alien in this previous life. This is a previous life, and I'm an alien. And then I have agreed to come and reincarnate into this person's consciousness, into this person's life, to be that I am the soul within this human, and that they are, and I've done it through reincarnation. So, and then they are playing an important role, and I have chosen to take this on, and as a alien being from this alternate realm." And so that was the very first, which is pretty far out stuff, and that has since become kind of commonplace in a way within the UFO research community, that people will tap into that. But that was, if I remember correctly, the very first time that showed up was in that book, in the book Abduction.
So also in 2004, After the Martian Apocalypse by Mac Tonnies was published.
That book just made me care about Martian anomalies. If anybody has ever heard me complain about Richard Hoagland, you'll know that's pretty amazing. It was an incredible book, and I read it after I'd started reading Mac's blog. So he had already published it once I discovered Mac and his writing. And I found a copy. I amazingly found a copy affordably, which was, after a while, a pretty difficult feat. And it was such a good case for examining these things without offering an explanation about what it might be. And without playing the conspiracy card about why NASA had been, dismissive and reluctant. It was the antidote to all of those Richard Hoagland appearances on Art Bell. It was wonderful.
And I'm not exactly sure how old he was at the time.
Not very, because he and I were almost, he was a month older than I was, and I was 27, 28.
He was born in August of 75.
Yeah.
Interesting. He was born on the day that the Viking mission launched from Florida.
Oh, that's right. I remember him saying
so
that.
Yeah, he was. That was very early on in the book. He says, "Yeah, that's interesting." And I'm like, "Well, that is the kind of thing that I see as interesting." It is so. So he would have been in his 20s.
Yeah. So 2004, right?
Yeah.
So he would have been 29.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is so presumptuous for a 29-year-old to just write, basically saying, in as calm and non-hysterical a way, is saying, like, well, NASA really isn't like doing their job. They need to have archaeologists on the staff looking at the data that's coming back from the rover, as well as the satellite imagery that's coming back, and so that why if we saw these images in Egypt or North Africa, we would send in a team of archaeologists.
Exactly.
And they're not doing that. And he basically, so I just thought that was so powerful that he would say that. But the book I bought used from Amazon or something like that. When I got it home and opened it, it was a signed copy. He had signed it.
Man. Nice.
And I was actually pretty close with Mac. I talked to him a lot on the phone. So,
we knew each other online. We'd correspond online. And it's always like, man, I'm gonna get to Kansas City and meet you. And he's like, yeah, come on out. And I never got around to it.
And I never interviewed him, and that just breaks my heart. Yeah.
And I didn't even know he existed until after he died. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So that 2009 is when he died. So.
Right. And so, and the thing is, after the Martian apocalypse, that's kind of the way I looked at it. It's like, okay, these look like they could be something. Why aren't we looking at it?
Yep.
Let's okay, it might be natural, but what if on the slightest chance it's not?
Right.
That could be the biggest news we would ever know of.
Yeah, if like Mike reported Max saying, if we saw this in Egypt, if we saw this under, on the ocean floor, there would be no stopping archaeologists from examining this. Yeah. And I can't remember if I read it in the book or if I heard it on various interviews with him, but sort of, he talked a lot about the culture of NASA and the conflict between the I can't remember the name. I know I don't have this straight, but the Jet Propulsion Lab people and the manned spacecraft people, the probes versus the manned exploration people. There's an entire institutional political structure in NASA, just like there is in every other institution. And I know he laid at least some of the blame for this on that. Nobody wants to go out on the limb when they could lose face and lose work and lose prestige to the other wing of the organization.
Right. And then he published well, actually, no. That was the only book of this type he published while he was alive.
Yeah, he had a book of science fiction short stories.
Illuminated Black.
Illumined Black or Illuminated Black. Yeah.
Illuminated Black. Yeah.
It says Illumined Black here.
There's some letters. It's Jenny Randall. It's a test for Jenny Randall.
There we go. Yeah. And he died on October 22nd of 2009. And what did he die from?
He died of an undiagnosed heart ailment.
Yeah.
And I had talked to him before, and he was in the hospital. He was working at, he used to work at Starbucks as a barista. And it was just amazing. He's the most brilliant guy I've ever interacted with, really. And then he took on a job doing some crappy job, doing whatever, where they solicit calls at a call center or something like that. And then he passed out at work, and then he went to the hospital, and they said it might be your heart, and they did a bunch of tests, and nothing came out conclusive. And then within a month, he was dead.
Wow!
So they don't actually know what it was. And this is another one where there's a lot of conspiracy stuff, and he was not pushing any buttons. I don't think in the
No.
It's one thing to, if someone's, my sense is that the people that they're after are going to, if there is, it's when you're tabbling and back in, military stuff or government stuff. And if you're talking about consciousness and the really far out stuff,
they're just
you're off limits.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he, and that was, I was driving in southern Utah when that happened, and I heard the news. So
yeah, and just sort of undiagnosed heart failure, probably some sort of congenital, thing that had been wrong with his heart for a long time, and it just, I've ever since Mac died from that, I've known 2 or 3 other people around the same age that's happened to. They
really,
they have some fatigue or fainting. They go to the doctor. They say, yeah, some sort of heart arrhythmia thing. We'll check into it, and they die in their sleep, or they die in their sleep, and then an autopsy shows just some sort of strange thing they were born with that was basically a ticking time bomb. And
so when he died, and this is my understanding, so they he was found in bed, and on his desk next to his bed, he had actually, and I talked to him about it, he said, yeah, the last little bit for working on the cryptoterrestrial book, I just got the last little bit to do, and he had actually printed in paper and was making the final edits with red pen. So that was found near his bed. There was some stuff that the editor, Patrick Weege from Anomalous Press, had to piece together a little bit, but for the most part, the book was entirely done. So this is a very strange, like if this was written a screenplay, like I wouldn't buy it, but this is, that the author writes this powerful, brilliant book, makes the final edits in red pen and paper, and then dies, as far as we know, peacefully in his sleep, is remarkable to me.
Yeah, and he was just a fascinating guy, and Paul Kimball has sort of taken custodianship of his writings and has published, I think, two volumes so far of sort of the collected blog posts from his Posthuman Blues blog, and I wrote the introduction to the first volume, which has very little of the weird stuff. There's a lot of political commentary. It was during the run up to the Iraq War. He's extremely frustrated at living in suburban Kansas City, and I said this in what I wrote in the foreword. But one of the things that connected me to Mac is we were both, guys from the Midwest who were months apart in age, who went to, similar types of small liberal arts colleges. Who, I was sort of like Mac is some sort of like, and that could have been my life, not doing what I wanted for a living, but having the brain space to speculate on all this awesome stuff. And I sort of, I was like, it's like, we've been in the same town, it would have, he's the kind of guy I would have hung out with like my whole life, and it was, and just even getting acquainted with him just online, it was like, yeah, he's one of my people, and it was just so sad that he's gone.
Yeah. And tell people a little bit about the cryptoterrestrials, the theory there.
It's, calling it a theory is somehow more giving it too much credit, but somehow underselling it. It's thought experiment.
That's the perfect word.
Thought experiment, meditation. It's, there's this idea he had, and people are like, well, he really believed that. I was like, no, he didn't believe that, but he was playing with it. That maybe one explanation for some of the encounters people have had is that there is a race of intelligent beings indigenous to Earth that have an evolutionary track that paralleled humanity, but for whatever reason, there are relatively few of them, and they have found a way to stay hidden and stay out of our way, but occasionally our paths cross. And it's the book, The Cryptoterrestrials, building on some of the things he'd written in his blog and expanding on those, explores this idea and shares some of the strange encounters that happen. And one of the things that sort of fuel this idea is that, like we've said quite a few times over the course of these conversations, that these supposed aliens from another planet behave an awful lot like us, and they act in ways that we can interpret and understand, whether it's the nature of our scientific experiments and only we're the subjects, not the scientists, or just the idea
facial
that
expressions.
Facial expressions, biology, the whole hybridization thing. I mean, just genetically, I don't know how that works if they're not connected to us somehow biologically.
Right.
it sort of grew on that, and it was a brief book, a slim book. It's a book I reread every October.
Oh my word! Okay, and my illustrations. I did the illustrations.
The drawings are great. At one point, I misplaced my my hard copy, and so I bought the Kindle version. So now I have both. So no matter where I am, I can read it. It's wonderful, and he did some interviews about it that were really good and really interesting. There was an interview on Radio Mysterioso with Greg Bishop,
and Paul Kimball.
And Paul Kimball. Yeah, the two of them together. And then I think when he was working on the Cryptoterrestrials, sort of hardcore, he did a solo interview with Greg where he did some readings from what he was writing. I'm not sure if that one's still available.
And he read aloud. He read the very first chapter there, which is a short little chapter, and it was comparing and contrasting his cat.
Yes.
So let's say his cat playing with a laser pointer with his cat, right? So this is a metaphor for the UFO experience. The cat, being cat-like, has to follow the little dot, not knowing that the person, the cat is not aware that there's a person in the room with a little toy, with a little laser pointer, a little, that's creating this dot. So the cat is completely focused on the dot while there's someone else just messing with the cat in the room, and which is a brilliant metaphor, right? So we're looking at the UFO, we're looking at the shiny flying saucer, but what's real? Where's the person in the room with, or in the existence with the laser pointer? Now, I wrote a very similar essay. There's a bunch of stuff that this Mac and I got kind of weird at a certain point. I wrote an essay before I had ever heard of Mac Tonnies in November of 2006. I first heard of Mac Tonnies when he was interviewed in 2007 on Tim Binnall's program. And I remember I got up one morning, I drank a cup of coffee, and I'm like, oh my God, I got this great idea. I'm just going to write this essay. And I just wrote this essay, which is not how I usually write. And it was an essay where I compared and contrast playing with my cat with a piece of string, and the cat doesn't know that I'm holding the other end of the string. Now, if you read these two essays, and I actually took the audio of Mac and my own reading of my essay and played them side by side, they're plainly making the same point. He's a much better writer than I am, but and now. This is actually Red Pill Junkie figured this out. Now, later, after this is okay, I'm jumping around a bit, but when Mac died, I was really crushed. I was really heartbroken, and it's like whatever. It was emotional for me. It was bad. I was, whatever. There was the shining star of like the core group of my, like a close friend had. It was bad. So I had talked with Mac about doing the illustrations. I got a hold of Patrick Weege and said, I want to do these illustrations. Mac and I had talked about it. Patrick Weege said he'd already talked to Mac's mother, that there was some illustrator out there. He found me now. So I received the document of the book, and I printed it up on paper. I put it in a 3-ring binder. I was so nervous about reading this thing. I was so nervous. I had a deadline. They wanted these illustrations, and I was putting it off just because I was nervous to read it. It was just too hot button thing. So there was a day I was like, damn it, I gotta read this thing. So I'm sitting alone in the house. The house is quiet. I've got a cup of tea. I got my reading glasses on, and the book sitting on the couch. It's on the coffee table. I open it up and I read The Cryptoterrestrials by Mac Tonnies. At that moment, there's this audible clunk, and the video cassette, not the video cassette, I had a CD player that had one of those cassettes where you'd stack like 6 CD players. This is kind of 90s technology.
6 CD player, yeah.
Yeah. So and it ejected. It was off. At that moment, when I opened the thing and read The Cryptoterrestrials by Mac Tonnies, it ejected like the cassette. And I wrote a blog post about that. And Red Pill Junkie, who's been on your show, I'm sure, said that it's like that was a laser beam. And Mac wrote about a laser beam, and you wrote about a string. And I have also written a book about like lightweight camping, and I'm all into this like complete Luddite thing, and so it was it just seemed so perfect. Mac, like the futurist, was playing with a laser. Me, the Luddite, is playing with a piece of string, and then it is a laser beam. It's the closest laser beam to me in the room was in that CD player, and that was what made that clunking noise so anyway, that was, and I have no explanation. That thing had never done that ever before. It was the VCR, not the VCR, the CD player was turned off, and then it just ejected that thing right at that moment.
I remember, I think the first time I'd read, some blog stuff that Mac had written, and I'd read some that that Paul Kimball had written, and I started listening to Radio Misterioso, and I heard the interview with Greg and Paul and Mac, and I think it was like Mac's first interview anywhere. And I remember it was May of 2006, and I listened to it driving from Cimarron, New Mexico, down to Roswell. We were out there, and I'd escaped my other duties for 2 days to act. Told my wife, "Okay, you do your work thing here. I'm taking the rental car and I'm driving to Roswell." And I just remember listening to Mac and Paul and Greg talking about all of this stuff, the state of ufology and Mac's ideas and everything, while I'm driving across the desert to Roswell. And it was, it got me really back into all of this stuff way more than I had been. And it was just, the laser pointer and or string, metaphor with the cat. And as you were explaining, Mac's laser pointer analogy, I was just thinking like, oh my gosh, it's Plato's allegory of the cave, right? It's exactly, it's the allegory of the cave, but in a way that, you don't need to take a philosophy class to really grasp, right? So it's just a brilliant, whether you're talking about it or Mac was talking about it, just a brilliant way of looking at this phenomenon. We are focused on the effects without knowing there's a cause behind it. And what happens to us when we realize there's another layer beyond that.
Yeah.
All right. And I plan on doing a whole show on Mac Tonys at some point.
Outstanding.
Yeah, get Paul on that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the plan. But you can get all of his stuff still. It's all in print, right?
Except illuminated black.
Okay.
Yeah. I think after the Martian apocalypse, I think a Kindle version was released. So that is much more. Yeah, there's a Kindle edition for $11. So and the paperback has come down in price. I remember at one point it was hundreds of dollars to get used paperbacks of it. But it's still available, and Cryptoterrestrials is as well.
All right, so let's move on to someone a little more controversial in the 2000s. Stan Romanek.
Oh, jeez.
I have met Stan a few times. Now I'm going to be I've met Stan a few times. So I can't say that I know the guy. I would talk to him at conferences, right? So I saw him a bunch of times. I've seen his presentation at conferences. And I'm going to be very cautious how I say this. Like it felt like he had a speech kind of, like he would give it, you'd ask him a question, you could tell he'd been asked that before, and he would give you kind of the answer. Very gregarious, likable guy. And so what I ended up doing, this wasn't scientific, this was just because he was kind of mobbed. So it wasn't like I did it on purpose, because he was kind of mobbed at these scenes. I would talk to other people around him and say like, "Oh, you know Stan, right?" Yeah, it's like, "Okay, what's up with Stan?" It's like, "Oh my God, I had this totally strange experience with Stan." And then they would tell me this really weird thing, like I talked to the woman who claims to have had his alien hybrid children and how they met, and she's a very, very believable person. And so, and I talked to, some of the, talked to MUFON investigators who had studied him and stuff like that. Like, yeah, well, this is what happened to me. And so everyone around him had these very strange stories. He writes in his book, I talked to the investigator who researched in his book, he tells about like, I was driving to the Skywatch thing at this park in Colorado, and as I was driving, this thing was hovering right above my car. It was this glowing orange
red sphere, and I pull in, and I'm totally freaked out because this thing is, as I'm driving, it's hovering right above my car, and I pull in, and everyone in the park sees it, and then I talked to the MUFON investigator who studied it and said, yeah, that's pretty accurate. That's exactly how it happened. I interviewed everyone at the park, and they all saw him pulled in with this glowing sphere above his car. So, yes, I agree that his claims are outrageous at times. But also, the people around him are telling these strange stories, and I can't imagine they're all lying. So whatever's going on there, I think there's a real core story to Stan Romanek, and that there's and that he's I just want to say, I think he's got a way about him, and I must say he's done some things that have irked me, because I feel like I'm in his shoes in a way, because I feel like I've had some of these similar experiences. So when someone who claims abduction stuff says things, kind of, I don't want to say, he says stuff out of line sometimes, and it drove me crazy. Now there's also the issue of the being arrested for, actually he was never arrested, I think he was, or it never went, he was arrested, but it never went to trial, and he's never served any time for child pornography.
The trial is actually scheduled for this August.
Oh, is it? Okay. Because I know that there was a detective who had been arrested, if I'm my understanding, I might be getting some of this wrong, for falsifying evidence, and that was the arresting officer in his case. So anyway, it's a very messy, ugly thing, that whole thing. So so I'm leaning on the side of, it's a messy story, but I trust that there's a core story with Stan Romanek's experience, and maybe the stuff in his book, how accurate is it? I don't know. The stuff in his book, which I've read, is no more far out than what's been written in other stories by abductees. But I think he's an easy target in a way, because he has that sort of pat answer sometimes, and I am very skeptical of the alien in the window footage.
And there was I remember something about an implant. He said it was some like network show, and he said, I've got an implant," and then
it was ABC Prime.
Yeah,
time.
And then it's like, well, can we do a test? Oh, the implant disappeared. Stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing. Yeah.
And there was a 2015 video interview on the Peter Maxwell Slattery show. Romanek admitted faking the strange movement of objects that occurred during a 2014 interview.
Yeah.
Okay. So
stuff like that. Just it's, if I'm looking for
himself up. Yeah. So
if I'm looking for credible experiencers to pay attention to, he doesn't really make the list.
I know Peter Maxwell Slattery. I've spoken with him at length. He's in the book. He has owl experiences. Mm-hmm. He's got, in my opinion, he's an experiencer who's had some real stuff happen to him. Young guy from Australia, completely, I don't want to say egoless. That's the wrong way to say it. But I mean, he just says it straight up. And so Peter Maxwell Slattery is an interesting character and I've talked to Peter. I should be careful what I say, but I think that he's probably said it aloud. But Peter Maxwell Slattery says that he remembers seeing Stan on board ships, and I've talked to a few people who have said that. So this is, that's like that he said it doesn't mean it's true, and that doesn't. That's not going to convince But for me, all I can do is say that I'm convinced there's a core story at the heart of this Stan Romanek thing, and there was a little episode where he flicked a pen. It's very obvious, you can see it very clearly, and that was in a original interview with Peter Maxwell Slattery, which was done on YouTube. You can see it twice. He flicks, one time it's a memory stick, one time it's a pen, and in the moment he's saying oh my god, that was like some paranormal forces and stuff, but Peter Slattery goes from Australia, comes to America, visits Stan Romanek, interviews him. The next interview is side by side on the couch, and it's a very strange story. Obviously he's faking that one event, clearly faking it.
but I still stand by the fact that I suspect strongly that there's a core set of experiences that, to the Stan Romanek.
And the boo video would be the video of the alien in the window, I'm assuming.
I am very skeptical of that.
And it says a video expert consulted by Romanek claimed that the boo video would have cost $50,000 to fake. A Denver paranormal claims investigation group, the Rocky Mountain Paranormal Research Society / Warning Radio, claims to have reproduced the video for about $90.
I think
he also failed a lie detector that George Norrie suggested he take, and he claimed that he had medical conditions that prevented a lie detector test from working on him.
Yep. It's a mess. His case is a mess. Yeah, I agree.
He also claims he was set up by Norrie to fail.
I don't think Norrie would set him up to fail, but Norrie would set him up to
do well. Yeah,
to do well. Yeah, Norrie would love that kind of thing.
And spin off a web TV series about it. The thing is, I mean, and his legal issue aside, because that's the courts will sort that out. Just like I said before, you got somebody like Whitley Strieber, who's sort of at the center of this, sort of cloud of weirdness for a good chunk of his life, and sort of groping for ways to explain it in ways that are helpful to people. I think there are also cases of people who could maybe perhaps like Romanek, who are surrounded by weirdness and weird things sort of glom onto them, and the way that they sort of cope with it is this is an opportunity to sort of go on the make and, not be entirely honest with it. I mean, for all his faults, I've never gotten the impression that Whitley Strieber has been, actively deceptive about anything. But people who are exposed to the strange, respond differently, and it's not always in a way that is helpful to them or those around them.
And like a lot of contactees, they may have had a core experience and then just ran with it afterwards.
Yep. You start going down a road where, you say this one thing, and you start out with this is what happened to me, and then it sort of builds, and you get this accretion of myth and hoax around it. And in this day and age, it's much easier to have those be exposed.
The thing is, and I addressed this actually in the last podcast I put up, which was this woman who's a listener telling us her stories that she's all these experiences she had. But when I put up the Jeff Ritzmann interview, which ended up being 3 parts, some people were like, "Well, I can't believe all this weird stuff would happen to one person."
And I'll jump in. I'll say that, like, if I'm doing interviews with folks and people tell me a one-off, like, "Oh, I had this one weird experience," like, I'm very skeptical.
Yeah.
People tell me they've got dozens and dozens of weird experiences. I trust them more in a way.
And I think the one-off can happen. It doesn't seem like Travis.
I don't trust him. That came out poorly. So
the Travis Walton incident. It seems like he had one encounter, and it doesn't seem like he faked it. I believe he actually had this experience, but it doesn't seem like anything else followed it.
When I've seen Travis speak and people raise their hand in the audience at the end of his talk and say, "Listen, have you ever had any other experiences?" And he said, "If I've had other experiences, I wouldn't tell anyone."
Interesting.
So, and here's someone who, had what I consider a genuine experience. He was gone. He was missing for those days. He was gone. And his life was basically ruined because it was no choice of his. There was already a media circus in place when he, arrived back, let's say, he returned, the media circus was already in place. So he was, 2 things happened. He was abducted by aliens, let's say, and that he was subjected to sort of demonization in the press, back to back, overlapping.
So, I tend to look at the people who have had numerous experiences as the ones who are more likely genuine, because I don't think people expect that. I think people who are going to fake it are going to fake one main experience.
Yeah. Like an alien in the freezer.
Right, exactly.
Was that a Bigfoot in the freezer? I thought it was Bigfoot.
There was a Bigfoot. Yeah. We had the screaming alien in the freezer there we talked about last time.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
Jonathan Reed.
There you go.
Yeah.
Where he shot the alien.
Oh
that killed
yeah,
his
I didn't
dog.
follow that one. Yeah, there was another one. There was a case in which Mac Tonys and I talked about, which was super eerie, and I think it was in Kentucky rather recently. So it would have been in the mid 2000s, where there was a screaming that the police were called into, and they couldn't find the source of this. Help me, screaming. They were like walking through the woods and trying to find the source of this, and it was coming seemingly from nowhere.
Huh. Interesting.
And that was used as a subplot or a tiny plot element, let's say, in Whitley Strieber's book, The Greys.
Also in 2009, The Fourth Kind movie came out. And of course, this is one of these movies they build as based on real events. And they put it to the point where they had Mila Jovovich on one side as the actress, and they were claiming to show the real footage on the other side of the woman being regressed, and none of it was real, not an iota of it.
And I have no problem at all with a publicity stunt for a low grade horror film. I think that's that's William Castle stuff. That's thumbs up, more power to you. And the problem was that the movie was just plainly a sort of a schlocky horror film with
it was awful.
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, but and now what does happen to me is you write a book about owls and UFOs, and everyone brings that movie up because it did have owls in it, which, in my opinion, traces directly back to Whitley Strieber's book Communion.
Yeah,
and
and they connected the whole ancient alien thing at the end as well.
Because they were speaking that ancient language. That's right.
Yeah, they were speaking in Sumerian and stuff. And I remember hearing George Norrie interviewing Linda Moulton Howe, and he brought up the movie as if it were real, and Linda had to stop and go, that was a fake movie. And he's like, really? But it said it was based on real events.
Oh my gosh.
Good. That's right on for Linda Moulton Howe. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
But I think a lot of people, kind of
still
grabbed onto that.
Still do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Still do.
I get it all the time.
As if this is
People ask
really
me
based
about it.
on something.
Yeah. It's like,
but and it was such a bad movie. At least
Abigail
it could have
Tyler.
done
That's her name. Yeah.
Good.
Abigail Tyler.
Yep. Mia
Jovovich.
Yeah, Jovovich. Yeah.
Who usually does good stuff. I think the majority of her stuff is generally pretty decent.
Well, I mean, that had a good cast in that movie. I can't remember it was a crummy movie. It was a schlocky horror film. It had a great publicity stunt, which
Yes.
that's the history of bad movies with great publicity stunts is I'm all for it. That's right out of the Tingler where they had the seats electrified in the movie. So when Vincent Price, the everyone had to scream. That was the only way you could get the Tingler from not getting into your body, and then people would scream in the audience, and the chairs were electrified, so everyone would get shocked. So that's right up there with that. So,
and I guess the final thing we'll deal with tonight, Bud Hopkins' death, which was August 21st of 2011. And we touched on it earlier when we were talking about Bud. And what did Bud die from?
But he had cancer.
Okay. All right. How old was he when he died?
80.
Yeah.
He just turned 80. And I'm good friends with Peter Robbins. Peter Robbins had worked with Bud for years and years. And I was very close to Bud. And, Bud would basically say, I want to make it to 80. So he did, and died shortly after that. That was very sad. Very sad. I knew a lot of folks who had worked with him. He had hypnotized me at one point. I laid on his bed, and he put a blanket over me on his bed and sat next to me and hypnotized me. So very little came out of that session that I hadn't already sort of written about, and the memories were very clear. But very sweet guy. Now this is also, he lived in New York City on 16th Street, and right around the corner was a classic sort of Greek diner, which are in the 80s, 70s, for up until about the 90s, those started disappearing and being replaced by more hipster things. But I went to this diner with him and sat with him and ate. I had a grilled cheese sandwich, and he had the same thing. He knew everyone in this diner. It was just really remarkable. It's kind of New York City scene. And he told some stories that I'd never, that hinted, not hinted, I mean, he very clearly had a deeper view of the subject matter than had shown up in his written work. And he was very aware of his place as the spokesman for the UFO abduction. It was very clear that he was the sort of go-to person. He was the on-camera guy that they would call, and he took that responsibility very seriously and wouldn't stray from a sort of from a an idea. Like, he didn't stray from that. And when you talk to him in person, he had a much deeper and more nuanced way of framing the issues from all his work. Though he did not, that we wouldn't see that very clearly in his book. Sight Unseen, you saw a little more of that. So so very interesting, remarkable, soft-spoken guy.
Go on.
One of the things about Hopkins that sort of differentiated him maybe a little bit from some like David Jacobs was at times, I think later on, he would acknowledge that, yeah, all the attention that this stuff gets, this might influence what people are saying and what people are experiencing, but then he, through his expertise, he's able to filter through that. I remember David Jacobs, when he spoke at my college back in our history club advisor was like big X-Files fans, like, hey, let's get David Jacobs in here. So brought David Jacobs in, and I asked him, so if people are hearing you talk about alien abductions, doesn't that influence what people think about alien abductions, or if they see it on TV? He's like, absolutely not. Nope. Absolutely not, because you can go to darkest Africa. I think he actually said darkest Africa, and I'm like,
oh, that's like something from
gosh. Welcome to 1942. And said you can go to Africa, and you'll find just the same abductees as you do in Philadelphia. And I was thinking at the time, I was like, I really doubt that. I have a hard time believing it's the exact same experience. But Hopkins was a little more nuanced, I think, than Jacob. Well, a little more nuanced than Jacobs is a low bar, but it's
now. I also feel like David Jacobs has done some real research and done some hard work. So I think it would be a mistake. Jeff Ritzman would say, take David Jacobs' book, throw it in the trash can. Okay.
Yes.
Or his books, all of them. Just you cannot. And I would say, take David Jacobs' books and read it, knowing full well that he has placed his own filters. He has his own filters in place, and proceed with caution from there, because I think there's some stuff in there, those books, that I have, and I think that's true of anyone. I think that's true of John Mack's books and my book and Whitley Strieber's books. I mean, all of us are coming to this with a preconceived idea, and we're none of us are objective. We're completely subjective, and the problem is that Dave Jacobs says he's subjective and is very objective. Did I do that right? I think I got
the other way around. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Says he's
objective, but all of us are subjective. It's just the way, our experiences are all different. The way we look at things are all different, and the way we think are different. So everything's always going to be subjective to some degree. But you, Mike, walk in and say, look, this is really subjective. This is just the way I'm seeing things. And someone like David Jacobs doesn't.
Yep. But at the same time, like, I've been to his house and I've stood in his office, and let me tell you, it is floor to ceiling cassette tapes of hypnotic regressions. Like, man, it means one thing to say that, when he says, I've done a lot of hypnotic regressions. It's another thing to stand in his office and see, thousands of them, stacked up, like one after another. It's so it's shocking. Yeah. So he's been doing hard work. He's come to conclusions that I don't agree with.
Right.
Though, keep going anyway. So I'm sorry.
Now, it looks like he was married to Carol Rainey for about 10 years. He divorced her in 2006. And it was around the time he died or was dying that she started speaking out against him.
Yep.
And that certainly was not pretty.
No, that was unpleasant.
That was a different category of mean. That's like mean in all capital letters, italicized, bold print. Yeah, that was unsettlingly mean.
And
she might have made some valid points, and she saw some things from the inside, and I have no doubt that Bud Hopkins was at the forefront, right? He had no one ahead of him to say like, oh, how did this guy do it? How did he conduct his research? He didn't have that. He was making it up as he went along, and then to sort of play Monday morning quarterback and say well he did this wrong and he did this wrong in his research and got these things wrong, and so it just seemed like she's, I don't know, it just felt very mean. She and at the same time she may have made some valid points, but it just, to me, that just gets in the fog of her. It just seemed like vindictiveness. It comes out poorly. Yeah.
You mentioned in your book, actually, Ann Strieber saying something about Bud.
Okay, this is something I'm very cautious to talk about, just because it does. She's not here to defend herself. I've talked with it. Sure. So in the book, Ann Strieber claims. Excuse me. I'll trace back a little bit. Ann Strieber was interviewing a husband and wife team who wrote a book called Aliens in the Backyard, Rob and Trish McGregor. And have you had them on your show ever?
I have not.
They're great. You should get them on. They're amazing. So, and during that interview, Anne sounded very poor. She sounded very weak. Her voice was faulty and shaky and kind of warbling. And she was a little, she wasn't her normal self. She had been co-hosting for Whitley Strieber's podcast series for a long time and often had a very pleasant way about her. She had a very, very engaging way of being in a conversation, very much like, very informal. And then in this thing, she was a little shaky and you could hear it. And she at one point said that Bud Hopkins, all I can do is, you can listen to this and go back, and I think you'd have to become a member of the Whitley Strieber site or the Unknown Country site. She said that Bud, while hypnotizing women, had raped them, and you can hear the pause and that where both Rob and Trish McGregor were really caught off guard, and it was shortly thereafter she had an aneurysm in her brain and went into a coma. So I'm not like a medical professional, and so my sense is that you could very clearly hear that something was wrong. And she sounded, I don't want to say she sounded like someone after a stroke, because that's not right, but she did not sound like her normal self. She made an outrageous claim, which I don't believe. And then also I would say that Bud and Whitley had a very open feud in the UFO community. The book Communion came out at the same time as Intruders.
Yes.
Bud's book Intruders came out roughly at the same time as Whitley's book, and there was a lot of tension and around that, and I can't address that now because I really don't know the inside scoop. And I've also heard, I will say straight up, I heard Bud talk about Whitley, sitting on the couch, me and him. He talked about Whitley. He did not do whatever he did. He was no big fan of Whitley, and that was very clear to me, and that was so that's no news to anyone in the community. But that she would say that. Now, in the story, this is, I don't know if I have time to go into this, but in the actual story is I had a wildly powerful set of synchronicities all clustered together involving an owl, me seeing an owl backlit by the sun while listening to my iPod on a bicycle And I was overcome with a profound feeling of forgiveness. Leading up to that, I had heard that interview. I was angry at Anne. I saw this owl backlit by the sun while listening to Anne Strieber talking to me on a podcast that she had recorded some years earlier, 4 or 5 years earlier. And I was, the sensation of forgiveness was real, it was palpable, it happened. And so I don't know where to begin. So there's an awful story that ends with a beautiful story. Oh, and that event of forgiveness happened. I saw the owl backlit by the sun while on a bicycle listening to Anne Strieber talking to me on a podcast. I got on an iPod. I've 5,000 things on the iPod. That shows up as I'm listening, as I'm seeing an owl backlit by the sun.
Well,
That
let
all
me
took
ask you
place. Hold up, that all took place while I found out when I got home, while Anne Strieber was in surgery for her brain. Her brain was open when that happened. Her skull was.
Well, let me ask you this: did Carol Rainey ever make claims like that?
I do not think Carol Rainey ever had made claims like that.
Okay.
I don't know for sure, but I mean, if she had, that would be the kind of thing I would know.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean,
I remember when the whole that I didn't hear I didn't know about the interview and how it, but I just read on the internet. Anne Strieber said, "What about Bud Hopkins?" And I went to the page and Strieber, he didn't say that the thread of comments underneath the interview, people were complaining about her accusations against Hopkins, and Strieber said something like, he didn't really say anything about the accusations, but he says, well, it's Anne's prerogative and her privilege to express the opinions she expresses. And I just remember thinking, this isn't really an opinion, this is an accusation. And it was, but I went back and listened to it, months later, and she just does not sound well at that point. Something was off.
Yeah, and I've had breakfast with Anne and Whitley. They were a remarkably tight couple.
Mm-hmm.
They were very, very pleasant and peaceful to be in the room with together. They were, they had a great chemistry between them. So, yeah, and that I wrestled with putting that in the book, that excerpt in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Like, should I put it in there? And I asked Whitley. I emailed him and I said, Whitley, here's the entire thing. What do I do? Do I publish this? He sent me a 2-line thing, came back in a single email. He said, of course.
Nice.
So,
yeah.